This student's name is Ungang. In order to achieve her plan of getting into high society, this girl tried hard to become friends with a rich girl from school. In the classroom, it was very chaotic. The rich girl, while joking around with her classmates, accidentally dropped her makeup bag on the ground. An expensive lipstick fell out of the makeup bag and rolled to Ungang's feet. Ungang secretly stepped on the lipstick under her foot. Just then, the teacher opened the door and walked in. Because the noise in the room was too loud, the teacher punished the rich girl to clean the women's restroom. At this moment, Ungang suddenly picked up the lipstick and went in front of the rich girl wanting to return the lipstick. But this expensive lipstick meant nothing to her. She didn't care and said, "I was going to give it to you anyway." Seeing that returning the expensive lipstick to her friend was pointless, Ungang went over and grabbed the broom and helped the rich girl clean the restroom. She even put more effort into it. After school, when Ungang saw the luxury car of her classmate's family, she intentionally threw her umbrella into the trash can. Then, she pretended to be soaking wet and ran in front of her rich friend. Seeing this, her friend ran over to give Ungang her umbrella, but before Ungang could take it, a car sped by them. You guys know what happened next, right? Of course, all the dirty water on the road just so happened to splash directly on them. The two of them, seeing each other's miserable appearance, felt both angry and amused, and they became close friends because of this incident. 20 years zipped by, and Ungang was still working at her friend Bada's company. We thought there'd be a beautiful friendship between them, but not all birds of a feather flock together, you know? This friend Bada didn't really see her as a friend at all. She often treated Ungang like her personal servant. Even on her mother-in-law's birthday, Ungang had to go to their house and help out. She was bustling around like a maid all day. Before she could even get a bite to eat, her friends sent her home. What's worse, when a customer's pearl necklace broke and a few pearls went missing, Bada made Ungang go to the customer's house in the middle of the night to search in their dog's kennel. She barely managed to find the 3 pearls, and Ungang had to rush to her friend's house to return them. But just as she was about to leave, Bada asked her husband to give her a ride home. Little did she know, this is how the story of the show really kicked off. In the car, Bada's husband noticed a scrape on Ungang's knee. Whether it was his doctor instincts or a special concern for his wife's friend, he immediately stopped at a nearby drugstore and expertly grabbed a box of bandages to take care of Ungang's wound. Sure enough, her best friend's husband didn't disappoint us. He was worried Ungang was in pain, so he kindly blew on the wound. This girl, who rarely got any affection, was suddenly receiving such care and gentleness from her friend's husband, and her heart fluttered. To thank him for the ride, she invited Cha Wan to a convenience store for a hot bowl of noodles. Cha Wan was super surprised because the noodles Ungang ordered for him were his favorite kind. When he told her this, he got an unexpected reply. Turns out they had eaten them together last year. Cha Wan praised her memory as extraordinary. This very ordinary conversation felt like a gift to Ungang. The next day, while she was in Bada's office working, one of Bada's friends rushed in to talk about how another one of their friends had discovered her husband was cheating on her with her best friend and had ended up jumping off a building. Hearing this, Ungang knew to leave and avoid the situation, but as she was walking out, she overheard the two of them talking about her. Bada's friend warned her to be careful of Ungang, but Bada confidently said, "Like I would let someone steal my husband." The friend didn't forget to butter her up, saying Bada was right. Bada wouldn't lose to those low-life women. Was dating a guy 10 years younger than her like being a mother to a son? Ungang had taken care of this boyfriend, providing for his every meal and making sure he got his sleep for the past 10 years. She was basically a single mom. Even his living expenses came entirely out of her pocket. And she did all this because she didn't want him to worry about anything and be able to focus all his energy on passing the civil service exam. Finally, Ungang wasn't disappointed. Her boyfriend passed. You'd think the first person he'd tell would be his girlfriend, but he kept it a secret and even pretended to be sad and shooed her out. As soon as he could, he excitedly texted his bros to go celebrate. Our poor Ungang, clueless as ever, went to work diligently during the day, and in the evening hurried home early to comfort her boyfriend. But she was worrying for nothing. She waited half the day, but still didn't see her boyfriend anywhere. Meanwhile, Bada just happened to go to the same bar to spend some money, and accidentally ran into Ungang's boyfriend celebrating. What her best friend knew, she knew too. Bada immediately called Ungang to congratulate her boyfriend on passing the exam. From Bada, she learned that her boy Toy had passed the civil service exam and was out at a bar spending the money she earned. The person who should have known first was the last to know. How must she have felt? Probably not great. Ungang stubbornly insisted that maybe he just hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. She rushed over, but overheard the boyfriend she had babied and cared for was badmouthing and looking down on her. Seeing his behavior, she was furious, but her actions did the opposite. She meekly paid for her boyfriend's bill. The next day, Bada invited Ungang and her boyfriend over to her house as a way to congratulate Tai-gi on passing the exam. So they went to the supermarket to buy a ton of groceries and got on the bus. But they hadn't gone more than a few steps when Tae-gi accidentally dropped the bag and the fruit spilled all over the floor. Tae-gi was disgusted. but Ungang rushed to pick up the fruit and put it back in the bag. Taegi, the boyfriend who caused the mess, got angry and blamed Ungang for not calling a taxi. When Ungang mentioned saving money for their wedding, Taeji's expression showed clear rejection and impatience. Even when she suggested he meet her parents, he came up with all sorts of excuses to avoid it. Even Ungang smiling in front of him bothered him. He told her to smile less, joked that if she smiled too much, the wrinkles on her face would get worse, and told her to take care of her body so she wouldn't embarrass him. Ungang's younger sister also looked down on her sister's boyfriend. But the more infuriating stuff was yet to come. As soon as they arrived at Bada's mansion, he plopped himself down on the sofa and completely ignored her struggling with all the stuff they brought. Ungang asked him to blow up some balloons for decorations. But he not only refused but swatted his hand, causing the balloons to fall to the ground. But this girlfriend was too nice. She wasn't angry and bent down to pick them up. Turns out, in Ungang's eyes, balloons were something that brought color and hope into life. And when she saw them, she felt happy. Ungang worked hard to fill the entire mansion with balloons. Before long, Bada and her husband arrived. It was their first time meeting Taeji, and Chawan politely congratulated him and even told him to treat Ungang well because she had gone through a lot for him. But Taeji took these words as a subtle dig, thinking that she must have been complaining to her friend about him. When everyone sat down at the table, Taeji was still bothered by what had happened earlier, so he mocked Chawan's profession. He nonchalantly said insensitive things, thinking he was being funny, and casually put a piece of meat in his mouth. Taeji, who had never eaten such high-end food, couldn't stop praising Bada's taste. But Bada didn't bother to save his face, and casually said that she didn't choose it. She only picked the most expensive meat. Hearing these words, Taegi's expression stiffened. Later, when Chawan turned on the music and wanted to invite them to dance, Taeji, full of vanity, saw their expensive clothes and started to get irritated again. Weren't they supposed to wear casual clothes to this party? What were they wearing, shirts and shoes custom made in Italy? And what were they wearing? Ungang said that for people like them, that was casual clothing. Taeji didn't know what to make of this. When Ungang ran into the room to get wine, she just happened to run into Chawan, who was also going inside. Ungang clearly wasn't on anything, but for some reason, she hallucinated Chawan leaning in to kiss her. This is crazy. Ungang realized it was all in her imagination and frantically carried the wine out. To liven up the party, Chawan brought out a lie detector. But this game was too dramatic. Chawan's first question was, "When was your last intimate encounter?" Chawan teased if she did that with other people, but his wife's answer reassured him, and Bada's rapidly beating heart also calmed down. It could be seen this wife was very obedient. When it was Ungang's turn, Taeji asked a tricky question. Is there a first love of hers here? But when he saw the green light light up, Taeji's face froze. Seeing this, he got angry and started acting up, grabbing her hand on the machine and forcing her to answer if she was attracted to anyone else besides him. Seeing that she didn't want to answer, he went even crazier, demanding an answer. This girl had supported her boyfriend for 10 years, but as soon as he passed the civil service exam, he started criticizing his girlfriend and even kicked her to the ground. He didn't hesitate to say she was too old-fashioned and ugly. He constantly criticized her way of dressing, even comparing her to his wealthy friend. When she started to get angry, the boyfriend who was used to bullying her didn't stop. He continued to complain that Ungang had told her friend how hard it was to take care of him, and even cursed Bada, saying she was just lucky to be born into a rich family. He even said she was like a servant to Bada, and told his girlfriend not to make herself so pathetic. He wouldn't let go of the fact that she didn't answer his question earlier. Was it because she was afraid he'd find out she liked someone else? And he questioned whether her first love was Chawan. Not knowing how to explain, Ungang could only use the excuse that he was her friend's husband to deny it. What was even more infuriating was that when Ungang wanted to get intimate with her boyfriend, he kicked her off the bed. Although she was furious, she chose to suppress her anger. She went alone to the side of the pool in the mansion, took off her jacket, and without hesitation jumped into the pool, despite the cold night. Meanwhile, Chawan also wanted to get intimate with his wife. But since he didn't bring a condom, Bada kicked him off the bed too. He went outside to clear his head, but unexpectedly saw something that made his eyes pop. In the pool, Chawan saw his wife's friend's pale and seductive body. He couldn't help but stare for a long time, and just as Ungang turned around, she locked eyes with Chawan up above. Seeing this, Chawan hurriedly turned around and walked away. The next day, when Ungang was at home, she had prepared flowers and wine to celebrate her boyfriend's first day of work. However, he continued to act disgusted, even eating half-heartedly. When Ungang suggested that after eating they could have some exercise in bed, she was once again rejected by the boyfriend who had clearly been bored with her for a long time. He didn't forget to remind her, saying she had been hanging out with Bada for so many years, but why did she still look so poor? I really wanted to ask, wasn't she poor because she was supporting him? And he had the nerve to say things like that. Once again, she mentioned wanting him to meet her parents, but he immediately slammed down his chopsticks and stormed out. What's your rush? Is all you think about getting married? It's because your family keeps nagging you, isn't it? Then Taeji directly put down his chopsticks and left. Even though he had been ungrateful to Eun-gang just moments before, he was spending her money very lavishly in seconds. The money Eun-gang had been saving for so long to buy a house was used by Taegi to buy a car. Just then, he received a call for help from a friend. It turned out that Taeji's friend went on a blind date, and his girlfriend accidentally found out. To save his own skin, he had no choice but to beg Taegi to take his place on the date. The friend emphasized that the blind date was a beautiful, wealthy heiress. Looking at his expression, you could tell that the girlfriend who had struggled to support him for 10 years had been thrown to the back of his mind countless times. He even generously went to an expensive store and bought himself a head-to-toe makeover. Confidently, he headed to the rendezvous with this beautiful heiress with a big bank account, and our Eun-gang was still waiting up late for her boyfriend, who was 10 years younger, to come home. If she knew what her boyfriend had been up to that day, she would have been so sad. While cleaning up the room, she found the wedding invitation she had given him ripped to shreds and thrown in the trash. She angrily called him, but because he was sitting next to the beautiful date, he immediately turned Eun-gang into his sister. Too fast, too furious. When Taeji arrived home, he happily admired the car he had easily acquired. Just then, Eun-gang appeared, causing him to rush behind the car. But she had seen him long ago. Seeing the car there, she questioned him about buying it, but he didn't show any remorse. Instead, he challenged and mocked her, saying that someone who wasn't even a full-time employee couldn't possibly understand the importance of a car. Before Taeji could finish, she saw his expensive shoes he had just taken off, but he even arrogantly said he wanted to wear shoes from Italy. The money she had struggled to earn outside for so many years was spent by him in one day. Even more shocking, he even acted annoyed. Sure enough, this girl was blind. Hearing her boyfriend act annoyed like that, she immediately stopped being angry. Next, Taeji used the sympathy card. He said he came from a humble background and had finally found a job. He hoped he could experience what it felt like to be a working man. Eun-gang could only stay silent at this point. After all, she was dating him with marriage in mind, so she decided to sit down and comfort her boyfriend. But he used a series of arguments to attack her, leaving her speechless. He even accused his girlfriend of managing him like a child, leaving her utterly disappointed as she went home. Her family life wasn't very harmonious either. Her mother only knew how to exploit the hard-earned wages of her children. That's why Eun-gang wanted to get married quickly so she would have an excuse to move out. However, her younger sister didn't support Eun-gang's plan. I know you're desperately trying to escape this house, but that guy is really no good. You'll just fall into an even scarier hell. Of course, she had thought about her sister's words. That night, as she went to sleep, she suddenly saw an image of herself imagining things with Cha-won back at Bada's mansion. And once she started, she couldn't stop. Remembering the words her boyfriend had told her, her heart felt sour. The next day, she went to a designer store and bought herself a beautiful outfit. Looking at her beautiful self in the mirror, she felt that she had really been missing out all these years. Next, Eun-gang went to Cha-won's clinic. Cha-won was about to answer a call from his wife when he saw the beautiful Eun-gang walking toward him. The model husband instinctively turned off his phone, and Bada, after calling her husband and not getting through, continued to call her best friend. However, Eun-gang, after seeing the call come in, didn't hesitate to reject the call. She asked him if he was free. The whole family of 5 was eating together. Eun-gang's father was a taxi driver, but he immediately asked his daughter for the taxi fare. As always, she paid him in full, but he complained that it wasn't enough. She said the meter on the taxi only showed 76.01. The rest was tips, wasn't it? Like father, like son, the brother also wanted to make some money off his younger sister. So he said next time she wanted a ride, she should find him, and he wouldn't take the tip. The mother sitting next to them was a real model mother, scolding her, saying that after all, they were family. Why not tip her dad a little more? There was never any happiness in this house. As soon as this was said, the topic changed to Eun-gang's boyfriend. She said that if he didn't pass the civil service exam, she should dump him. She also said that she was 40 years old and how much longer was she going to wait? Eun-gang angrily said that she was only 37, not 40. The most common thing in the house was arguing. Only on payday was the mother happy for a little bit. Because everything was about money in this house, the younger sister had to wear sexy clothes and stand at the gas station to earn extra money to pay for the luxury items she bought. But unexpectedly, her meddlesome brother found out and snitched to their mother. Eun-gang, after getting the news, rushed home. The thing the mother cared about most after money was her reputation, because she worried the neighbors would look down on her. So she scolded her daughter terribly. But the younger sister's personality wasn't like her older sister's submissive one. When she was told to apologize, she firmly refused and insisted she wouldn't. She said she hadn't done anything wrong, only those who did something wrong needed to apologize. Finally, after Eun-gang said she would help her younger sister find another job, things calmed down. She told her younger sister to be patient and work hard in the future, fearing that after she got married and left, her younger sister would be all alone. The younger sister realized that her sister only wanted to get married to escape this place, but she thought that she couldn't marry someone untrustworthy like Taeji. The next day, Ungang went to ask her best friend Bada's uncle to find a job for her younger sister. At first, he refused. But when he saw Ungang sitting there without saying anything, he changed his mind and said he had a job for her. The uncle also told her not to tell anyone about what happened that year. This private meeting was also not to be told to anyone. It seemed there was a big secret between the two. So Ungang handed her younger sister over to that uncle. The younger sister recognized that this was the uncle who had forgotten to pay after getting gas before, so she revealed a mocking smile. The next day, the uncle came to pick up the younger sister for work. As soon as she got in the car, she immediately laid down the rules. Money always had to be paid in full and on time. If there were any perverted actions, even using public funds for personal gain or other unreasonable requests, she would definitely report him to the Ministry of Labor. As soon as she finished speaking, he put his hand out in front of her chest. It turned out he had just wanted to protect her from getting hurt, but unexpectedly touched a place he shouldn't have. This made her a little wary. However, when she arrived, she still worked very hard. While printing documents, she found that the A4 paper was all gone, so she went outside and told the uncle to buy some, then put on her headphones and made a phone call. But trouble came without warning. An unexpected accident occurred. The uncle saw it and screamed, telling her to get out of the way, but Insan couldn't hear anything with her headphones on. In a life-or-death situation, he rushed in to save her. He was about to scold her when she saw something rolling down. And suddenly, in her heart, she had a feeling that was hard to describe. So that's what it felt like to have someone risk their life to protect you. Because she lived in a house without any warmth or love, this was the first time she had been cherished like this. Unsan suddenly felt different emotions and wanted to love and be loved. These two best friends could be said to be closer than real sisters. But when faced with outsiders criticizing Ungang, Bada didn't say a word to defend her, wanting to please this wealthy customer. Even worse, Bada even joined the nasty customer in bad-mouthing her best friend, making the rich woman very happy. They didn't pay any attention to Ungang's awkward expression. Because of her job, she could only endure it. The woman took out a diamond ring and told her to clean it. Bada took the ring and handed it to Ungang, carefully instructing her friend to clean it thoroughly. It was like she had a grudge against Ungang from a past life, constantly picking on her even before she left. The two kept bad-mouthing her right in front of her, but when the woman left, Bada only said a few words of comfort, saying that the woman had just ordered a 3 million won item, so she had to be patient with her in the future. Hearing these words from her best friend, Ungang's face changed, but Bada still didn't notice anything was wrong and continued to ramble on. It seemed like the signs of a friendship more valuable than gold starting to crack were appearing. However, it was only cracking, not broken. Ungang still endured going to her best friend's mother-in-law's house to do community service. As soon as Bada got home, she was given a lecture by her mother-in-law. She said that she was too busy with work and didn't have time to take care of her children. She also said that looking at the way she put on makeup, you could tell she didn't do housework even though she had just had plastic surgery herself. She also said that she didn't hire a nanny for everything in the house, but always asked her best friend to help. She expressed that she wanted her to stay home and take care of the family. Bada had always endured it, but a hot-tempered person like her would occasionally talk back. Did this give her mother-in-law more of an excuse to attack? I say one thing, and you argue back with one thing. She also attacked her, saying that she had to rely on her son, who had helped her out that year, to support her. It turned out that her father's company had gone bankrupt that year, and her father owed a lot of money, so Cha Won had paid for her mother's heart surgery. Thanks to that, her mother was able to get treatment. Because their social status was no longer equal, her mother-in-law always clung to this point. After leaving her mother-in-law's house, Bada could only vent all her anger on her husband, blaming him for never speaking up for her. She had also been a wealthy heiress, and she had endured so much for his family. So at that time, she told her husband that she didn't want to see his parents for the time being, and told her husband to pick up the children himself in the future. Cha Won was also very helpless. One side was his mother, and the other was his wife, which made it difficult for him to handle. Unexpectedly, this mother-in-law was a real piece of work. She thought about it all night, and thought that she still hadn't won the argument with her daughter-in-law yesterday, so she went directly to her son's house the next day. What caught her eye was a messy scene. In the room, leftover food was everywhere. There was nothing to eat on the table or in the refrigerator. Of course, this was a perfect reason for her to lecture her daughter-in-law. She continued to go into their bedroom, rummaging through her daughter-in-law's things as if she were at home. She took out her daughter-in-law's expensive clothes and tried them on, thinking to herself, "Isn't this made to my measurements? I'll be able to wear it after I lose weight." But in the next second, she immediately criticized them and put them back where they were. She violently divided her son's and daughter-in-law's clothes into two sides, carefully adjusting the clothes for her son. When Bada returned and saw her sitting in the room, she was so startled that her heart almost jumped out of her chest, but she thought it was natural for her to come to her son's house. How could she miss this good opportunity? She continued to scold Bada, but she was too tired with work at this point, so she went back to her room and lay down, which made her mother-in-law angry. Seeing that her daughter-in-law didn't take her seriously, she called Chawan and told him to come home and teach his wife a lesson. In another scene, Ungang replaced her best friend to take care of her mother. But unexpectedly, she not only wasn't grateful but also tried to ridicule and humiliate her. After she found out that the outfit she was wearing was bought by herself, she still looked down on her, saying that she knew her daughter Bada wouldn't have such bad taste, and she scornfully said that her things were just cheap market goods. But with some motivation, she was still able to maintain her patience and go along with the washed-up lady's words, saying that she couldn't compare to her daughter. Ungang even praised her, but this terrible person acted like she didn't have the right to praise her. She had a completely hateful face, but when Chawan walked in, she immediately changed her face like flipping a pancake, warmly saying, "You're busy, why did you still come to visit me?" Then she suspected why they had come at the same time, and where her daughter Bada was. After finding out that her daughter was busy, she turned back to look at Ungang fiercely, telling her not to cling to Chawan in the future, saying that people would misunderstand that they were husband and wife, and telling them to leave one at a time later. Although Chawan stood there explaining, she still looked at her like she wanted to eat her alive. After the two of them left, they contacted Bada, saying they'd go out to eat together that night. As soon as Bada arrived, she hugged Ungang, acting spoiled, saying that only she treated her mother like her own. But when she saw how beautiful she was dressed today, she felt guilty, saying that she probably ruined her best friend's date today. Bada even complimented her on how beautiful her makeup looked today. Chawan said that when he met her at the clinic, he was also surprised. Seeing his wife being suspicious, Chawan quickly explained that the two of them met by chance. It turned out that before visiting Bada's mother, Ungang had gone to Chawan, wanting to ask him to see if he could operate on any part of her face. The moment the warmth of Chawan's hand was transmitted to her face, she immediately remembered the dream that she shouldn't have been dreaming. Chawan, seeing her burning eyes, also paused for a moment, remembering the scene of him seeing Ungang bathing in the pool that night. And just as the two were discussing the surgery, Bada called at the right time, saying that her mother had argued with someone in the hospital and fainted, so she told Chawan to go there quickly to see what was going on. Then she called Ungang, telling her to go with Chawan, and said that Chawan would pick her up. Bada had no idea that the two were together at that time. But now Chawan was saying that Ungang had come to the clinic to go with him. He completely hid the fact that the two had met at that time. Hearing this, Bada didn't think much, but the two of them felt guilty and a little unnatural. After dinner, they naturally went back home. Seeing her boyfriend from afar, she walked over to him. But the boyfriend, who was smiling and chatting happily with others just a second ago, immediately changed his face as soon as he saw Ungang, as if he was seeing something unlucky. He even asked her what she was doing here. But Ungang still ignored it and asked how his work was going today. But Taeji became more and more impatient. He also didn't realize that anything had changed about her today, so Ungang directly asked him how she looked today. Not to praise him, but this guy's charm was probably negative. He looked her up and down and said she looked like a ghost. Seeing that face, I really wanted to punch him. Ungang was helpless, so she had to change the subject, telling him to take her for a drive in his new car, but he refused, using the excuse that he was tired from work. He told Ungang to go sit in the seat herself to feel it. Seemingly not seeing his attitude, she still smiled brightly and got into the car, even praising Taegi for having good taste, saying that her savings for all these years were well spent. But just at this moment, Ungang saw a lipstick under the seat. Just as she picked it up, Taeji snatched it away, saying that he had driven a female colleague home earlier, and she must have dropped it. He brazenly lied without feeling ashamed, and then immediately kicked her out of the car. Switching scenes, Ungang had just gone downstairs when she saw a shocking scene. Taeji was hugging another girl, looking very happy. It turned out that Ungang had spent a lot of effort stewing a nutritious soup to wait for her boyfriend to come home today. But he texted her, saying that he had to work overtime tonight. So Ungang had no choice but to go back to her house. Unexpectedly, her younger sister, while drinking with friends, saw Taegi getting into a car with another girl. Unsan immediately ran home to tell her about this. Ungang, after hearing this, frantically went over there. She took a deep breath and opened the door, luckily not seeing that scene. But as she went downstairs, Taegi and a girlfriend were hugging, laughing, and chatting happily. Sure enough, he felt guilty. Seeing Ungang appear upstairs, Taegi was a little panicked, but he still brazenly said that was his sister. This girl was very polite and greeted Ungang. Seeing Ungang's eyes, Taegi felt a little guilty and explained to his girlfriend that his sister hadn't been in a good mood lately and told her to go home first. But unexpectedly, before leaving, the girl grabbed Taeji's hand and said, "Your sister is really scary." After the girl left, Taeji realized he was done for this time. It was the first time he had seen Ungang act like this. He quickly explained that he had to work late today, and the colleague said she wanted to find a cheap place to eat, so he invited her to his house. But after seeing what had just happened, she didn't want to hear such blatant lies anymore. She just glanced at him and turned around, going upstairs. Although he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, he still followed her to explain, calling it an explanation, but the more he talked, the more it seemed like Ungang had done something wrong. She asked him who that person was, but he just gave the same answer as before. But this time, all he received was a cold look. He still didn't forget to look innocent, saying, "Don't look at me with those eyes." She demanded he give her his phone. They had originally agreed not to look at each other's phones, but this time was different. How could he agree? But this time, Ungang seemed very serious. He had no choice but to take out his phone, but he also threatened her, saying that if she looked, then they were over. But when Ungang reached out to take it, he pulled it back, probably worried about losing this free ATM. Seeing Ungang's determined attitude, he could only give her the phone. He kept emphasizing that when she was done looking, they were over. And when she asked him to unlock it, he acted annoyed and picked up the phone, smashing it on the ground. Seeing his actions this time, although she couldn't find any evidence, she could guess everything. Her heart was filled with indescribable emotions, and he was still very disrespectful, scolding her there. He even threatened that if she did anything like this again, he wouldn't be polite. Ungang, feeling very bad, said, "If I dare to do that, what are you going to do to me? I'm going to pretend I didn't hear anything. Take care of yourself." After saying these words, Ungang's tears also fell. She didn't turn back and left, and this shameless guy vented his anger on the furniture. She walked aimlessly down the street. Her mother's words suddenly appeared in her head. "You're almost 40 years old and still living together like friends. What's the point of not getting married?" So she softened again. The next morning, she lined up to buy a phone, then called Taegi to give him the latest phone as an apology. He said, "Everything was just my misunderstanding. From now on, I will never do anything like that again." But now, the only thing he cared about was this brand new phone, replying perfunctorily. He was probably so happy that he forgot everything. So he took the initiative to ask her to meet his parents this weekend. Of course, this made her very happy, and she went home to tell her family the good news, even taking out money to give her mother to go to the market to buy groceries, holding the money in her hands. The mother smiled like she had reaped a good harvest. That's how she was whenever there was money. However, Ungang told her that she had to buy beef from this place because the beef from other places tasted completely different. But when she went to the butcher shop and asked about the price of the beef here was several times more expensive than the price of imported meat. She thought, "If I buy that kind of meat and cook it, how can you tell which meat is which?" On the other hand, while cleaning, her younger sister came and asked, "Are you really going to marry that guy? Then don't complain to anyone later soon." Ungang brought Taegi home. A guy who was used to vanity. As soon as he entered the house, he began to criticize it. But unexpectedly, this guy was so evil that everything was against him. The main door unexpectedly fell on him. After entering the room, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when the floor underneath him creaked. But this was still pretty good. The bigger gift for him was still here. While eating, the father said he would show Taegi Ungang's childhood photos. But unexpectedly, when he stood up, he accidentally tilted the table, causing all the food on it to fall on this shameless boyfriend. Not to mention, following the food were the things on the cabinet behind him, which fell one after another because of his excessive actions. It was so miserable. Seeing this scene, it seemed like a punishment from heaven for him, or that he also wanted to prevent this marriage. He left without looking back, and yet Ungang still anxiously followed him, apologizing. Seeing his departing figure, Ungang didn't know what to do. Just then, a little girl walked by, and the red balloon in her hand also flew into the sky. It seemed to foreshadow that Ungang's small joy had flown away with that balloon to a distant place, never to return. This mother-in-law was too awful. Knowing that her daughter-in-law was working, she still entered her office very naturally. Not only that, but she also slammed the door shut. The daughter-in-law, Bada, was working with a client at this time and had no choice but to pretend to be deaf and blind. Seeing her daughter-in-law treat her like air, she went even further, slamming the book down on the table and staging a series of disruptions. Bada hurriedly texted her husband for help, but distant water couldn't save a fire nearby. The mother's disruptive actions became more and more excessive. She talked loudly on the phone and made barbaric laughter. "But just have fun. Don't have too much fun. Too much fun is too much." She choked because she laughed too much. Bada signaled that she wanted to help, but she signaled that she didn't need it and couldn't help apologizing to the client. But the coughing got louder and louder. The client felt it was too noisy and only said they would look at it again next time and opened the door and left. But the mother-in-law, seeing the two of them leave, revealed a smug smile. It turned out that everything was intentional on her part, and Bada just lost a client like that. Of course, if this anger couldn't be transferred anywhere, it would fall on the model husband. But when she got home, she found that her husband had brought his mother to their house. But even worse, Chawan also said that he would let his mother stay at their house tonight. As a daughter-in-law, she greeted her as soon as she entered the house, but she was always dissatisfied, nagging about the problem that she came home late from work and didn't cook. She nagged with her mouth, but her hands had already gnawed on the pig's trotters she had bought. Fortunately, Chawan stood up to speak up in time. He told his wife to go back to her room and rest first, but her mother-in-law kept staring at her until the door closed. She then picked up the pig's trotters and gnawed on them deliciously. Immediately, feeling ominous, she opened the closet and realized that her judgment was indeed correct. Her clothes in the closet had been knocked to one side by her mother-in-law, and their underwear was also separated into two sides. Not stopping there, the next morning she found out that her son had always made breakfast. Cha Wan quickly explained, saying that Bada came home late from work every day, and he inherited his father's love of cooking. But his mother-in-law said that cooking was a woman's job. The son only needed to sit and eat. She raised him to go to school and become a doctor, not for him to cook like this every day. After speaking, she rushed into Bada's room, wanting to teach her a lesson. But Bada was using a foreign language to communicate with customers and signaled her to keep quiet. The mother-in-law was a little stunned by this scene. Cha Wan pulled his mother out, and she started complaining about what she needed this kind of daughter-in-law for. Not only did she speak to her in some kind of language, but she also signaled her not to speak. She only knew how to do strange things every day. What was most annoying was letting her son cook. She also took the money she earned to support her mother. Just then, she saw Bada come out. Because Cha Wan wanted his mother to be quiet, he thought of saying that if his mother was still angry, more wrinkles would appear on her face. Originally thought that she would calm down, but when she saw Bada, she flipped her face and told her to go sit over there. Cha Wan loved his wife and told her to go change her clothes and go to work. When they were about to leave, Cha Wan grabbed the trash bag to throw it away, as usual. She jumped up when she saw this. She didn't expect her son to live this kind of life, even having to throw out the trash himself. After speaking, she snatched the trash bag from Cha Wan's hand, saying that Bada had to be the one to throw out the trash. Just as the two were fighting, the trash bag was torn. Bada happened to come out and was scolded by her mother-in-law. Bada couldn't take it anymore and responded, saying that anyone in this family could do such a simple thing as throwing out the trash. Moreover, this was their home. Mom was just a guest. It wasn't right for Mom to get angry and interfere in their lives like this. Also, don't point at my face. At home, I'm also my parents' princess. The mother-in-law basically couldn't believe that Bada could say these words, so she told her son to divorce her immediately. It was a pity for this guy, who loved his wife but also loved his mother. To cheer Bada up, Cha Wan spent a lot of effort buying a bouquet of flowers and her favorite snacks. Bada saw her husband comforting her and softened. Her anger subsided. She cried and told her husband about her grievances. Unintentionally, Ungang walked in. Bada told her to stay. At the same time, she told her about the worries in her heart. The more she talked, the more self-pity she felt. So she threw the flowers on the ground and left. When the two chased after her, she had already driven away. That night, Bada asked Ungang to go out for a drink to tell her about her troubles, just to pay off the debt that her father left before he died. Bada had been working like an animal for this family for the past few years. Unexpectedly, the more she endured, the more her mother-in-law would do. Bada originally thought her husband would mediate between them, but no. While Bada was getting drunk, Cha Wan was waiting. He could only text Ungang about whether the two of them were together, but Ungang just read it and didn't reply. With alcohol in her system, Bada rushed out to dance. In the middle of this, Cha Wan suddenly appeared. It turned out that Bada had already reported the information to her husband, but when she saw Cha Wan, she acted annoyed, saying she hated him. But unexpectedly, Cha Wan suddenly appeared. It turned out that Bada had personally called Cha Wan, but when she saw him, she told him to let go of her. "I hate you. Even if I hate you, I still love you. Let's go home and talk." Seeing this sweet scene, Ungang was a little envious. After putting Bada in the car, Ungang used the excuse of not having time to check her phone because she had to watch Bada from the men in there, saying they kept trying to get her drunk. Hearing these things, I didn't know what the husband would think. Ungang also kindly offered to go back with him to help, but he refused. Seeing him drive away, a feeling of emptiness suddenly appeared in her head. This was probably the most satisfying scene for viewers from episode 1 to now. Taeji got slapped in the face by Ungang. It turned out that after returning from Ungang's house that day, he had diarrhea all night, to the point where his arms and legs were weak, and he fell and broke his arm. And all of this was blamed on Ungang. He coldly sent a message saying that they were over. Receiving this message, Ungang immediately ran to find him. But the house code had been changed. He didn't answer the phone, didn't reply to messages. So she foolishly waited for him in front of the door all night. The next day, he still didn't return. She heard news that he was in the hospital. The two met, and he immediately told the story of what had happened in the past 2 days. The runs were worse than diarrhea, almost killing him. She said, "Our whole family ate it. Why are you the only one who had a problem?" And received his rude words, "Your whole family is used to eating it. Of course you're fine. It was clear that the beef was bad, but you dared to bring it for me to eat." Ungang repeatedly apologized. She didn't want to end it over this small matter. Although Ungang tried her best to hold on, he didn't stop, even comparing their family backgrounds, saying that his family wasn't rich, but at least it was a middle-class family. But the last time he went to her house, not only was the main door broken, but the 5 of them had to sit in that dilapidated room. In addition, Ungang still didn't have a stable job, relying on part-time jobs to make a living. This hateful scumbag defaulted on the labor she had put in to support him all these years. If it weren't for her, How could he have passed the civil service exam and be where he was now? No matter how much she held on, he left without looking back. Eun-gang, with tears like rain, ran home and opened the refrigerator. She questioned her mother why she didn't buy the kind of meat she had said. But she said, "Don't be so calculating. As long as the food doesn't hurt your stomach, it's fine. Meat is meat." The whole family ate it, and nothing happened. Eun-gang questioned whether this was something she had picked up from a restaurant. She even lied, saying it was something she had made herself. It must be the box that had a problem and broke. Eun-gang finally couldn't take it anymore. It was one thing for the whole family to eat like this normally. But today was the first day Taegi came to her house as a guest, and she couldn't believe that her mother would still act like this at such a time. She was so tired of this family that only knew about money. Of course, as always, the mother never admitted her mistakes, saying that eating it wouldn't kill anyone. Was it necessary to get so angry? The younger sister, after finding out, went to the hospital wanting to apologize to Taegi. But when she got there, she realized that she was doing something superfluous. Her older sister's boyfriend was flirting with another girl. So she stood in front of her house, waiting for her older sister to come home, and told her everything she had seen today in her heart. She said that Eun-gang had been very smart and quick-witted since she was little, not only with excellent academic achievements, but also with an appearance that was no less attractive than others. She basically couldn't understand what her sister was thinking. Clearly, everything was laid out before her eyes like this, so why was she still clinging to him? Eun-gang, hearing these words from her younger sister, suddenly felt turbulent in her heart. Since she was little, she had been under pressure from her parents. Whatever her parents told her to do, she would do. Now her younger sister was just like her mother. She said that she was a failure. She didn't pass the teacher's exam, nor the civil service exam. Now, at 37 years old, she still hadn't gotten married. And now, if she didn't get married soon, she would be a failure like her mother said. She felt that she had nothing left to lose now, so it would be better to get married first. Even if she divorced later, it would prove that she had once had someone who needed her. But her younger sister, who was a rational person, didn't agree with her sister's opinion. What was left for a divorced woman? The younger sister wholeheartedly wanted to scold her sister to wake up, but Eun-gang had a firm belief that Taegi would return to her. She even tried to defend him, saying that he was younger than her and didn't understand things a little bit. Hearing these words, the hot-tempered younger sister couldn't take it anymore. The younger sister also brought out everything she had wanted to say for a long time. She said everything at once. He had no intention of marrying her as his wife. He only treated her as a tool to make money for him. She advised her sister not to see him anymore, so she wouldn't have to regret it later. After saying that, the younger sister left. But the older sister still insisted on doing what she wanted. The next day, Eun-gang even threw away her sense of shame and brought a ring to find him. But he had had enough of her. Taegi advised her to adapt to this and consider that she had dumped a scumbag like him. Showing an expression of stubbornness, she said that her youth and tears over the past 4 years made it impossible for her to put it down. Taegi, after hearing these words, felt a headache and said helplessly, "How much money do you need to let me go?" Eun-gang still insisted, saying that after they got married, she could pay him back slowly. This time, Taegi couldn't hold back anymore and exploded, saying that for the past 4 years, she had been constantly controlling him, forcing him to read books every day, not letting him go out to rest, feeling like he was living in hell. He didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Eun-gang expressed, "Don't be like this, I really love you." She also said that she had never had anyone else in her heart. After hearing this, he became serious. He said that Eun-gang should listen to her heart, because if she had never changed before, then why didn't she dare to answer his question at the villa that day? That was the answer. Moreover, the way she looked at that person said it all. It turned out that a day before, Ba-da, when she woke up, found a check for several hundred million won, along with a note of apology. Seeing that he was sincere enough, Ba-da smiled. But unexpectedly, even though it seemed that their relationship wasn't as good as it looked on the outside, Ba-da called Eun-gang to her house. She gave her the check and a pair of rings that she had designed herself as a gift for Eun-gang's wedding. That night, Cha-won came home and hugged and comforted his wife. Seeing Ba-da smile, he knew that his wife had calmed down. Ba-da didn't hide it, saying that she had given the money to Eun-gang. This made Cha-won quite surprised, saying, "So you only calmed down because of her? Otherwise, you'd be a cold princess today." He especially praised their friendship, saying it was wonderful. The two intimately drank alcohol and made up. And Eun-gang at this time brought the rings to meet Taegi, but received a result that wasn't very optimistic. The next day, Taegi found Ba-da, telling her that he and Eun-gang had broken up, and wanted her to advise Eun-gang not to cling to him. Ba-da was also very surprised. A few days ago, they were still planning their wedding, but today they had broken up. Truly, life was unpredictable. Taegi also explained that recently, Eun-gang had been driving him crazy, and Taegi didn't realize that his attitude toward others was much better than his attitude toward Eun-gang. As Eun-gang's best friend, Ba-da wholeheartedly tried to persuade him, but his mind was made up. No matter what, the two of them could not get back together. It seemed that their conversation had stopped here, but unexpectedly, when Taegi left, he turned around, wanting to say something but stopped speaking. Returning home, she hesitated for a long time before deciding to call Gang, asking what she was doing. Gang, at this time, still replied that she was preparing for the wedding. Hearing this answer, Bada didn't know if she should tell her about this. Bada told her husband about this, wanting him to think of a way to help Gang. The next day, Cha Wan met Taeji. But Taeji felt uncomfortable seeing this man. He had never had a good impression of Cha Wan, so Taeji thought that Gang had asked him to come here to make peace. But Taeji said strange things. As a respectable man, yet doing shady things, take care of your relationships before you come here to lecture me. Cha Wan was confused listening to him. Returning, Cha Wan told his wife about this. Bada also said that when she met him, Taeji had been about to say something. The two wondered what Taeji was implying. When Ungang came, Bada directly hugged her, telling her about Taeji coming to find her. The good best friend had arranged a bar for her, saying that after Cha Wan drove there, they would go for a big boozy drink. But Ungang, after hearing these words, changed her face, saying she wanted to be alone. And over here, Ungang's younger sister unintentionally saw Taeji's account, on which was a picture of a pregnancy test with 2 lines. In anger, she went to teach him a lesson. Just as she caught him being intimate with another girl, Unsan forcefully grabbed the scumbag by the neck and threw him into the trash. Then she added a punch to his face. After hitting him to her heart's content, she left triumphantly. If the older sister was even half as good as her younger sister, the show would have been much more interesting. And this man, who couldn't resist being beaten by a girl, could only find the weak to bully. He found Ungang to vent his anger. He thought that Cha Wan and her younger sister were both sent by her to find him. He felt that being beaten like that was good, so it was even, and they could go their separate ways from now on. Why didn't this guy say everything at once and kept going and coming back? Taeji walked a distance and then turned back, getting close to her, saying, "Don't cling to them anymore. No matter how hard you try, you can't shorten the distance between you." This girl had lived in a house since she was little where she only saw happiness when there was money. The mother was only happy at one time, which was when she received wages from her husband and children. So she had never known what it felt like to be cared for by others. Remembering the scene of the uncle risking his life to save her this morning, she thought that this was the feeling of being loved and protected by others. Unsan brought a bandage and a bottle of medicine, which surprised the uncle quite a bit. This gentle as a log uncle unexpectedly also had a difficult situation. Having graduated from Seoul National University with a law degree, he had to live in his wife's family. Of course, living in his wife's family had never been easy. He worked hard every day, but that was still not enough. He was scolded terribly by his stingy father-in-law. What, the iron filings on the ground aren't money? So every time he finished working, he had to sweep everything clean. One time, he unintentionally overheard his father-in-law talking to Bada, saying, "My assets must be left to a grandchild with the same last name, so we have to have another son." Just then, his son was also here. The understanding son said, "I'm sorry that I have this last name." The words of his father-in-law and son troubled him a lot. Sure enough, the kind are always bullied. Like clockwork, his mother-in-law came to his company every month to demand money without even asking him. She was so blatant that when he pretended not to understand, she said, "Don't you know why I'm here?" With Unsan's fiery temper, she didn't like seeing her and didn't want him to be talked to like that, so she took out 2 million won, wanting to chase her away. This blood-sucking old woman complained that it was too little, so she added another note, saying that this was the last amount of money the accountant could touch. Then, she used her father-in-law as an excuse to chase her away. In the end, she had to be afraid of her husband and reluctantly took the money and left. But Unsan wasn't that easy. She immediately called her husband to tell him about it. Back home, she was, of course, warmly welcomed by her stingy husband. Unsan once again unintentionally overheard Nam Cheol talking on the phone. His father needed some money for dentures. Seeing him hesitate, Unsan knew what was happening, so she took some money from the company on her own and transferred it to his parents. And he only found out about this when he received a call from his mother. He immediately found Unsan and questioned her, "Why didn't you discuss it with me and just transfer the money?" In contrast to his mood, she said very calmly that she wasn't being random and that she was being very careful. She said that his parents didn't even have teeth anymore. What if they couldn't eat and left? Nam Cheol was speechless. But being an honest person, he still thought that you shouldn't misuse public funds anyway. But her next words made him unable to respond. Then whose parents want to get dentures in the end? He was the only one who could make money in the house. If he couldn't even do this, then what was he working for? These words really struck Nam Cheol's heart. He could only sigh, thinking about how to quickly repay this money. After that, their relationship got better and better. Unsan prepared food for him every day, and if it was too late, she would cook something for him. Seeing her care for him, Nam Cheol, wanting to thank her, drove a cool car from his father-in-law to take her out on a picnic to the secret base that he liked so much. The two were very harmonious and happy together. They joked all day, to the point that when Nam Cheol returned home in the evening, his heart was still full of echoes. He even asked his son to learn the slang of young people, like Riz or Sigma back to Bada's mother-in-law. This mother-in-law was too quirky. Just because she didn't argue back to her daughter-in-law in the morning, she found and met her daughter-in-law's best friend. She didn't hesitate to use tricks, saying to Ungang, "If my daughter-in-law was you, it would be so good," even praising her for being obedient and polite. But Ungang was just polite, saying, "You praise me too much." She clearly wanted to separate their relationship, hoping to win Ungang to her side. She directly asked her if Bada had a boyfriend before she got married. Seeing that she was being asked so directly, Ungang could only answer that she seemed to, because a lot of people were chasing after her when she was in college. Seeing Ungang speaking vaguely, she hated her daughter-in-law even more. Not stopping there, she continued to ask, did anything hot happen to Bada before she went abroad? This was the time to show friendship. Ungang said cautiously, she probably didn't do anything bad, right? It seemed that Ungang's answer contained another hidden meaning, and she wasn't stupid and caught this right away. But I can't be 100% sure, can I? Because you didn't go all the way to Italy to see it with your own eyes. Seeing Ungang silent, she became even more certain about her guess, seeing that she had achieved her goal, but she still had another mission, which was to separate their feelings. After talking for a while and leaving, she didn't forget to tell Ungang not to tell anyone about this. At the same time, Bada and her mother were sitting and talking. She said that she often saw Ungang going with her son-in-law. Whoever looked at them wouldn't know and would think the two were husband and wife. Bada explained that it was because she asked Ungang to come, so that was why. But even so, she still warned her, if fire is near straw for a long time, it will catch fire. But Bada thought that she was thinking too far, because she trusted her husband and best friend very much, to the point that after the two got married, she didn't even change the door code, allowing Ungang to come and go freely in the house. In another scene, Ungang's uncle was driving, following a little girl. It seemed that the little girl didn't realize this until the uncle knocked on her door. It turned out that this uncle was her father, visiting the daughter he hadn't seen in a long time. Glancing at the small, messy room, his daughter had to eat instant noodles to get by. Seeing her father, the little girl wasn't happy, and continued to sit down and finish her bowl of noodles. The father was very heartbroken, asking his daughter where her mother was, and why was she living alone in this place? Why didn't she answer his calls? Seeing her father barrage her with questions, the little girl patiently said, "Dad, leave, the noodles are going to get soggy." The father continued to ask his daughter why she was in the dorm. Unexpectedly, the little girl reacted, "What's wrong with being in the dorm? Are you heartbroken, Dad? You're the one who abandoned me." Hearing this, he could only pause for a moment. He said, "Dad didn't abandon you. Then why did you give birth to me?" "I didn't need my parents to give birth to me. Did you ask my opinion when you divorced? Don't come here and pretend to be good after making a decision on your own. I'm very free living alone." Hearing these things, he was very pained. Seeing his own daughter having to suffer like this, he restrained his emotions and drove away. He went to find the wife who hadn't bothered to visit their daughter for a whole year. As soon as he saw her, he hated that he couldn't give her a slap. He questioned her why she dared to kick their daughter out of the house. When they divorced, he clearly left with nothing so that their daughter could live a full and warm life, yet this shameless woman even kicked out their own daughter. But she said it as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Just then, a man came out of the house. He knew that this was her new lover. He wanted to endure it, but seeing this couple, he couldn't hold back anymore. He was both angry and hateful, saying, "The daughter is out there suffering from hunger and cold, and you're just enjoying yourself here, hanging out with another man. Are you even her mother?" He had to deal with these two to relieve his anger. Seeing him leave, he immediately chased after him, but in the end, he lost track of him, making the anger in his heart unable to be released. In a scene that made viewers feel very relieved, Ungang punched her scumbag boyfriend straight in the nose, causing it to bleed, and then left very powerfully. It turned out that Ungang's family, after finding out about Taeji's affairs, angrily stormed into his workplace and, of course, beat him up. From the beginning of the show until now, I had just seen the family warmth of this family. It was truly a very watchable scene. Ungang, seeing the scene, secretly held her head, thinking, "This time, the whole country will be calling my name after Ungang's family was taken away," he said. "It's a good thing I didn't marry Ungang." He turned back and questioned Ungang why she wouldn't let him go. He even asked a lot about her parents. Ungang couldn't take it anymore and punched him right in the same spot that her younger sister had marked. Although he was a kept man, he was very weak and cried out. Ungang went to find her best friend to return the ring and the money that Bada had given her earlier. Bada wanted to ask Ungang to go eat with her and her husband because they had been very worried about her mood for the past few days. But Ungang wanted to refuse, saying that if there was anything, just call her, but Bada couldn't be at ease. She took Ungang to a shoe store, saying that she would take care of everything today, and told Ungang to buy things comfortably. Bada also enthusiastically wanted to dress Ungang up as a real lady. Ungang wanted to refuse, but she couldn't, so she chose a pair of shoes that she liked the most. Then, she put on a dazzling floral dress. Bada, seeing her in her new dress, praised her non-stop. Bada didn't hesitate to give her best friend her designer bag, saying that with her sky-high momentum, she had to carry this bag. It was true that beautiful people were made by clothes, and good rice was made by fertilizer. Ungang, after changing her way of dressing, looked very different from before. Even she couldn't believe that she was so beautiful. The two joked, and Ungang said that she had only broken up, but her best friend was so thoughtful. If she divorced, she would give her a car. Bada, without thinking much, joked, "You have to keep your word unbelievably. That scumbag ex-boyfriend invited her to dinner that evening." It didn't sound good. And of course, going to meet her boyfriend meant dressing up to the nines. So she dressed up very beautifully, and also wore the shoes that Bada had bought her that morning. Sure enough, as soon as he saw her, he was stunned, and even unconsciously acted intimately with her. But there's an old saying, no business, no temple. If he suddenly came to find her, it definitely wasn't for anything good, and without letting her wait long, he quickly said his purpose. He wanted Ungang to find his girlfriend, because after she found out about this, she didn't agree to get married, but she was already pregnant. He felt that it wasn't manly to just abandon her like this, so he hoped that she could go and tell her that she had been clinging to him for the past few years, and that it was all of her own free will, and that he was completely innocent. At this time, she knew that she was thinking too much again. She shouldn't have hoped to meet this man. He was a real jerk. Seeing Ungang's attitude like this, he quickly flipped his face, saying that he didn't understand why she was still hoping at this point. It was lucky that he hadn't called the police. Ungang couldn't listen anymore and could only interrupt. She asked what he had said to Bada and Chawan that day when he went to find them. Taegi didn't pretend anymore and said directly that Ungang was standing on one mountain, looking at another, and even laughed at Ungang's way of dressing. He said that he was sure that it was borrowed from Bada, and that something that wasn't hers would never belong to her. Even if she dressed exactly like Bada, she couldn't become her. Her whole life, she could only follow behind others like a dog. Ungang was now truly dead set. She said coldly, "Before I tear you apart, you should shut your mouth. You'd better think about how to pay me back." After saying that, she stood up and left. But Taiji said that he didn't owe her anything. "For the past few years, I haven't demanded anything. Isn't it all because you like me that you did it willingly? Inviting me to eat, giving me clothes, paying for my drinking, helping me buy a house, buying a car, giving me pocket money? Legally speaking, I don't need to pay anything back." Ungang now truly understood. It turned out that all this time she had been raising a scumbag like him. And she even wanted to marry a scumbag like him. But he didn't stop there. He even added a fatal sentence. "Based on your appearance and age, where do you get the courage to fantasize about getting married? You're almost 40 years old. And it's not even certain if you can have children." He told her to go home and look at herself. Ungang was now extremely angry. She doused him with a glass of cool water and then left. She ran out of there like crazy, to the point that one of her shoes fell off, but she didn't even notice. She hated herself. Why did she find a man like that? She cried very painfully. After exhausting herself, she slowly stood up, and her eyes gradually became firm. She decided that she wouldn't endure it anymore. In another place, this 20-year-old girl brought a man into a hotel. The uncle was so nervous, like a 600-month-old child, coming to a place like this for the first time. And Unsan, on the contrary, went into the room very naturally. Namcheol didn't know what to do and just stood lingering there until Unsan spoke and called him. Only then did Namcheol dare to enter the room, looking at him cautiously, like someone from the countryside coming to the city, slowly stepping in and glancing at everything around him. Unsan saw that he was so shy, so she opened a can of beer and gave it to him. It turned out that a few hours earlier, Namcheol's younger sister had called his father-in-law to thank him. This was what revealed that he had taken company money. Of course, the old man, who valued money like his life, after hearing this, had his blood pressure skyrocket, as if he had been given a strange power, rushing into the company at the speed of an ex-lover with a new boyfriend. He didn't care about his son-in-law's position as department head, scolding him in front of the employees. "How dare you withdraw 10 million won? Are you even human?" Before his father-in-law's anger, he could only apologize repeatedly. But this didn't appease him. He called himself his son-in-law, but he wouldn't lend him any money. Unsan wanted to stand up and speak up, but Namcheol stopped her. He wanted to bear everything alone. His wife ran over at the same time, pulling her father away, and only then did the space return to silence. After he left, Unsan felt very heartbroken looking at his dejected appearance. Namcheol was like a child who had done something wrong. He could only go outside and use work to restrain his emotions, because his spirit was unstable. He injured himself. He returned to the office, took out his jacket, preparing to take a walk. Unsan saw the wound on his hand, and she hurriedly grabbed her medicine bag and chased after him, saying nothing and quickly jumping into the car with him. Urging him to drive quickly, she randomly chose a location and told him to drive there. Unsan understood that what he needed most now was to relieve his mood. She called the waiter to bring out a bottle of alcohol and then carefully treated the wound on his hand. She asked him why he transferred all of his salary to his father-in-law. He said that because they lived together under one roof, That money was living expenses and school money for the children. It had been like this since he moved in, and hadn't changed until now. Unsan directly criticized him for being a penniless beggar who didn't even have a little personal money for himself. Being 50 years old and not having 10 million won in his hand was truly useless. As the pillar of the family, he should have kept his salary in his hands, and used that money himself for his children's schooling. That's what a man should do. Clearly, he worked very hard, but in return he got nothing. Like this, not only the children but also the people in the family would think that he was relying on his father-in-law. Moreover, his salary was only slightly higher than the employees. Even capitalists didn't exploit this much. Nam Cheol still tried to deceive himself, saying that you couldn't measure it with money. He had once promised that he would let him inherit the company later, but in his heart he knew best that he wouldn't leave the assets to him. He could only use alcohol to relieve his sorrow. It seemed that drinking here wasn't enough. Unsan wanted to lift his spirits, so they went to the hotel together for comfort. She opened a can of beer and gave it to him, saying that enduring until today was enough. When he got home later, he had to rise up. That's what a man would do. It was true that only when there was a little alcohol in their bodies could people dare to say the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Today, his father-in-law's whole family was shocked. The son-in-law, who had endured for so many years, now knew how to rise up. With alcohol, he stood in front of his wife and his parents-in-law, questioning them. Were you very happy making me lose face in front of the employees? Do you know how suffocated I felt at that time? Have I taken advantage of you or done anything too much to you? The one who has been exploited is me. You've been exploiting my labor in front of others, he said a series of things, making his father-in-law unable to argue back, unable to believe that the person before his eyes was the son-in-law who didn't dare to look him in the eye before. Nam Cheol brought out all the injustices of the past few years, saying that since he was 17 years old, he had met him. He had been very grateful that he had allowed him to go to school. Because of this, for 30 years, he had worked like an animal for him, without a word of complaint. Even though the cars of the employees were better than his, he didn't demand anything. He didn't know what he was working hard for all these years. He painfully said, "My father doesn't even have teeth anymore. He can't eat anything every day. Is making dentures for him a death sentence?" Nam Cheol had worked hard for the company for over 30 years, relying on his status as a lawyer graduating from Seoul National University, but he couldn't even earn a little money to get his father dentures. Was Nam Cheol so worthless? Before a barrage of questions from him, the terrible father-in-law still stubbornly said, "What? You just had to say one word. Why did you just take the company's money like that?" But Nam Cheol's answer made him silent. "If I had said it, would you have given it to me?" Normally, every month he sent money back to his family. He had to look at his face, and his whole family was required to be grateful to him after receiving the money. Buying office supplies that weren't worth much was also grumbled about all day. Nam Cheol blamed himself. What was he putting up with all this for? The quirky mother-in-law didn't let things calm down, saying, "It's true that alcohol turns people into dogs." As if ignited, he angrily said, "Dog? Does my mother-in-law see her son-in-law as a dog?" Seeing that he could go crazy at any time, she was afraid that things weren't big enough. So she added a little fire, saying, "A person who grew up in the countryside is still just a country bumpkin, no matter where they graduate from, no matter what." This old woman's ability to offend people was amazing. Nam Cheol's anger grew even bigger, and he patted his chest, saying, "That's right, I'm from the countryside." He didn't hesitate to bring out all of her good deeds. The last time she came to the company, she had stood in front of the employees, saying that Nam Cheol was just a slave to their family. "Don't dream of being the owner of the company, just obediently listen to me. Which side do you have to stand on? On the side of your mother-in-law, or beat this unlucky father-in-law?" Knowing that her husband didn't like this, she immediately denied it. But he didn't give her a chance. He repeated the words from that time. "The official chairman of the company is me. If you don't listen to me, watch out, I'll fire you." Didn't you say that last time? Afraid that he would say more about her good deeds here, she told her daughter to take her husband back to their room, and she also pulled her husband away. The adults were arguing outside, but they didn't know that their son in the room had heard everything. The boy felt very sorry for his father. Early the next morning, the father-in-law was sitting on the chair in the living room, wanting to wait for Nam Cheol to apologize as usual, but this time he didn't even bother to look at him, making him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A diligent person like him couldn't go to work today. He wanted to be able to rest. The wife didn't care about him, but today she felt a little strange, wanting to find him to apologize to her father, but she couldn't find him at the company. She could only remind Unsan that in the future, if he wanted to withdraw money for anything, he had to get her father's approval. With Unsan's personality, she immediately refuted this word. "Why do you have to do that? The one who works hard is him. But this company is my father's." Unsan couldn't help but sigh. Nam Cheol, he's so pitiful. Even his wife doesn't stand on his side. But the wife was too lazy to explain to outsiders, telling her to just do her job well, and then left the company proudly, not knowing that something was about to happen to her company. Today, Unsan had waited for Nam Cheol at the company for a very long time, but she didn't see him come to work, so she had to go home. On the way, seeing a car, she thought that Nam Cheol had returned, but the result wasn't what she hoped for. Late at night, Nam Cheol, when he returned to the company, received a message from Un San. I waited for a long time and didn't see you, so I went home first. You're 50 years old, so you don't need to deal with that kind of person. You must try your best. See you tomorrow. Her gentleness was completely opposite to his wife's. Opening the message his wife sent, "Where did you go to die without saying a word? How dare you get angry at my father? Hurry home and apologize to him. Hurry up." Looking at it briefly, you could see the difference. He looked at the hangover medicine that Un San had left for him on the table, and a warm current flowed through his heart. A person who had no blood relationship was more concerned about him than those in his family. This taste of family warmth was too tiring. This guy got family-style beat down at his own wedding. The father-in-law straight up slapped him, and then the mother-in-law grabbed his hair, and the bossy bride took off her high heels and threw them straight at the unfortunate guy's head. It turned out that it was all Un Gang's masterpiece. She brought a gift to Taegi's wedding, saying that she was Taegi's ex-girlfriend, who had loved him for 4 years. Not only that, but she also told everyone about how she had supported him to pass the civil service exam for 4 years. That alone was enough to make Taegi's parents-in-law furious. They opened the box and looked, and inside there were all the dating photos of Un Gang and Taegi. This time he was done for. He immediately became a rat. First, he got slapped by his father-in-law, and then he was grabbed by the hair and beaten by his mother-in-law. He barely managed to escape. He pulled Un Gang back, wanting to vent all his anger on her as in the past, but Un Gang now was different from before. She was no longer a soft persimmon that he could squeeze. Un Gang said coldly, "You don't need to go crazy here. What I did was just paying you back." Taegi was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He used harsh words, and even compared her to Ba Da, saying, "Poverty is a different class. Ba Da is not only tolerant and generous, but she also gave me a pair of wedding rings. As a gift he didn't look at himself, and even told her to look at herself. The sewer wants to compare to the ocean. The ditch wants to be equal to hydroelectric power." Un Gang was now dead set. She wasn't bothered by his words, and just said calmly, "As long as you're happy. But you should also go to the bride's room and ask." I've sent all the messages to her, including the pictures of us. He couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. That nasty woman, seeing his wife in her wedding dress running over, he immediately ran away, but was blocked by Un Gang's uncle. Just like that, he ate a high heel hole. Un Gang had originally intended to just let this matter pass. She would start a new life for herself. Every day, in addition to going to work odd jobs during her rest time, she often went to the library to read. She had thought it through and wanted to review and become a teacher again. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. Taegi shamelessly sent a wedding invitation to Bada, and even added a few words to provoke their relationship. Coincidentally, Un Gang saw this scene, so she decided to teach this scumbag a lesson, and also to say goodbye to this jerk. In the evening, Bada returned home. Before sleeping, Cha-won suddenly asked her a strange question. "When you were studying abroad in Italy, were you very popular? Did you always have a bunch of guys chasing after you?" Bada very calmly said, "It's normal that my charm is great." Seeing this answer, he was a little dissatisfied, asking, "Did you ever date anyone?" Bada said, secret. After answering, seeing that her husband seemed suspicious, she explained, "At that time, my father's company urgently needed someone to help, and I was busy with studying, so I didn't have time to pay attention to any guys." She asked Cha-won why he was suddenly curious about this, but he said that he was just asking casually, and then changed the topic to Un Gang. "You must take good care of her during this time. Dating for 4 years and then breaking up must be very sad." Bada felt that something was wrong here. The next day, she went to find her mother, saying, "If Cha-won goes to find you, no matter what he asks, you say you don't know. You must not be too talkative and say the wrong thing." No matter what, that night, she went to her mother-in-law's house to pick up her daughter. But, unexpectedly, her mother-in-law got angry with her, and then said, "You had a lot of men." Before hearing this, Bada's face immediately changed. How did this matter get to her ears? She didn't understand where she got the information and said that she had even been with her boyfriend for 2 years. Bada, of course, said that she had never been like that. But her mother-in-law said that these things were all told to her by Un Gang. Could she have lied to me? When Un Gang said that, she didn't ask anything when she met me last time. She told me herself. Bada, hearing these words, felt like she was dead. Returning to her office, she walked back and forth. It seemed that she had a secret that she couldn't tell anyone. Thinking about Cha-won and her mother-in-law asking at the same time, she knew that things weren't as simple as that. The next day, she called Un Gang over. Bada went straight to the point. "I heard you met my mother-in-law?" Un Gang said that she had asked to meet her outside. Impatiently, Bada asked, "What did she say?" "After she asked to meet you outside, what did you say?" "She said that she asked a lot of random things. I just kept saying I didn't know. I was going to talk to you about this, but I was afraid you would misunderstand, so I kept it a secret." "What did she ask?" "What did she ask about being loved by her son and living together after studying abroad?" Un Gang said cautiously, She did ask, but I answered that she definitely didn't. But how could Bada believe it with just a few words? With a lot of doubt in her heart, Bada told her that if this situation happened again next time, she had to tell her, or else you'll be surprised. After hesitating for a while, Bada still said the question she was most worried about. Ungang, you didn't say that thing, did you? Of course not. I didn't mention that thing. Receiving Ungang's definite answer, Bada finally calmed down, and her expression gradually brightened. After that, the three of them went to a bar to celebrate Ungang escaping that scumbag. But before they could drink a few cups, Ungang was already drunk and passed out. The two had no choice but to take her home, but unexpectedly, while the two were sound asleep, Ungang suddenly stormed into their bedroom, gently lying down behind him, putting her hand on his waist. Chawan, without caution, grabbed her hand. The next day, Ungang went to work as usual. Bada called Ungang over, saying that she wanted to introduce someone to her, but Ungang refused quickly, saying that she hated even male dogs now. But Bada enthusiastically told her to come and see. Bada introduced this man, who was 4 years older than her. No need to worry about the younger man problem. This person was also a friend from work of Bada. Although the company he opened only had a few dozen employees, he had also bought a 30 square meter apartment in Seoul. Someone like this was considered to be in good condition. However, Bada was worried that Ungang might think he was too old. Ungang said that she had had enough of younger guys, so now she only wanted to understand a mature man. But what Bada couldn't have expected was that it was precisely because of this introduction that the relationship between the two, which was already cracked, was now about to vanish into thin air. The man was even more enthusiastic than imagined. Ungang was going to reply to his message, but the next message had already been sent. The two talked very quickly, and had scheduled a dinner date for the weekend. On the day of the date, Ungang went to find Bada first, telling her best friend about their progress. Hearing this news, Bada also breathed a sigh of relief, saying that she had finally completed the task that Chawan had given her. It turned out that Chawan had told Bada that she had to introduce a good match to her. You don't know how worried he is about you. Anyone who doesn't know would think he's your brother. As soon as she got home, Bada received a phone call. After answering the phone, her face revealed an unbelievable expression. Over here, Ungang also went to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet. She dressed up and wore beautiful clothes to the place, but just as she was about to enter, she received a message from that person. Ungang, I feel that there's something I should tell you before we meet. Actually, 10 years ago, I was divorced once, and I have a pair of 13-year-old twin daughters. They are raised by my ex-wife. After reading this message, Ungang's face immediately darkened. She texted Bada, asking if she knew about this. Receiving the answer yes, Ungang's eyes became frightening. She turned around and went back home. Ungang didn't expect that Bada would introduce her to a man like this. It turned out that the phone call Bada had just received was from that man, telling her about his situation. That was why there was this misunderstanding. Moreover, he had been hiding it very well. Bada had known him for so many years, but she didn't know about this. Ungang would probably be very disappointed. She was worried that Ungang would misunderstand her. Chawan comforted her. Didn't he tell Ungang? She won't misunderstand. You wouldn't introduce him to her knowing that, right? She didn't know that it was this that made it so that the two of them could no longer return to their close relationship as before. Ungang remembered something that had happened 5 years ago. Bada introduced a match to Chawan's classmate. Over the phone, she said that she was introducing a good girl to him. When that person asked about Ungang, Bada denied it, saying that she was the girl who had received the bouquet at the wedding. She finally understood. It turned out that Bada had looked down on her all along. She never introduced her to a good man, and now she wanted her to get acquainted with a divorced man. Perhaps in Bada's heart, she was only worthy of marrying a man with this kind of condition. Ungang's personality was the type to keep things to herself. She didn't think about confronting Bada. The next day, she went to the library early to study on her own. After all, she had understood that fate and wealth, only she herself could control. At this time, she received a call from Bada, wanting to ask her to take a piece of jewelry to a customer. But something urgent came up at the company, and she couldn't go. Ungang said that she would go. Bada asked her if she had a regular driver to cooperate with. She said that she would pay double. After hanging up, Ungang had originally intended to ask her father to take her. But as she was about to call, she paused for a moment to think and then called Bada back, saying that her regular driver was busy today. After that, she went to a cosmetics store and began to put on beautiful makeup. Sure enough, it was just as Ungang had predicted. A moment later, Bada called back, saying that Chawan would come to be Ungang's driver for the day. Hanging up the phone, Ungang revealed a satisfied smile, then took a bottle of perfume from the shelf and sprayed it a few times. When everything was on track, she stood by the road, blowing up a red balloon, entrusting a wish to it. Just then, Chawan arrived and witnessed this scene. After getting in the car, the two chatted very naturally. Chawan felt curious, not knowing why she blew up a balloon and then released it. Ungang replied, "Whenever I feel sad, I blow up a balloon and release the bad luck, and at the same time I make a wish for new luck. As they were chatting, Ungang suddenly said strange things. The balloon only flies away when it's released, and one day it will break. It's like a dream that can't be realized. It's a pity, like not being able to reach someone. Perhaps the balloon is the desire that is quietly growing in your heart. Seeing her start talking nonsense, Cha-won could only pretend not to understand, and quickly changed the topic. He said that it would be a bit far to go to this place, and they probably wouldn't be back until late, but it seemed that this was what Ungang wanted. It wasn't easy to trick Cha-won into going out alone. How could she miss this rare opportunity? Maybe she wouldn't be coming home tonight. The son was talking to his grandfather, asking him not to be too harsh on his runaway father so that his father couldn't come home anymore. The grandfather, hearing his grandson say this, got angry. You don't know how to be grateful, and you're even speaking up for your father. Isn't all the money for food and clothes spent by me? But the grandson said that it was all the money that his father earned. It had nothing to do with his grandfather. The two argued, attracting the attention of the mother and grandmother. The two women had just entered and were scolding the boy. The mother said that he was still young, so he was a little bad, and the grandmother chimed in, saying that he looked just like his father. The boy didn't stop because of this, saying that he definitely looked like his father. The grandfather scolded him, asking if he had eaten something wrong. But the boy continued, "You treat my father like a dog, but you're leaving the assets to my uncle, while only my father is working hard and pitiful. You will get your comeuppance." The child's words were like a slap in the face to them. The mother's indifference made him feel colder than ever. He said, "Mom, you should also wake up. Grandpa and Grandma are all on the opposite side of Dad. Don't you even know how to stand on Dad's side?" A young child was so understanding. It was unknown whether these words of his were enough to awaken them. Just at this moment, the boy's father was outside the gate. Before he even stepped into the house, he could imagine the image of the whole family being happy and harmonious without him here. He didn't even have the courage to open this door. Now, all he could do was secretly use alcohol to relieve his sorrow and gradually adapt to the situation of not having a home. He had originally thought that life would just pass by like this, but a storm suddenly came. His family called, making it impossible for him not to return to resolve the matter. It turned out that his father had fallen and needed a large sum of money for surgery. After drinking alcohol, he mustered up the courage to return to the house that didn't feel like home and chose to bow down before his father. But at the same time, he also put forward 3 conditions. The first was that he had to receive respect and not be excessively scolded in front of the employees or children, so that he could have the dignity of a father. Before, every time he was scolded by him, he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, and he couldn't even lift his head in front of his children. The most important thing was to hand over the salary card for him to manage himself. This stingy old man immediately revved up as soon as he heard the word money. His money had to be managed by himself. He only wanted to use his salary to support his family. He wanted to personally give his wife living expenses and his children pocket money. He didn't want to continue living a hard life without any money on him anymore. A very reasonable request like this received an angry reaction. He reacted sharply and opened the closet, throwing all of his cards and savings books out, scolding loudly, saying that he was ungrateful, and telling him to take it all and get lost. He didn't say anything else, and just quietly picked up the savings books. But his foolish wife at this time rushed over to snatch the cards and savings books, hurriedly giving them back to her father. She said forcefully that this wasn't something that he could decide alone, and that he should go outside and calmly discuss it. She seemed afraid of offending her father, but her actions just now seemed like a humorous act in his eyes. The two of them went outside, and the wife loudly scolded him. "Why do you want to take the money back? Isn't it good to have it managed by my father? Why do you want to take it away?" She was afraid that if they left her reliance, they would suffer heavy losses. She also wanted her son to be able to inherit the company when he grew up. Therefore, she hoped that her husband wouldn't act recklessly. Seeing that his wife was still putting her faith in the wrong place, Nam Sheol said helplessly to his wife, "Please wake up. Father-in-law will not give the company to his grandson. Otherwise, why would he tell the family of his nephew to have children quickly? Don't you even understand what that means? He had sacrificed half his life, working like an animal for him, and didn't want to continue like this for the second half of his life." Perhaps these words shook this weak-willed wife. This wife, who only cared about money, came to talk to her father the next day. She questioned him, "Why is my husband the one working hard, but you're determined to give the company to Cha-won's family?" Hearing her daughter say this, he started to lecture her forcefully, as if he had gone crazy. He said that his choice to have someone with knowledge like Nam Cheol as her husband was because he was looking at his genes at that time. Otherwise, how could their children be so smart now? Not only that, but he continued to manipulate her by talking about how he was controlling the finances for her sake. Men would become bad if they had money, especially since he was a good student who had graduated from Seoul National University. He very kindly reminded her that he couldn't control him anymore, wondering if she could keep him. Sure enough, with just a few words of manipulation from her father, she was touched to tears. Then, the next day, he changed his mind and handed over the savings books to her husband, using sweet words, saying that he was too young back then, and he was worried that he wouldn't know how to manage the assets, so he had kept them for him. Over time, it had become a habit, so it had become like this. That day, he returned the money that he had taken over the years, all of it, without missing a single cent. But this made our simple-minded son-in-law believe it completely, and he felt very grateful to his father-in-law. He was truly skilled. As soon as Nam Cheol left, he flipped his face faster than flipping a pancake, saying that he had his own plans. It was unknown what tricks the scheming old man would play next. However, at least Nam Cheol could now hold the money in his hands. This could be considered a good start. It turned out that to thank her for always encouraging and supporting him during this time, he had taken Unsan on a picnic on the weekend. As scheduled, Nam Cheol wore a neat suit to meet Unsan. Seeing him dressed up in a handsome Western suit driving a truck to pick her up, the girl's heart felt a little happy. She joked, "Do you have to dress so formally to go camping?" Unexpectedly, the location she chose wasn't a campsite at all. Instead, they went to a strange apartment. She had already arranged everything, wanting to spend a weekend with him with just the two of them. After a few glasses of alcohol, Nam Cheol began to enthusiastically walk around, evaluating the room. She said that because she didn't want him to sleep on the cold sofa, she had specifically rented this room. Hearing this, the man felt that he couldn't accept such a grand gift. But Unsan thought that this was the first time she had paid attention to someone, and also the first time that she had been happy or sad for someone and had her mood affected. Seeing that he wanted to leave, she hugged him tightly. "I don't need too much. Just 1 month is enough." It seemed that this uncle was lazily wanting the young girl to take the initiative. Just like that, this uncle was strongly pressed down by a young girl. Looking at the uncle's face, I knew that this was the expression of being addicted but still feeling shy. The uncle closed his eyes, letting the girl do whatever she wanted. The 37 degrees Celsius meat was put straight into his mouth without hesitation. This uncle was so lucky to have a young girl take the initiative, calling each other best friends but still calling her friend to clean her dirty house. As usual, Ungang went to Bada's house to clean, and happened to meet her friend's mother there. Seeing her open the door and enter, she got angry, questioning her why she didn't ring the bell before entering other people's houses. Even though Bada explained that she had told Ungang the password, she still didn't give her any face, saying, "How can you tell such an important thing to an outsider?" Bada explained that Ungang wasn't an outsider. Despite being humiliated like this, Ungang still knelt in front of Bada's mother, cleaning the house neatly. But Bada didn't know that Ungang had long planned a perfect revenge. Yesterday, on the way back home, Cha Wan had apologized to her for Bada, saying that the guy he had introduced last time was because Bada hadn't investigated carefully beforehand, so such an embarrassing thing had happened. He also said that that day, Ungang's ex-boyfriend had come to deliver an invitation to Bada. Originally, he had planned to have Bada give a pair of rings. Then he said, "We'll put in the money to buy them," and coincidentally, that type of ring was ordered by a rich lady, but she didn't take them, so they gave them to Ungang at that time. However, Ungang had returned them later, so in the end, they were sold to Taegi at a low price. Seeing Ungang's slightly unusual expression, Chawan understood that Bada hadn't told her about this. Of course, he had to speak up for his wife. Chawan expressed that she was probably afraid that she would misunderstand, so she didn't tell her. Ungang, although she said that it was okay, her hatred grew stronger in her heart. No matter the man introduced before, or the pair of rings given to her, it turned out that they were all things that others had thrown away that Bada thought of her. Just then, Cha Wan received a call from Bada. After hanging up, Ungang suddenly had a severe stomachache. The two had no choice but to stop for a moment in the service area. But after going to the bathroom, Ungang's expression was as if nothing had happened. Instead, she put on some lipstick, and her eyes showed a strong hatred. Ungang washed her hands for a long time under the cold water. Sure enough, after getting out, Cha Wan immediately took Ungang's hand, discovering that her hands were as cold as ice. He immediately confirmed that it was because the dinner hadn't been digested properly. Worthy of being a good doctor, to promote digestion, he held her hand and pressed on it. I don't know if he hit the right acupoint, but her face seemed to look better. After that, he thoughtfully patted her back, making her very satisfied. Looking at the meticulous and serious appearance of her best friend's husband, Ungang's mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile. When Cha Wan returned home, Bada directly brought up the matter of bringing her mother to live with them, but unexpectedly, Cha Wan told her to persuade her mother. Bada immediately got angry. What's with having to get my mother-in-law's permission to bring my seriously ill mother home to take care of her? I'm not a useless rich lady in this house. Seeing that discussing it wasn't working, she unilaterally brought her mother to live with them the next day. As usual, whatever was difficult was taken care of by Ungang. Bada asked Ungang to quit her job at the restaurant and come to cook for her mother. Although she had long planned this, to do this, she still had to pretend to care about Bada. Ungang said that if her mother-in-law found out about this, she would definitely cause a huge uproar. But that statement, of course, had a hidden meaning. As soon as Bada heard it, she got angry, saying that she had discussed it carefully with Cha Wan, but he said that she had to persuade his mother. Sure enough, men in this world are all jerks. Do they think that only their mothers are pitiful? Ungang played the image of a good best friend very well. gently stroking her hair, saying, "You mustn't be weak at times like this, because no one has the right to criticize you for being filial. If even this needs to be approved by your mother-in-law, then this life would be too unfair to women. Moreover, you're so outstanding. There's nothing wrong with being a little forceful." Bada, hearing her best friend's encouragement, said with a heart full of enthusiasm, "I can't stand it anymore either. I have to stand up." A few days later, Ungang heard that Bada had something to do and wouldn't be coming to the company. So she sneaked into Bada's office, opened the computer, and photographed all of the jewelry designs, but unexpectedly, Bada suddenly walked in. Ungang wondered, "Didn't you say that you were staying home with your mother today?" Bada was surprised, saying that she had something to send out, but what was she doing here? Luckily, Ungang reacted quickly, saying that her copyrights were expiring this month, so she had specially come to help Bada handle some documents. Bada, hearing this explanation, breathed a sigh of relief and came forward to flatter her. "It seems that I really can't live without you. I'll finish this month and next month, and after that, I'll help you handle all of this." After saying that, Ungang hurriedly left. Reaching the door, Ungang breathed a sigh of relief. How would Ungang take revenge on Bada next? Cha Wan accidentally pushed Bada to the ground. After calming down, he regretted it, hurriedly apologizing and helping Bada up. But unexpectedly, Bada got angry and swung her hand, hitting him in the eye, saying that she was also unintentional. Bada had endured this state for 7 years. She didn't want to endure it anymore. Cha Wan didn't understand what Bada meant, but immediately after that, she said, "Let's get a divorce," saying that and turning around and walking away. It turned out that a few days ago, Ungang had dragged Cha Wan to the shopping mall, saying that she wanted to help them resolve the conflicts of their elders. The employee enthusiastically said, "Are you buying something for your wife?" Hearing this, Ungang was happy, even though she denied it, but she smiled very brightly, explaining that she was buying clothes for her mother, but she didn't know whose mother it was. After the two finished shopping, Ungang specifically told Cha Wan to keep it a secret from Bada. The two were together, laughing and talking happily, not expecting that Bada had also come to this shopping mall today to meet with a customer. Bada faintly saw a familiar figure and felt that something was wrong here, but when she looked closely, she didn't see anything unusual. That night, the two went to the beach to play, watching Ungang run away from the waves. Cha Wan's face also revealed a happy expression, and he even thoughtfully put his coat on her. If he was kind, she was grateful, and she also worriedly asked if he wasn't cold. He pretended to be very strong, saying that he wasn't cold. But Ungang returned the coat to him. She told Cha Wan about her past memories, how she used to come to this beach with his whole family. Those were her best memories. He tried to remember, and only then did he remember that it was something from a long time ago, during summer vacation. Ungang sighed, saying that she was really carefree at that time. Passers-by even thought that the two were newlyweds. After playing on the beach for a while, the two went home. Not knowing if it was a guilty conscience, when he got home, Cha Wan bought a box of fruit. But when he saw Bada's mother, his face changed. He hurriedly pulled Bada's mother into the room, asking her to clarify things. "Didn't you say that you would wait a few more days to resolve this?" But Bada recounted Ungang's words. She brought her sick mother home to take care of her. Was there anything wrong with that? Moreover, she hadn't spent a single penny of his. She was also capable of supporting her mother. The two were just like that, disagreeing. The next day, Ungang went to cook for Bada's mother as usual. Unexpectedly, Cha Wan appeared again. It turned out that Cha Wan, wanting to make Bada happy, had brought back some sushi. So as not to disturb Bada's sleeping mother, the two spoke very softly. He was very grateful to her for choosing clothes for his parents. He said that this was the first time his parents had praised his aesthetic sense. He even used the way she taught him to make his parents happy all day. With him saying one thing and her saying another, they were very intimate. Just then, Ungang's mother walked out and witnessed this scene. Hearing their words that were very easy to misunderstand, she angrily asked, "Aren't you going to work?" Cha Wan explained that he had brought the sushi that she liked to eat. Then he quickly left, leaving Ungang to face her mother-in-law's insults. After saying a lot, she told her to leave. Outside, Ungang immediately called Bada, recounting what had just happened. Bada didn't understand why her mother had such a great hostility toward her, and she could only apologize to Ungang non-stop. After hanging up, Bada ran home. Before Bada had a chance to open her mouth, her mother had already accused her of what had happened between the two of them just now. Bada, having heard about this before, explained that her husband, wanting to thank her best friend, had decided to give her free skincare. Even so, she still insisted on her point of view. She definitely had a problem. Not only did she not consider her an outsider when she came to play at her house when she was little, but she also always showed the image of a virtuous person. Who knew what she was thinking in her heart? But Bada didn't think so, saying that even without Cha Wan, she couldn't lack Ungang. Her mother threatened, "Be careful, misfortune comes from the mouth," but Bada couldn't have expected that this saying would come true for her. Before this matter had passed, another matter came. Bada had just arrived at the company when suddenly there was the sound of entering the door code. She immediately remembered her daughter's instructions, If the mother-in-law comes, you must not open the door. She quickly opened the camera and looked. Sure enough, it was her mother-in-law. She was terrified, hurriedly calling Bada. Over on Chawan's side, he also got a call from his mom. She told her son to give her the house password ASAP. She was standing at the door right now. Chawan freaked out and rushed back. Unexpectedly, when she saw her son, she acted even more arrogant, telling him to stand aside and watch. She was definitely going to crack this password. Of course, Chawan wasn't going to let his mom do this. Without saying much, he quickly pulled his mom outside and put her in a taxi to go home. And Bada just happened to run over. She said that they couldn't keep hiding things anymore. If it happened like this again next time, who knows, her mom might get seriously ill for real. She told Chawan to talk to his mother-in-law about this and tell her not to barge into other people's houses like that again. Seeing that Chawan still wasn't doing anything, she took out her phone and prepared to call her mother-in-law. Seeing this, Chawan quickly stopped her, but in the process of struggling, he accidentally pushed her to the ground. That's how the scene from earlier came about. After Bada proposed a divorce, Chawan sadly went to Ungang to pour out his feelings. When she heard that Bada wanted a divorce, Ungang's eyes suddenly flashed with a light. Unfortunately, Chawan didn't pay attention to this detail, only focusing on talking about the matter between the two mothers. Of course, Ungang had to seize this good opportunity. She said that most parents are like that, and as children, you just have to endure it. She added that Bada's pride and ambition were very big, and she hadn't had to endure any frustrations since she was little, so this was already a lot of endurance. Although her mother's matter was also concerning, when she had just gotten married, she had to bear a lot of pressure because she had to pay off her father's debt, so she had postponed having children. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, Ungang had lightly said the secret that Bada had been hiding for a long time. Only when Chawan brought up the issue again did she say that she had misspoke. But of course, Chawan wasn't a child who was easily fooled. Today, Ungang went to take care of Bada's mother as usual. First, she helped her take a comfortable bath, but unexpectedly, Bada's mother said that she had a lot of potential to become a scrub nurse. She endured it and cooked a beautiful meal for her, but she continued to praise her for her ability to open a restaurant. As she ate, she leisurely looked down on Ungang, saying that even her handbag was a gift from her daughter, and so were the clothes she was wearing. She even asked her if she remembered ever paying her school fees when she was young. I will always remember this in my heart. The purpose of Bada's mother saying these things was to make her understand. Her daughter didn't have any ulterior motives and had always been good to her, but she also told her not to think that Bada treating her well meant that they were of the same class, and also not to dream of taking what didn't belong to her. Ungang wasn't stupid and immediately understood that she was implying that she should keep her distance from Chawan. She quickly made an excuse to leave. Coincidentally, Chawan returned and heard their conversation just now. That night, he talked to his wife, seriously saying that there shouldn't be any secrets between husband and wife. He wanted Bada to tell him about her debt, but she deliberately ignored the topic. He had thought that Chawan would get angry, but he only used cold water to calm himself. The next day, Ungang called to ask how things were going, unexpectedly angering him. He had actually let his wife off the hook. He said that although she had been hiding it from him for 7 years, she must have been bearing a lot of pressure in her heart, and even thanked her for telling him about this so that he could understand all the hardships his wife had been through all these years. Hearing those words, Ungang's eyes darkened. She had thought that this would cause them to disagree, but it turned out to be a tonic that made Chawan love Bada even more. Although she was a little disappointed, if she lost this round, she would come up with another plan. Ungang made an excuse to bring something to Bada's office. As soon as she saw her, Bada immediately apologized for what her mother had done. She said that maybe because of her health problems she had become so sensitive, but Ungang didn't respond, and instead asked if Bada had made up with her husband. Receiving a firm answer, Ungang began to stir things up, telling her that she couldn't continue to be so weak. Always yielding from the time they got married until now only made the people around her take advantage. Appropriate rejection was needed to make people understand that she wasn't someone to be easily bullied. Moreover, taking care of her mother was the duty of a child. If she even needed to look at other people's faces to do this, then later on, the two of them would never have a good life. Her brainwashing words successfully manipulated Bada's mind. Her heart was filled with enthusiasm. However, this was only a small step in Ungang's plan. Immediately after that, Ungang took 2 bags of things, using the excuse of cleaning, and went to Bada's mother-in-law's house. The more she looked at her, the more satisfied she became, saying how good it would be if she was her daughter-in-law. She was praising her, but quickly switched to scolding Bada. At this time, Ungang protected Bada, saying that her company had been very busy recently, and then intentionally revealed that in addition to preparing for the exhibition, she also had to take care of her mother at home. Her mother-in-law immediately realized the abnormality in Ungang's words. Knowing that Bada's mother was at her son's house, the mother-in-law immediately went crazy and rushed out to find Bada and her mother. And Ungang, seeing that the result had been achieved, followed and called Bada, asking her if she needed to call the police. "If you scare your mother, it'll be bad. Call the police for trespassing." Anything involving the police made her a little nervous. She only asked Ungang to stop her mother-in-law and she would quickly go home. She ordered Ungang to open the door. A little worried, she still slowly opened the door. At this time, Bada's mother was no longer as cold and arrogant as when she had faced Ungang. On the contrary, she was like someone who had done something wrong and was afraid. She kept apologizing to the other woman, saying that she was only staying here for a few days and would leave immediately. Just as Bada's mother-in-law was about to explode, Bada ran home. Although her mother told her to quickly apologize to her mother-in-law, she felt that she had done nothing wrong and instead told her mother-in-law to get out of her house. Seeing her daughter-in-law's attitude like that, the mother-in-law became even angrier. And seeing her mother-in-law's attitude, Bada became even more agitated. She seemed to want to say all the grievances she had held in for so many years at once. But her mother-in-law wasn't someone who listened to reason. She acted unreasonably, saying that this was her son's house and sat stubbornly on the sofa, saying that if her mother didn't leave, she wouldn't leave either. Bada begged and threatened, saying that if she didn't leave, she would call the police. The mother-in-law, hearing the words "call the police," had her blood rushing to her head and loudly challenged Bada, even insulting her as a shameless and low-down woman and throwing a cup of water in her face. The friend had just left her husband's arms. This woman relied on the man and sobbed. She was still wearing the thin pajamas and sprayed some alluring perfume, deliberately stepped on the balcony letting the wind blow. Her goal was for that man to be awake up in the middle of the night could seen. Thanks to a cup of water, this sour old woman got a ticket to the station to have tea with the police comrades. Coincidentally, Chawan also returned at that time and saw this scene. Seeing her son, she immediately burst into tears, constantly telling him about her daughter-in-law's crimes. Hearing these words, Chawan's eyes darkened slightly. He angrily stepped in, questioning why Bada had to do this much. No matter how wrong the elders were, she was still his mother. Seeing the conflict between the two of them growing, the smile in the depths of Ungang's eyes deepened. That evening, she went to find Chawan while he was drinking alone. Ungang played the role of a confidant, gently patting his hand to comfort him. She said that she understood his mood very well. She added that she was also scared when she saw the police in the afternoon, and she didn't expect Bada to actually call the police. Of course, Chawan would never have guessed that this idea of calling the police was completely from her. Even more ridiculous, Ungang even spoke from the perspective of her best friend, saying that she was also very sad that this had happened. Therefore, Chawan should be more generous at this time. At the right time, Chawan immediately took these words to heart. The next day, he sent a message to his wife. First, it was a very sincere apology. Next was a message about booking a hotel. He said it was for the two of them to go out on a vacation and relax. All expenses were paid for by him, and he himself would stay here to clean up the mess. Seeing that sincere message, Bada even showed it to Ungang to ask for her opinion, saying, "I just fought with my mother-in-law. Is it okay for me to just go out on a vacation like this?" Obviously, Bada had no idea that this was Ungang's plan. She casually said that Bada should go out on a vacation, relax, and loosen up her mood. To make Bada feel at ease going on a vacation, she even offered to help her take care of her daughter. Truly a skilled brainwasher, Bada, after hearing it, felt that it was reasonable. She immediately started to implement the plan, saying that she would finish some things and then leave. Perhaps because she had been impacted by Bada's mother, Ungang was working harder and harder to review for the teacher's exam, to the point that she even had a nosebleed. She only wiped it off roughly. This was the 4th time she had entered the doors to take the teacher's exam. Just a few days later, Bada took her mother out. But unexpectedly, as soon as she got off the plane, she met a friend from high school. While the two were chatting, Bada told him about what she had encountered recently. Unexpectedly, this man told Bada to come back to him. He also said that he hadn't been with a girl all these years because there was only Bada's existence in his heart. She had already rejected wanting to bring this up, but the man was determined to mention the old times again. Could the memories in Italy be so easily forgotten? Although she still didn't know what had happened in Italy, the two then went to the beach. Seeing him look at her with eyes full of emotion, Bada also awkwardly said that she already had a husband. Then she used the excuse that it was getting cold to go back. Unexpectedly, he pulled her back. Bada definitely wouldn't know that this chance encounter was actually arranged by Ungang beforehand. When she found out that Bada was going on a trip, Ungang had sought out the man who had always been missing Bada for so many years. Not only did she tell him about her itinerary, but she also brought out all the bad things Bada had encountered recently. And Ungang at this time had achieved her goal. Ungang, under the guise of taking care of her best friend's child, came to Bada's house and then entered the bedroom, touching the things in the room, imagining that all of this belonged to her. Ungang even leisurely soaked in the bathtub as if she were the owner here. Waiting for Chawan to return, she opened a bottle of wine. Recalling the time between the two, she first talked about their closeness, constantly mentioning the memories between them, like how they used to go to the movies together and even share a bowl of instant noodles. Chawan also felt nostalgic just like her. As she was talking, Ungang suddenly became shy, and her embarrassed face made Cha-won very curious. And Ungang was only waiting for this, boldly saying that they were playing a secret love game back then. Her words shocked Cha-won. Indeed, their behavior at that time was very similar to that of two people in love. However, Ungang said that that was nothing. Cha-won thought that he had done something out of line back then, but she shook her head, telling him that he hadn't done anything wrong. She put on an embarrassed look, saying, "Well, we even kissed back then." Although Cha-won's expression gradually stiffened and became awkward, she had worked so hard to create this stage, it would be a waste not to perform. She vividly described the scene at that time. "At that time, you suddenly pulled me like this." And then the story continued until she mentioned Bada. Ungang said that Bada's mother wasn't wrong, and that it was she herself who was always clinging to Bada and taking advantage. "The clothes and handbags in my closet are all gifts from Bada." But she felt that when she was next to Bada, she became transparent. Maybe her friends have never known my name as Ungang. Perhaps they only see me as a hanger-on. Since high school, the two of them had always been inseparable. She had also always admired what Bada had, especially the words had only come out halfway, and then she stopped speaking. Tears fell very naturally. In front of her best friend's husband, she put on a helpless appearance, without anyone to rely on. Because she lacked support, Cha-won moved to sit next to her, becoming a solid shoulder for his wife's best friend to lean on. Ungang was only waiting for this, and cried very sadly. But Ungang grasped her psychology very well. It was enough to perform up to this point. She only leaned on him for a few seconds, and then immediately pulled away. Cha-won comforted her, saying that she should stay here for the night. Everything went according to the prearranged plan. Returning to the room, Ungang immediately put away her helpless look from just now. Her face was cold, and she wore a revealing nightgown, not forgetting to spray some perfume to cover up the odor. Looking at herself in the mirror, a series of images of when she had suffered grievances appeared. Her eyes were full of hatred. Slowly letting her hair down, she now felt that she was the most beautiful person. At the same time, she also made up her mind to take back what should have belonged to her. In the middle of the night, Cha-won woke up to drink water, unexpectedly seeing Ungang standing on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. He asked her what she was doing there. Ungang also slowly turned around. Cha-won suddenly froze, unable to resist swallowing. Seeing her approach him, he seemed to be a little afraid in his heart. He wanted to return to the room, but unexpectedly, Ungang grabbed his arm. Unexpectedly, the video exposing the scumbag man at the wedding quickly topped the trending searches. Unsan discovered that the female lead in that video was unexpectedly her older sister. She couldn't believe that her usually weak older sister had such a bossy side. But she didn't know that her sister had never been as kind as she seemed on the outside. That day, Ungang's mother unintentionally discovered that her father was flirting with the owner of the hair salon. She got so angry she just wanted to pounce on her and tear her into sweet and sour salad. The father, seeing his wife, was more afraid than seeing a tigress, and he left his belongings and ran. Ungang stood on the side, watching this mess unfold as if it didn't concern her. The father ran over to her, even blaming her for not stopping her mother from coming here and causing trouble like this. He even said, "Quickly take your mother away. Hitting people will only cost money for medical treatment." Having a father like this, Ungang could only sigh helplessly. It wasn't peaceful even after returning home. Her mother, crying and complaining, made her even more of a headache. This wasn't the first time she had told her mother that if they really couldn't live together anymore, there was no need to force it. But she didn't want to, even saying that she had always been enduring it, all for her sake. "It's not enough that I'm suffering. I have to drag others down to suffer with me." She said that her daughter had also encountered a scumbag, and she should understand her mood right now. What a wonderful mother. Unsan, hearing this in the room, couldn't take it anymore. She stormed out, asking her mother if she was crazy. "Do you have to bring up your daughter's pain at every little thing?" The angry mother didn't care about this, only loudly scolding her daughter for being heartless. She said that at this time a normal person should go give her father a lesson, not stand here teaching her a lesson. Unsan said that they were tired. After all, this wasn't the first time. She had never thought about their feelings when seeing these things. All she cared about was money. It was true that their family was poor, but at least the family had to be harmonious, not have endless arguments in front of their children. What could they learn from their parents like this? How to argue. "I don't want to get married because I'm afraid of being like you." But the mother didn't hear any of this. She stubbornly said, "You're so great. You all should give birth to heartless daughters like yourselves, and feel it for yourselves." It was unbelievable that a mother could say this to her children. Ungang couldn't hold back anymore, telling her to look at herself before scolding them. "Isn't it because we've seen you arguing with Dad since we were young that we've become so indifferent now? Marital problems can be resolved on your own. Don't drag your children into it." After saying that, Ungang angrily left. Although she said that, Ungang still tried her best to go to her father, wanting to resolve this matter, but he acted indifferent, saying that he had only gone there to eat fruit. "So eating fruit means you have to sit on her lap and feed her with your mouth?" The father, being hit right on the spot, changed the subject to blaming her for not stopping her mother. He scolded his wife, saying that she was still so clueless at her age, making him embarrassed in front of his children. If it wasn't for not wanting his children to be without a mother, he would have long not wanted to see that terrible woman anymore. A woman who swears and scolds her husband at every turn, who would want to be with her. The younger sister, having just arrived and heard this, knew that this was another useless attempt to persuade them. Hopeless, she told her older sister to leave quickly. There was no need to care about these things anymore, but Ungang still wanted to help her parents resolve this matter. She told her younger sister to go back first and not think too much. If this problem couldn't be solved, they could only get to the root of it to treat it. She went straight to the hair salon where her father often went. First, she politely opened the door. The woman, seeing that Ungang looked honest and easy to bully, loudly said that she would go to the hospital to get checked out and sue her mother in return. But she was very wrong. Ungang, after entering, changed her face. "Then you can try. Do you want me to call all the uncles who come here to get their hair washed?" Hearing this, the woman's face immediately changed. Ungang added, "Do you know that the wives of those people are all very scary? If you want to get your hair pulled again, then go ahead and do that." Seeing the different Ungang, the woman was surprised to the extreme, saying, "This doesn't seem like you." But the Ungang of now was different from before. She said, "You think I'm easy to bully and won't fight back? You choose for yourself. Quietly disappear from here, or be beaten up by those difficult wives." The 28-year-old defied everything, loving a 50-year-old uncle, feeling like embracing the whole world when she hugged him. A few days ago, Un-san made a plan to seduce the uncle. This made the uncle also feel a little flutter, going back to the age of 18. He kept thinking about the moments when the two were together, and couldn't help but smile. But this uncle-niece relationship also made the uncle awkward, with an embarrassed face like he was in love for the first time. Un-san grasped this cute expression very well and teased the uncle. Every day at the company, she constantly stuck to the uncle, not even letting him off during mealtimes. The uncle, afraid that others would discover something unusual, always tried to restrain himself. While working, the uncle received a text message. Opening it, he found out that Un-san was once again asking him to go camping. The uncle was distracted, half wanting and half worried. Waiting until the uncle came to his senses and tried to find Un-san, she was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Un-san was feeling ashamed of her bold words. Her face flushed red, and she hid under the table, laughing shyly. Before Un-san's invitation, the uncle clearly knew that this wasn't right, but the expectation in his heart rose fiercely. He had originally intended to go home, but that message kept swirling in his head. Another message was sent. "The rice cooker is steaming. Looking forward to today's camping trip so much." The last line of defense in the uncle's heart collapsed in an instant. The uncle immediately turned the car around, steering towards their private camping apartment. After struggling for a while, he finally stepped inside. Un-san, like a sweet little wife, rushed over and hugged the uncle tightly. At this time, all the hesitations from before had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Un-san gave the uncle a sweet kiss. The two, like a young couple in love, played happily together. What is hidden for a long time will eventually be revealed. Their unusual behavior had caught the attention of the father-in-law. Things like lover plants appearing on the table. He also discovered that the leaf on Un-san's desk was exactly the same as the one found in the tire of his camping car. And the son-in-law often used the excuse of staying at the company to work overtime to come home late. This pattern of leaving early and returning late was very suspicious. To verify his suspicions, he decided to come to the company to check himself. Sure enough, it was just as he had predicted. He didn't see his son-in-law. Checking the camera also didn't reveal any ghosts. And the uncle, who was originally happy with his young lover, suddenly came out from behind the mountain of trash, lying without batting an eye, saying that recently documents had been going missing, and he was just going to the back to check a little. Of course, he didn't believe him. But there was no evidence, so he couldn't ask anything further. Seeing his father-in-law leave, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped a disaster. So that's why we shouldn't trust men too much, because there's a high chance that one day, you'll gain some antlers without knowing it. It turned out that night, a colleague working overtime had discovered that the uncle's father-in-law had come, so he secretly informed the uncle. Thanks to that, the uncle escaped with his life. And Mulsang, after returning home, still kept thinking about this, growing anxious at. The more he thought, the more he felt that something wasn't right. He picked up the strand of hair he had found in the car last time, and pondered. It was unknown how much longer the increasingly bold actions of the uncle and Un-san could be hidden. This family was truly strangely terrible. The older sister only wanted to steal her best friend's husband, so she arranged for her younger sister to work at that house. The younger sister also wasn't honest. She hadn't been there for long before she had won over the honest director son-in-law. Not stopping there, the older sister even wanted to arrange for her own mother to work as a nanny in that house. It was unknown whether this family had created some bad karma or if this girl's hatred was too great. Due to Un-gang's recent busyness, the house of Ba-da's parents-in-law didn't have anyone to cook or clean. Therefore, this stingy father-in-law finally decided to hire a nanny. Although he was hiring a nanny, he was very picky. He even requested that the cooked rice be hard on the outside and soft on the inside, otherwise he wouldn't eat it. Like the first person to come for an interview, just because she cooked the rice a little mushy, he got angry and immediately wanted to chase this person away. But his daughter stopped him, saying to let her work for one day, so that they wouldn't waste a day's salary on her. But after the nanny left, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he started to nitpick. He touched the wall with his hand. If there was no problem, he would lie down and check for dust, especially finding corners that were difficult to clean in order to nitpick. The daughter, seeing her father making such a fuss, also stopped him, saying that after all, it was the first day she had come, so they couldn't demand too much. But this stingy old man stubbornly went to find fault, going into the bathroom and discovering a towel that hadn't been cleaned. So he hurriedly chased after the nanny who had just left, demanding that she come back and clean the cleaning rag, or else he would demand his money back. The nanny had never seen a man who was so stingy, so she said that he was a cheapskate and turned around and left, leaving him standing there throwing a tantrum. And today, Ungang, taking the time to visit her friend's husband's family, happened to meet the new nanny who had just left the house. From that, she learned that Mulsang was hiring a nanny. Ungang seemingly unintentionally said, "He asked you to cook first, right?" Then she said, "I'm so sorry to bother you. The people who have worked here before are also strange. They can't even make it for a month." When the nanny asked what she meant, Ungang immediately smiled and said, "Nothing, actually." She said that to make the nanny know that it was difficult and retreat. After that, Ungang came before his family, and again heard Mulsang not being very satisfied with this nanny. So Ungang immediately seized the opportunity to say that she knew a nanny who could start working right away. But in reality, it was her own mother. To make her mother successfully apply for this job, Ungang spent a lot of effort. She drew the layout and the objects in the house, telling her mother that as long as she did well after successfully getting the job, she could work for a long time. Moreover, the salary was high, and she wouldn't be paid late. The mother, hearing the word money, lit up her eyes and, of course, wouldn't give up this wonderful job. She immediately memorized the contents of the drawing. Waiting until the day of the trial, Ungang again told her not to let the old man discover their relationship. She even carefully told her to lie to Mulsang that she had worked in many villas before. The most important thing was to have her mother be her eyes and ears. With Ungang's help, plus her own quick and skillful hands, she quickly got this job. But the mother was used to being talkative. On the first day of work, she didn't hold back, saying in front of the homeowner that maybe the uncle was having an affair outside, because he clearly looked very good, but said he had a headache. Seeing that Mulsang didn't believe her, she carelessly used her own husband as an example, saying that the uncle was just like her husband, and she was very proud, saying that she was an expert at catching affairs. Both Mulsang's wife and daughter burst out laughing, but her accidental words had made the old man pay attention, and she still didn't know that her accidental words had carelessly brought her daughter's good deeds to light. Continuing with the segment of coming to help her best friend take care of her mom. Of course, as usual, she wasn't grateful at all, but instead, she questioned her sternly. "Why did you take the kid to the amusement park?" She went on to say, "Bada doesn't want to make a big deal out of it with you, but this old lady is different. If you keep doing that in the future, I won't be polite to you either. I'm someone who has nothing to lose, so I'm not afraid of anything." At this point, Ungang couldn't endure it anymore, her eyes turning cold. She said, "Wipe your mouth clean first if you still want me to take care of you. I'm the one who helps you eat, bathe, and take your medicine, so don't get too high and mighty. If you talk to me like that again, I won't be polite either. I also don't want to argue with a patient. I hope you know what's good for you. I'm not afraid of anything either. Do you understand what I mean?" This scene must have surprised us a lot. It turned out that in the evening, a few days ago, Ungang had pulled Chawan back. When they were about to get down to business, his daughter suddenly interrupted from the room. After Chawan soothed his daughter to sleep, when he came out, Ungang had already left, leaving a message saying that she would come early the next day to go to the amusement park with the two of them. Unexpectedly, this move of retreating to advance caused Chawan to be unable to close his eyes all night. All that was in his head were images of Ungang pulling him back, and also the seductive image at the pool that day. Unable to resist, he could only use alcohol to fall asleep quickly. The next day, the three of them went to the amusement park together, wearing matching bunny ears. When Ungang took Mipong to get ice cream, Chawan suddenly spotted some colorful balloons nearby. Almost without thinking, he bought 3 of them. They were having a really fun time together. They looked like a real family. When the 3 of them went to lunch, they were surprised to find the restaurant offered free family photos. What was even more surprising was that Chawan didn't explain their relationship and just naturally sat next to them. Right then, Ungang got a call from Bada, who was checking in on how things were going at home. Ungang didn't hesitate to tell her that she'd taken Mipong to the amusement park. Bada listened innocently and seemed really happy to hear it. It had been a long time since she'd been to a place like that. Bada's mom overheard the whole phone call and immediately felt uneasy. She told Bada to come home right away. She didn't trust someone like Ungang at all. Bada knew her mom was so sensitive because of her dad's past affair with his secretary, but Bada was really confident in herself. Still, with the experience of someone who's seen a lot, her mom advised her to be careful and not give those two any chance to be alone together. These words didn't mean much to Bada at all. She really didn't realize that what her mom was worried about was actually happening. Even though Bada was so confident, her mom was still worried and told Bada to bring her home. After their day out, the three of them arrived home to the first snowfall of the season. The two of them had even made plans to go for coffee later and where to go see the snow tomorrow. But then Chawan got a call from Bada saying she'd brought her mom home. Eungang's expression immediately darkened, and she told Chawan he could just pull over to the side of the road. Eungang walked down the street, lost in thought, not sure if it was because the plans fell through or something else. A passerby walking in the opposite direction suddenly bumped into her, causing the balloon Chawan had given her to fly away. Even when she's dating, she can't neglect her studies. Eungang continued to go to the library to study, but a moment later got a text from Chawan to come outside. Waiting when she ran out, Chawan placed his hand on Eungang's cheek, and the two immersed themselves in the sensation of their hands. But Chawan couldn't control himself and reached to embrace and kiss Eungang. The two are elevated in emotion in this first snow season, but it turned out it was all just Eungang's imagination. She was still sitting in the library, but looking at the family photo taken today, her face couldn't hide her happy smile. Over here, Chawan wasn't doing much better either. Waking up from a dream, he rushed to the bathroom, constantly splashing cold water on his face, but the image of his wife's best friend swimming in the pool still couldn't escape his head. The scene changed. The evil mother-in-law threw away the ring her daughter-in-law gave her. Even though the daughter-in-law continuously apologized, the mother-in-law constantly cursed her, calling her worthless. The petty mother-in-law was still angry about the last time Bada had called the police to kick her out of the house, so even Bada's mom was honored to be dragged into the cursing. Bada had been planning to put up with it, but when her mom was brought into it, she couldn't take it anymore. Bada got angry and left immediately. Even Chawan couldn't stand it and had to say a few words in Bada's defense. But this completely enraged her, and she kicked out Chawan, her own son, too. Bada went home in a foul mood, but it didn't end there. Her mom added fuel to the fire by telling her that Eungang had just threatened her. Bada couldn't take it anymore. She directly released the anger in her heart. She said she knew her mom's attitude towards Eungang lately, but she shouldn't judge a good person by petty standards. She said if her mom said anything like that about Eungang again, she would definitely get angry. Trouble often comes in bunches. The next day, Bada was about to have her jewelry exhibition when she suddenly got news that her collection for the exhibition was a copy of someone else's work. Bada was incredibly rushed. She frantically handed the photos to Eungang, who was standing next to her, wanting Eungang to prove that this was her design. But unexpectedly, Eungang was even more panicked than she was. When Bada suggested reporting it to the police to resolve, Eungang ran out in a panic, unexpectedly meeting the person she was looking for in front of the door. This woman was Bada's competitor. Eungang questioned her as to why she had clearly stated before that she would not participate in this exhibition, but now she has appeared. Faced with Eungang's question, she arrogantly told her to shut up, because the two of them are in the same boat anyway, and threatened Eungang that she had evidence. Regarding the copyright issue, the two of them quickly arrived at the police station. While Bada was giving her statement, Eungang went outside to call and question the other party as to why, if she initially said it was only for reference, she was now using it to frame Bada. She even said, "I have nothing to do with this, and if something happens, I will only care about myself." A moment later, Bada's classmate also came running over and said he would help her deal with the situation. After spending a whole day at the police station, Bada was surprised that Chawan pulled her aside and said they would go see his mom this weekend. He felt that this time it was Bada's fault. Not only that, but he also said that ever since he brought his mom home, he had to be careful with everything he did. Not only was he not allowed to wear shorts and tank tops like before, but every time he went home, he felt strangely tense. Plus, it's been a long time since he's done it, and it feels like his whole life has been thrown into chaos. After talking for a while without achieving any results, he angrily left. The next day, Bada told Eungang about this, saying that her mom also felt that Chawan had been acting strange recently, like he'd become a different person. However, one person's sadness is another person's joy. Eungang smiled with satisfaction when she heard this good news. Just then, Chawan sent a message saying he wanted to see her. Eungang was overjoyed when she received this message. Eungang leaves using an excuse and quickly goes to meet her best friend's husband. After they met, Eungang told Chawan about what happened at the police station today. But she also said he didn't need to worry because Bada's friend had taken care of it. She even very naturally mentioned that they had met while traveling. She also insincerely explained that they've always been special good friends with each other. Not just good friends, but special good friends. The implication was obvious. As they were talking, a friend of Bada's happened to walk into the bar, and she immediately told Bada. Even though Bada said that the two of them definitely had something to discuss, after she hung up, she was completely lost. After going home, she asked Chawan who he had gone for a drink with. He impatiently said he went with a friend, but she pressed him, asking which friend. Seeing Chawan's attitude, Bada angrily went for a walk on the beach. unexpectedly running into Tai Han there. Seeing him warmly put a scarf around her, the frustration in her heart seemed to burst out immediately. The next day, Bada even told Ungang about this, saying that she would treat Cha-won the way he was treating her. Bada was surprised that Ungang took the initiative to tell her about going to see Cha-won yesterday, saying she wanted to help them reconcile, which is why she went to find Cha-won to try to clear his head. She told Bada that Cha-won had been constantly mocking her last night about bringing his mom home. From the way he spoke, you could feel it. This time, Cha-won was siding with his family more and didn't see Bada as his top priority. Why did he change like that? However, at this time, the director pulled Bada, who was deep in sadness, aside and told her that her entire collection for the exhibition had been sold out, and asked if she had any more. The customer feedback on the collection was incredibly good, but Bada only made one set of jewelry and had no stock left. Moreover, at this point, the company didn't have the working capital to draw from. Ungang realized that heaven was helping her this time, so she suggested that even if they had to borrow money, they had to make it happen. But Bada's point of view was that she didn't want to use other people's money because of the high risk. But Ungang continued to manipulate her, saying that these were all best-selling styles, and it was worth taking out high-interest loans for. In another scene, Ungang dropped her handkerchief, and Cha-won saw it and quickly chased after her. As planned, Ungang took out her phone and pretended to call Bada, telling her not to associate with her friend Tai Han anymore because it wouldn't be good if Cha-won found out. Didn't you say you kissed him while you were traveling? If your mom hadn't been there, who knows what mistake you would have made? You clearly know what Tai Han means, so don't play around anymore. You're married now, so you can't even think about it. You have to draw a clear line before Cha-won finds out. Don't consider him a friend and keep him around. It turns out that a few days ago, the shopping channel organized by Bada had sold out the jewelry that had been in stock for years. So Tai Han invited Bada for a drink to celebrate. As usual, Bada also called Ungang, but unexpectedly, when she arrived, she overheard the conversation between the two. It was Tai Han's voice saying, "I really hope she doesn't come as a tail. It's so annoying before. When I asked if I could be with Ungang, why did you object?" Hearing Tai Han's words, Bada slowly said, "Ungang is not your type," he flippantly said. "That's right, my type is Bada." Not only that, but even more outrageous, he also said that Ungang is someone who will do anything, anywhere, as long as there's money. You see, someone like her is suitable to be your servant. Every time she meets you, she always follow. What a persistent tale. Even though she heard Tai Han bad-mouthing her, Bada didn't say anything in defense of her best friend of 20 years. And when Ungang heard this, she couldn't take it anymore and walked straight in. When Bada saw her walk in, she turned pale and awkwardly greeted Ungang. Tai Han, on the other hand, played his part better. After only glancing at her, he immediately turned into an enthusiastic person, eagerly pouring her a drink and putting on a very warm face, saying polite words. Ungang didn't respond, but turned to ask Bada if she needed to call Cha-won. When Bada said no, she pretended to answer the phone, and then left this disgusting place. When she got home, she called Bada. Sure enough, Tai Han answered the phone. He said that Bada was too happy today and drank a little too much. She told Tai Han to take good care of Bada, and then hung up. After that, she immediately called Cha-won and said that Bada was hosting a celebratory party today, and even invited Tai Han. Although she attended for a while, she had to go home early because of something at home. After taking care of things, she was worried about Bada, so she called her. Unexpectedly, Tai Han answered the phone, saying that Bada was completely drunk, and that he might have to pick her up. After receiving the location that Ungang sent, Cha-won immediately rushed over. First it was about Ungang, and now this time, it's about Cha-won. As soon as he entered, he heard the two people talking. Bada was saying that she really liked this feeling. However, it was just simply the affection of a classmate, and she told Tai Han not to cross the line, because she was afraid that if she was careless, she would fall deep into it. Looking at Bada's drunken appearance, Tai Han even said she was so lovely, but Bada said it wasn't lovely, but sexy, and then slumped onto the chair. And Cha-won, standing outside the door, had seen enough. He quickly walked in. The two men started confronting each other as soon as they met. When shaking hands, Cha-won wanted to show some authority, so he used a little force. Unexpectedly, Tai Han only smiled and said that recently Bada couldn't stand the annoyance, and she was finally able to relax a little. After the exhibition was cancelled, Bada was always strong. This time, she was falsely accused of stealing, but she was finally able to regain her spirits today because she sold all the jewelry. That is why I invited her out to relax. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Cha-won didn't respond but stood beside her, telling Bada to wake up. However, in contrast to the husband, Tai Han directly raised his hand to her cheek, calling Bada to wake up. Cha-won couldn't believe it and quickly knocked his hand away. However, no matter how the two of them called, Bada wouldn't wake up. When Tai Han was about to carry her, Cha-won stopped him, saying that he would take care of his wife. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got in the car, Bada suddenly woke up and blew a kiss goodbye to Tai Han. Who could stand blowing a kiss to another man in front of their husband? Cha-won couldn't help but get angry. When he got home, his mother-in-law asked him what had happened to Bada. Cha Wan got angry and said she went drinking with Taehan and ended up like this, and then ran to the next room to rest. A moment later, Bada woke up. Her mom told her that Cha Wan seemed very angry and told her daughter to find a chance to apologize. But Bada didn't care at this time. She felt that she was just going out for a celebratory drink, and she didn't do anything wrong, so why should she apologize? Cha Wan, angry all night, went to find his wife's best friend. He wanted to know what kind of relationship she has with that friend, Taehan. The opportunity to perform again arrived. Eun-gang played the role of a kind best friend, saying that his wife and Taehan were just close friends of the opposite gender. I think there's some problem here. Cha Wan said he clearly remembered that Eun-gang used to say that there could be no pure friendship between men and women. Eun-gang knew she had achieved her goal when she heard that, but she still said she just misspoke. But from this point on, they had some major problems. Cha Wan said he realized he completely didn't understand Bada's personality from calling the police to arrest his mother to meeting Taehan. Even when a problem occurred at the company, she told Taehan first, not him. Cha Wan asked Eun-gang if that money was from Taehan. Eun-gang remembered Bada's earlier instructions. You have to keep it a secret that I borrowed from my mother-in-law. Even so, Eun-gang used words that were easily misunderstood, saying, it's all because of work needs. Plus, Bada's personality is the type to separate public and private matters clearly. Even if Taehan once pursued Bada, she also draws the line very clearly. Then she said she had to go and created the scene of dropping her handkerchief earlier. Bada directly slapped Taehan across the face and told him to stay away from her from now on and stop bothering her every day. This scene was seen by Cha Wan from a distance. It turned out that this afternoon, Eun-gang had come to help Bada take care of her mom again. After finishing cooking, the mother suddenly went into the room, turned on the voice recorder, and came out. She deliberately started a fight, questioning Eun-gang why she called Cha Wan when Bada went out for a drink with a friend. Eun-gang gently replied that she had something at home and Bada was drunk, so she had to call Cha Wan. But the mother thought that Eun-gang had done it on purpose, that her goal was to have Cha Wan see them drinking together. Although Eun-gang explained that she didn't want that, in Bada's mother's mind, she was intent on creating conflict between the couple, and she mocked Eun-gang for living off of Bada from a young age. Eun-gang nodded, admitting that Bada was very good to her, but at the same time she also gave her a wound that could not be erased. When Bada's mother heard this, she rolled her eyes and scolded her, saying that she had never seen anyone as shameless as her. She also used the fact that she was almost 40 and unmarried to hurt her. Eun-gang couldn't take it anymore, and she firmly expressed her own thoughts. She said, I've been Bada's errand girl for 20 years, and you and your daughter despise me. That's a kind of injury. She said, I was going to let it go for a patient like you, but you have repeatedly spoken rudely. You ask me if I want to see them argue? If I say yes, what will you do? Thinking about your contributions of helping me when I was young, I only said that. After saying these words, Eun-gang ignored her. Although she was grinding her teeth with anger, she touched the recording phone in her pocket and decided to quickly eliminate this woman. Soon, she called the 3 people present and told Cha Wan to come open the recording from earlier. She smugly thought that this time she would definitely expose the other party's true face. Eun-gang had a slightly frightened expression at this time, but unexpectedly, even after a few minutes, there was nothing special in the recording. The recording only had a few sentences she had said at the beginning. She was stunned and said, open another recording file and see. But there were no other files. She immediately panicked. This was a hard-won opportunity that she had created, but no matter how she searched, she couldn't find that recording. Seeing that she couldn't provide any evidence, Eun-gang ran out with tears in her eyes. Bada also felt that her mother was really going too far, but she had an important meeting, so she hurriedly grabbed her bag and ran out. Cha Wan was left to continue scolding his mother-in-law. Whether it was because of these words or because she was angry about not exposing Eun-gang, it caused her to have a heart attack. She quickly ran to the room to take medicine, but from her expression, it could be seen that she would definitely not give up. After work, Cha Wan went to find Bada but unexpectedly witnessed his wife's violent behavior. In his mind, the thoughts were like a pig slop pot. Of course, in times like these, he would seek his wife's best friend to confide in. Seeing his exhausted face, Eun-gang gently placed her hand on him to comfort him. He apologized to Eun-gang because he had taught his mother-in-law how to record, which led to her causing so much trouble. He also said that Bada must feel very sorry for her. He asked if his wife had called her. She said no, perhaps Bada didn't consider her a good friend. I'm just a servant type, just coming to serve her. Eun-gang also expressed all the thoughts in her heart, saying that people like her who didn't have the love of family from a young age, and come from such humble origins, everyone would think she was an opportunist. They would even easily trample on her self-esteem, calling her to come, and dismissing her to leave. That's why Bada's mother humiliated her like that. Seeing Eun-gang so sad, Cha Wan also took her hand to comfort her, praising Eun-gang as a very open person with a very good personality. Hearing these words, Eun-gang immediately shed tears. Am I someone worth cherishing? Facing Eun-gang's question, Cha Wan didn't say much, but used actions to prove that he wasn't lying. Returning to this uncle and niece couple, the two of them went to that camping apartment every day, eating and drinking together like a young couple in love. Unsan picked up food for the uncle, unexpectedly causing him to be moved to tears. While walking down the street, Unsan came across a necklace. She excitedly called Nam Cheol over to pay for it. Unexpectedly, this necklace was only worth more than 9 won. He was surprised and asked why she didn't choose a more expensive one, but Unsan happily said that it was his fee for walking around with her. Furthermore, she took him to a karaoke bar. Although it was a very popular entertainment venue, he hadn't stepped into one in 50 years of his life. Unsan brought him here to experience a different life than before, so that Nam Cheol could relax and be more open. Holding the mic turns you into a singer is not a suitable saying for this situation because this uncle held the mic to be silly. Although she was laughing so hard she almost cramped up, the young girlfriend, Unsan, praised him profusely. Sure enough, when you fall in love, even a duckling turns into a swan. And Unsan immediately returned the favor with a special song that was no less spectacular than the previous song. Even I felt a little headache. The two of them let loose in the karaoke bar, and when they returned, it was snowing heavily, saving them money from making a backdrop. The two of them held hands tightly, full of love. Unsan faced Nam Cheol and said, "I love you." The two of them were extremely happy and didn't know that his father-in-law had suspected him for a long time. This time, he decided to secretly follow his son-in-law to see what he was really up to. Unexpectedly, he harvested more than expected, observing Nam Cheol get out of the car with a bouquet of fresh flowers, which made them even more sure of their suspicions. The father-in-law asked the driver to investigate which room Nam Cheol had entered. But he couldn't have imagined that the person his son-in-law was dating was the daughter of this driver. After getting out of the elevator, the driver unsuspectingly walked to that room. Ungang's father immediately saw the room number and quickly ran down to tell the father-in-law. After Nam Cheol entered the room, Unsan had prepared a cozy and lavish meal like a good wife, waiting for her husband to come home. The two of them ate and drank happily together. He was very grateful to her for giving him happy moments that he had never had, but at the same time expressed a feeling of unease. He was afraid that Unsan would suddenly leave. At this point, Unsan suddenly made a request. Nam Cheol should learn a dance from a video and dance for her. She even asked him to wear shorts and a tank top and dance like the person in the video. The two of them were laughing and having fun, unaware of the danger approaching. The father-in-law and the driver were fully equipped and ready to make an arrest. But suddenly, one of them changed his mind. Looking through the corner of the wall, the driver saw that the person who opened the door was his own daughter. So, he pinned Mr. Go against the wall and quickly advised him that now was not the time. If he went out now, he would completely stir things up. What about his daughter? What about the kids? What about the company? Anyway, they already knew the address so they could come anytime later. Only after his daughter had gone far away did he feel completely at ease and let Mr. Go go. Nam Cheol, on the other hand, was completely unaware and still felt full of spring. While brushing his teeth, he was still watching the dance tutorial video. He didn't even miss the time he sat at the table eating. He really didn't know how Mr. Go was thinking of exposing him. Only the silly daughter was still naively marveling that her husband was in a good mood lately, and that she should have given him the savings account earlier. Mr. Go was even more angry when he heard this. How could he have such a stupid daughter? After eating, Mr. Go reminded his daughter, "If Nam Cheol suddenly leaves, can you live alone?" Her father's strange question kept his daughter awake all night. In the middle of the night, she woke up and found that her husband wasn't beside her. She decided to check her husband's phone. But after searching several times, she couldn't find anything unusual because the name of the girl had already been changed to the name of a college friend. So, she took Nam Cheol's car keys, wanting to check the car. As a result, she didn't find any evidence of Nam Cheol being unfaithful but discovered a huge bag of medicine. After searching online, she found out that they were all medicines for depression. She recalled her husband's hardships over the years. Every time she argued with her parents, they ignored him and didn't care. Immediately, a feeling of guilt arose in her heart, so her attitude completely changed 180 degrees, wanting to create a surprise for Nam Cheol. She carefully wrapped a piece of grilled meat and fed it to her husband very affectionately. Her wife's sudden change made him a little uncomfortable. Seeing her husband sitting there blankly, she thought of going big and said in a voice as sweet as sugar, "Honey, take a bite." She was satisfied when Nam Cheol ate the whole piece. At this time, she made the next request, which almost made him spit out the food. After eating, let's drive to a hotel. From surprise to fright, the wife mumbled when she saw his expression. It's okay if we don't go. A person who doesn't know how to be romantic like him, how can he help out? Every day, this outspoken housekeeper took Mr. Go to the market to buy vegetables, and the two of them walked and laughed happily. This made his wife jealous. That day, as soon as the housekeeper went to work, she saw Nam Cheol dressed smartly and preparing to go out. She started to meddle again, saying, "Uncle, don't be too obvious. You'll be found out." The uncle was annoyed when he heard these words and said, "Aunt, I'm sorry, but I hope you don't say things like that in the future." The aunt was still stubborn and said she was just worried about him. Although she said that in front of him, she quickly ran to report to Mr. Go, saying that Nam Cheol was not only dressed neatly but also wearing perfume. Mr. Go angrily left. After thinking for several days, Mr. Go decided to ask Nam Cheol out to talk. He demanded that Nam Cheol immediately break up with that girl. He also forced him to take out his phone and immediately call and break up with the girl. Nam Cheol's heart was no longer in this family. He hesitated and didn't want to call, but Mr. Go was constantly scolding and urging him to do it quickly. He threatened that if he didn't, he would lose everything. Faced with his father-in-law's aggression, he only remained silent. He needed time to break off this relationship. It's just unknown with which side he would ultimately break off. The husband snatched the remote control from his wife's hand. Suddenly, unusually excited, but unexpectedly the wife ran straight outside. First, she went into her mother's bedroom, quietly calling out a few times to make sure her mother was asleep, then went to her daughter's room under the pretext of putting on a blanket to see if her daughter was awake. After running around, she returned to the bedroom where her husband had lost his mood long ago. The next day, Bada told Eun-gang about this, but after she finished, she felt a little embarrassed, saying, "I'm always telling these things to someone who's never been married like Eun-gang." However, Eun-gang was used to it and only asked, "Didn't Cha-won say anything?" Bada said, "Even though I apologized, I don't understand why I'm the one who feels guilty." Then Bada took out a handkerchief and returned it to Eun-gang. Although she calmly accepted it, she didn't know why. She added, "Last time at work, I accidentally spilled coffee, then ran to wipe the table to hide my panic. It turned out that Bada had found this handkerchief in Cha-won's pocket yesterday." This was the handkerchief that Eun-gang had deliberately dropped last time. When Cha-won met with her privately to ask about the situation at Bada's house, the two of them didn't consider that their lies wouldn't match up. Cha-won said that when he took his daughter out to play, his shirt accidentally got ice cream on it, while Eun-gang said it was because she spilled coffee. However, too many things had happened, so Bada didn't think much of it. But the matter of Eun-gang saying something to her mother was really possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so impolite as to record it. She told Cha-won again, but he thought that her mother was mentally unstable these days and was always saying malicious things to Eun-gang. If it wasn't for her, others in this situation wouldn't have let it go long ago. In a few words, he advised Bada to take her mother for a checkup. It turned out that 2 days ago, Cha-won received a letter. This was the letter where Eun-gang confessed her love for him, a feeling buried in her heart for 10 years that she didn't dare express. Cha-won began to feel sorry for this good girl. He felt, all these years Eun-gang hasn't had an easy life, which is why he felt that his mother-in-law's attitude towards Eun-gang was problematic. The next day, the daughter said that the kindergarten had an activity that required parents to participate, but Cha-won was confused. It turned out that the invitation had been given to Bada long ago, but she was too busy and forgot. Even the invitation hadn't been opened. Cha-won was immediately angry when he saw this. This woman only cares about work now and doesn't even care about her daughter. Of course, the person he thought of again was Eun-gang. Bada asked Eun-gang to attend her daughter's activity for her. She also said that Eun-gang would definitely do better than her in this regard. Besides, it wasn't the first time that Eun-gang had gone to kindergarten in her place. But Cha-won felt that it wasn't a question of who participated, but the attitude toward this matter. Bada was really irresponsible towards this family. This was just what Eun-gang wanted. She went to a shoe store and carefully chose a pair of luxurious shoes. Not only that, to make herself beautiful, she went to a hair salon to update her appearance. She looked very beautiful when she arrived at the kindergarten. After watching the fun performances from the children, the kindergarten organized games for the parents and their children. The little girl was also very affectionate with Eun-gang. Coincidentally, the game was her specialty, blowing up balloons. Thanks to her superb balloon-blowing ability, their group of 3 quickly won. Mi-pong happily went to receive the prize. After the activity ended, Eun-gang showed Bada the pictures of the day. Bada was very grateful when she saw her daughter happy. She even generously said that if this project of hers was successful, she would definitely give Eun-gang a big gift. Unexpectedly, Eun-gang said that what she had already received was beyond her expectations. The scene changes to the woman looking at the man kneeling on the ground with a contemptuous expression. The man begged his ex-girlfriend for forgiveness, saying he had lost everything. Not only was the wedding cancelled, but he was fired from the prosecutor's job that took him 4 years to pass the exam, and now he was still in a small room. He put on a pitiful act to touch Eun-gang's heart. Tae-gi kept begging her to come back, but it seems Eun-gang told him to wait for the next life. Serves the scummy trash man right. Eun-gang now felt nauseous just hearing his voice. She had long thrown him away like a rag and didn't know why she had been blind and wasted her time with him. She coldly drove away in her car. Rewinding to the time before, this man, dead drunk, accidentally sat in Eun-gang's father's car. The father called him several times, but he was unconscious and didn't respond. So the father immediately called his daughter, wanting to help her vent her anger. Unexpectedly, he thought he was a big shot, but he wasn't. The scene just now was actually Tae-gi's trick to gain Eun-gang's sympathy, but it failed. Ungang was now only thinking about how to improve herself and regain what should have been hers all these years, what was stolen from her 10 years ago. Ungang, who was used to enduring, had released the first red ball in her heart. Now, that red ball seemed to be coming back to her, like an opportunity she didn't want to miss. This time, she didn't want to continue to passively endure. She decided to actively attack. The first thing she did was send a message to Chawan, "Let's meet by the sea." Having received such a message, Chawan was hesitant, but she had it all planned out. She had already scheduled Bada to go, and Chawan naturally followed along as their escort. In a restaurant overlooking the sea, Ungang drank one glass after another to gain courage, seeing the two people sitting opposite each other intimately. Her heart was very confused. She drank another glass to the bottom. Everyone could tell that Ungang had something on her mind. Bada wanted to stir up the atmosphere, so she reminded them of the past. She stood up and sang a song like she did that year. This scene gave Ungang even more motivation, and she indicated that she had something to say. Bada, seeing this, was very curious and asked if she had a new love interest. Facing Bada's excited expression, Ungang calmly said her story. In reality, her first love wasn't Taegi. Bada was very surprised and kept guessing, asking her if she knew that person. However, Ungang replied that it was probably not true. "It's the son of the family I used to tutor." Hearing this, Chawan almost spat out the water he was drinking. Ungang continued, "The first time I saw him, I knew I was in love with him. The moment I met him, I felt that I had changed, that I wasn't myself anymore." Bada listened with great enthusiasm and blamed Ungang for not telling her. "After being together for so many years, I didn't know anything. Every time I think of him, my heart aches, and I feel like I'm going crazy." Seeing Ungang sad, Bada took her hand to comfort her, but then immediately ran outside saying, "I'm going to the bathroom and I will be back soon to order more food." Only after Bada left did Chawan, who was sitting on hot coals, have a chance to speak. He quickly asked her why she was suddenly saying these things. With a little alcohol in her system, she was much bolder and said that no one paid attention to her feelings. Seeing her like this made others feel sorry for her. After talking for a while, Ungang collapsed emotionally and ran straight outside, without hesitation, straight into the sea. Chawan, of course, chased after her. The two of them struggled on the beach for a while. Meanwhile, Bada returned and didn't see them, so she hurried to look for them, just in time to witness this scene. She was extremely confused and quickly helped her husband bring her best friend ashore. The scene changes. Bada opened her best friend's purse. Inside, unexpectedly, was a group photo of the three of them. She was a little uncomfortable and asked what this was. Ungang, seeing this, quickly came forward to explain. "That was at the kindergarten. Mipong insisted on taking a group photo. I originally intended to give it to him. As a result, I left it in my bag and forgot." She also praised the photo, saying, "He looks so cute in this picture." Although this explanation was very reasonable, Bada still felt a little jealous and said, "This picture looks like a family." Ungang denied it, saying, "You can tell what I am at a glance." Even though Ungang explained it like that, a look of doubt still appeared on Bada's face. Just then, Chawan walked in. After greeting her, Ungang knowingly went to pack her things. It turned out that Bada's daughter wanted to eat pizza, so Chawan had come to pick up Bada to go with him. Ungang overheard their conversation. Unexpectedly, while eating, Mipong said, "It would be so great if Auntie Ungang came along too." However, Bada's mother said to her granddaughter, "Today is our family meal. Your auntie is not family." After hearing this, she turned her head to look at Bada and said, "Children don't lie. Ungang has blended in with the child like one of the family." Then she turned to Mipong and said, "Ungang isn't an auntie at all. You should call her a weirdo, a crazy person." Bada, thinking of the photo from earlier, also said to her daughter, "Auntie Ungang isn't our family. She's just a normal friend. Children are easy to teach." Mipong listened to her mother and grandmother and nodded, indicating that she understood. Bada didn't know that the photo of the three of them was actually meant for her to see. It turned out that after Ungang ran straight into the sea that day, Chawan had used all his strength to pull her ashore. Bada had kindly given her husband's jacket to her. The two of them, not having much sense, were sitting in the car non-stop teasing each other. Bada, half drunk, said to Ungang, "You're wearing his jacket. Isn't he angry?" Ungang agreed, saying that she was like Bada, and added that she would definitely wash it clean and return it to him. Bada also felt fortunate to have Chawan. Otherwise, she might never have seen Ungang again. However, Ungang said, "Not necessarily. Maybe there'd be another handsome prince by my side." She was just blaming Chawan for ruining her romantic destiny. However, she still apologized to Chawan, saying that it was because she was drunk and that too many things had happened recently, so she was so emotional. However, he couldn't be happy looking at the two of them acting so wild, because he understood why Ungang was acting like that. After returning home, Bada didn't wake up until midnight, thinking about the first love Ungang had just told her. She suddenly thought of someone. However, before she could speak, Chawan quickly denied it, saying that she wasn't sober yet. It turned out she wasn't talking about Chawan. Bada was thinking of another character. Then Bada went to talk to her mother. But the mother, upon hearing that Ungang was wearing Chawan's jacket, immediately got angry and said, "Why didn't you drown her?" She found it very strange. Why didn't her daughter have any feelings about this? However, Bada felt that it was just a jacket and not a big deal. But the mother really couldn't stand it anymore. She said that it's okay to call Ungang to run errands in the future, but don't be friendly with her. Otherwise, just hire an employee. You have to keep your distance from that type of woman. But Bada couldn't think of anyone more versatile than Ungang, nor could she find someone to replace Ungang right away. She said that's because you're too dependent on her, so you think of her first in everything. She reminded Bada that it's because she had cultivated this habit for 20 years that it was like this. Hearing her mother's words, Bada also became pensive. Returning to the time before, Ungang, after hearing that they were going out to eat together, ran to Bada's house alone. She sat on the bed in the bedroom, then took a blazer from the closet and slowly hugged it. Finally, she took a bottle of lotion from the dressing table, opened the lid, and brought it to her nose to smell it. But just then, Bada's family arrived at the parking garage. But when they entered the house, Ungang was nowhere to be seen. As soon as Mipong got home, she ran straight out to the balcony. She shouted, "Aunt!" Bada heard and rushed out too, but didn't see anyone. Bada's mom wondered if it might be Ungang, but Bada was sure it wasn't her. She said, "What would she be doing here when nobody's home?" But when Bada went back to the room, she smelled a really strong lotion scent. Bada was confused about why the room reeked of lotion and asked her husband if he'd spilled some. How could there be the smell of lotion in here? But Sha Wan denied and said that he wasn't the one. Bada checked the lotion bottle and saw it was half empty. The baby cried so much that they had to rush her to the emergency room. That's why they were so worried. When Ungang came to Chawan's house, Mipong immediately ran and hugged her. But Bada's mom didn't thank Ungang for helping. Instead, she ran into the room and called Bada, wanting her to come home right away to deal with the situation. But Bada was busy catching up with someone she knew at the party, so she didn't pick up her phone. Luckily, a little later, Ungang got a call from a girl saying there was a doll like that, but it was like a 2-hour drive away. When Chawan heard that, he immediately said, "Let's go." But Bada's mom stopped him, saying he couldn't go. Only Ungang could. She made up an excuse, saying she wouldn't be able to handle Mipong if she woke up, to stop him from going. Ungang, hearing this, deliberately said, "You stay home, I can take a taxi myself." Then she called her family's member who works as a taxi driver, her uncle. This guy's daughter packed her backpack and left. He was super worried and went to his ex-wife, asking where she was, but she avoided him. The guy got angry and pulled his ex-wife back, but then he saw that one of her eyes was all dark, like a raccoon. Turns out, after they divorced, she fell for a guy much younger than her. He just lazed around playing video games all day and was addicted to gambling. Every time he lost all his money, he'd come back and demand money from her, and if she didn't give it to him, he'd hit her. When Daegyun heard that, he got furious. Finally, he understood why his daughter ran away from home. He stormed into the room, planning to deal with that jerk, but it turned out he'd gone off to gamble again. He angrily said, "If you said you hated me and wanted a divorce to change your life, then you should have lived better, falling in love with some kid and making our daughter live like this." But this woman didn't look at herself and instead blamed him for not forgiving her back then, saying that's why things are like this today. She felt that if he had held on to her that day, she would have known to come back home after she'd had her fun. Hearing those words made my blood boil, and not only Daegyun but I too. If I were him, I'd punch her a few times. She even went too far, saying when she was young and blooming, he was always busy making money. If she couldn't eat at home, she could eat out, so what? Hearing those words, he couldn't believe he'd married this woman. He knew very well that once this woman got used to eating out, she wouldn't come home. He was about to say something when, just then, his ex-wife's young lover came home. Daegyun immediately went crazy and chased after him. Of course, that guy only bullied girls and couldn't take a punch from Daegyun. He came back and told his brother and sister-in-law about it. They were both immediately upset for their younger brother. The money-loving older brother said maybe his sister-in-law should go get the money back from back then. But the good-hearted older brother didn't forget about making a deal. How about we split it 30-70? The brother guaranteed that his wife would definitely get that money back. And just like that, they made a deal. The next day, the husband and wife actually went to the ex-sister-in-law's shop. After that day, the ex-wife's business went downhill. The loser boyfriend saw she didn't have any money, so he dumped her. And she shamelessly went to find her ex-husband, wanting to get back together, even using their daughter's current address as a bargaining chip. Daegyun saw the address and immediately snatched it, ignoring whatever she said, and saying, "You have no right to negotiate with me now." Even so, she didn't give up, like a persistent ghost. She went to find his brother and sister-in-law, saying she deeply regretted everything, crying like rain in hopes of getting their sympathy so they could help her get back with her ex-husband. But she didn't know that in the car right now was someone he wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. Ungang secretly looked at her younger sister's phone and was shocked to find out that her sister was in love with a 50-year-old man. Ungang followed her sister to a deserted apartment building. As her sister opened the door, she quickly ran over and blocked it. Unsan was surprised to see her sister there. Ungang glared at her sister and went straight inside. She wanted to see who was pulling this old man likes young grass thing. Looking at the decorations in the house, Ungang realized that they hadn't just met. She pulled her sister back, telling her to stay pure and not let that old man cloud her mind. Love that doesn't care about age doesn't end well. But her sister was blinded by love and didn't listen to any of this. Unsan said rudely, "Now that you've seen it, hurry up and leave." Ungang was furious, but her sister ignored her. Just then, the old man Nam Chun arrived with a gift and rang the doorbell. In a panic, Ungang forcefully dragged her sister into the bathroom. What Unsan didn't know was that their affair had already been exposed. A few days earlier, this old man's father-in-law had discovered his old man loves young things. He was so angry that he gave him 3 days to deal with it. But Nam Chun's feelings for Unsan were a passionate love. He hesitated for a long time, not knowing how to bring it up. He could only pretend to be busy and avoid her. Every night when he got home, the old man had to face his father-in-law's questioning. Unsan, still clueless, enthusiastically invited Nam Cheol to come over for hot pot that night. But once again, Nam Cheol used the excuse that he was busy to turn her down. But one way or another, avoiding her wasn't a long-term solution. That night, after hesitating for a long time, Nam Cheol decided to take Unsan out to eat. This made Unsan, who had been feeling neglected for the past few days, excited again. Nam Cheol wanted to take Unsan out for one last luxurious meal to make up for everything, then break up with her. You could tell with your eyes closed that he was in a mood. Unsan didn't hesitate to tell him to share it with her so they could solve it together. She really was an understanding girlfriend. But Nam Cheol hurriedly hid his panic and used the excuse of going to the bathroom to calm himself down. Did he really have to break up with her? Remembering the promises he'd made to Unsan, that no matter what happened, he would stay by her side and protect her, he looked at the young and lovely girl in front of him. In the end, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Hurry up and eat, then let's go to the campsite. I finished learning the dance, seeing that Nam Cheol hadn't forgotten the homework she'd given him. Unsan was immediately very happy and excited. The two returned to the campsite. Nam Cheol changed into shorts and a tank top, and danced very seriously. It looked so ridiculous. But Unsan, standing next to him, was as happy as could be. In contrast to Unsan, Nam Cheol's expression was so stiff, the muscles on his face were like they were paralyzed. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. Even though tears were welling up in his eyes, he still held them back and turned away. He was afraid she would find out. He really wasn't brave enough. Unsan couldn't help but praise him and hugged the old man from behind. At that moment, Nam Cheol couldn't control his emotions anymore. He held Unsan tightly in his arms, his heart wanting to stay with Unsan forever, more determined than ever before. But men are always greedy, wanting to have their cake and eat it too. He didn't want to give up Unsan, so he went home and continued to face his mean father-in-law. Delaying it time and time again, he wanted his father-in-law to give him more time, but he thought this should be resolved quickly. So he forced him to immediately call that girl and tell her it was over, or else he would kick the old man out of the house. His father-in-law even wrote out a script for him to prevent him from not knowing what to say, and made him read it. Nam Cheol had no other choice but to do as he was told and say what he was told, but after saying a few lines, he changed the lines himself, which drove Mr. Go crazy. The next day, Unsan made a date with Nam Cheol at the campsite again. But today Mr. Go came to pick up his son-in-law himself. Even though Nam Cheol had said he broke up with her as he was told, his father-in-law was still not at ease. Afraid that the embers would reignite, he was determined not to give them a chance to continue to see each other, so he could only come and escort him in person. He even said if he didn't, he would be like this every day. But if you lose this battle, you can prepare for the next one. Unsan skipped work the next day. She left a note saying she was waiting for him at the campsite. She realized that all of his unusual actions before were to say goodbye to her. Seeing him calmly start packing up his things, wanting to completely cut off their relationship, Unsan was very sad and cried, begging him not to break up with her. She loudly said she wanted him to give up everything to be with her. She didn't care if he had money or not, as long as they could be warm and fed. That was enough. She said she was young and could earn money to support the family. It didn't matter if Nam Cheol had nothing. But Nam Cheol said he was old. Unsan stubbornly said she didn't care. No matter what reasons he gave, she still didn't change her mind. He was worried that she would be treated badly by his father-in-law, but Unsan wasn't afraid of anything. He continued to bring up the issue of age, but she said why didn't he say that from the beginning? She even called him a coward. Nam Cheol was about to take down the love tent, but Unsan snatched it back, saying that in her dictionary, there was no breakup, only losing. If she built it, then even if it was taken down, she would be the one taking it down. She would use her own way to handle this. Afraid that she would do something stupid, he once again sent her a message to meet her at the apartment. Who knew that the message on Unsan's phone would be discovered by her older sister? This time Nam Cheol bravely said goodbye. Our relationship ends here. But Unsan firmly said, don't make decisions for me. She wouldn't break up with him. Ungang, hearing the conversation between the two in the bathroom, realized that the old man her younger sister was dating was actually the director uncle she had introduced to her sister. In an instant, Gang didn't know how to deal with this. San pulled him, wanting to go outside and talk. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, slowing down both of their emotions a beat. The woman slapped the girl across the face. She angrily smashed things all over the room. She wasn't willing to accept it. She'd taken care of him for so many years, putting her whole heart and soul into it, but now she was getting cheated on badly. The feeling of being betrayed by someone she trusted so much was painful and disappointing. And looking at her husband's cozy room with his young lover, she couldn't take it anymore and smashed things wildly, not even caring if she bumped her head and started bleeding. She glared at San, and it turned out that San had arranged all of this. She didn't want the person she loved to be taken by someone else. They had a huge fight about this that day. She would use her own methods to chase away all the rivals, so after going out and relaxing, the first thing she did was go to Nam Cheol's wife and say that she loved her husband and said she hoped his wife could step aside so Nam Cheol could be with her. Things are really messed up these days. The mistress goes to the main wife and asks the main wife to step aside and give her husband to her. The positions are all reversed. San said Jiaman could quietly step aside and not compete with her anymore. Jiaman trembled and picked up a glass of water. She couldn't believe this was real. She asked San if she wanted money, but San said she only needed enough money to eat and stay warm. What she enjoyed was the happiness of being with Nam Cheol. She even emphasized that she wanted to remind her to prepare herself mentally. Jiaman ran home heartbroken and desperate. After thinking all night, she decided to meet Nam Cheol outside. She directly gave him an envelope with 3 million won, Korean currency, a decent amount of money, forcing him to choose her and completely cut ties with San. She thought that girls who are young and beautiful like that all love vanity and are only with Nam Cheol for the money. Moreover, the age gap between the two was too big. Weren't they afraid of what people would say? Then she started crying, playing the emotional card with Nam Cheol. She had taken care of him since he was in school, and even entrusted him with managing her family's company. She had really poured her heart out to him, only to be met with his indifference towards her. The past is the past, but couldn't he listen to her this time? She said she wouldn't bring up the past again. On the other side, San couldn't stand Nam Cheol's weak actions either. She called him a coward and told him to solve the problem in his own way. If not, she would solve it for him. Jiam-an saw the check he refused, and she became even angrier. She took the address San gave her to prove they were together. She went directly there, just as Nam Cheol and San were both there. Ignoring Nam Cheol's attempts to stop her, San quickly went to open the door. She wanted a competition between the two women. Jiaman saw the room decorated like a real couple's room and started smashing things wildly. San stepped forward, face to face, and told her to accept the reality. "We are a match made in heaven." Immediately, a slap landed on her face. But this girl was too shameless. How could a mistress be so brazen in front of the main wife? Jium-an directly attacked San. Nam Cheol saw the fight and quickly tried to stop it, but accidentally pushed his wife too hard and she fell. She looked at Nam Cheol with utter disappointment, then slowly got up and left. Finally, she realized that she was old and ugly and had no value in front of a young girl. She ran out crying, hailed a taxi at random, and left. Unexpectedly, an old flame appeared without being summoned. The taxi driver was her first love, whom she could never forget. Seeing Jium-an, Dae-gyun was so excited that he trembled. Dae-gyun put on a soothing song, but hearing this song full of memories, Jium-an burst into tears. Back in the apartment, Gang slapped Nam Cheol across the face, scolding him for being an old and perverted man, an old cow trying to eat young grass, with no sense of responsibility. Instead of eavesdropping on her and her sister, he should go home and think of a way to solve the problem. Turns out that right after Jium-an left, Nam Cheol didn't stay to comfort her, but instead, afraid of losing what he had, he left San and ran after Jium-an. San, at this point, wondered if her efforts were worth it after all. At first, she felt that Nam Cheol was a special person, so she wanted to take care of this poor man. Unexpectedly, she ended up putting her whole heart into it because she felt a care from him that she'd never felt before. It was the first time someone praised her efforts, praised her beauty. No one had ever thought about her feelings before. When she was little, her dad would go out and cheat, and her mom would take her along to confront the other women. She, a small child, would watch her mom struggle with the other women and could only stand there, scared. And her dad only cared about himself, running away and leaving her there. It had all become a trauma for her. If it weren't for her sister, she would have left that house a long time ago. She hugged her sister, seeking comfort. The two sisters walked out of the apartment and saw Nam Cheol standing in front of the door, eavesdropping. She got angry and slapped him, then directly pulled her sister away, who was still reluctant to leave. Gang would absolutely not let her sister be with such a weak man. Nam Cheol went home, and his in-laws, knowing he hadn't broken up with San, didn't say much and just gave him a combined martial arts beatdown. Nam Cheol was hit by Mr. Go and endured the cursing of his mother-in-law. Nam Cheol's heart felt dead, and he had no intention of resisting, letting the punches rain down on him. If Cha-won hadn't come back at the right time, Nam Cheol might have been beaten to death. On one side was a family that had been kind to him and had never treated him as an outsider. On the other side was the first person who could see into his heart. That's why he was so hesitant. Nam Cheol told Cha-won all his troubles. "You've heard how my parents treat me too." The appearance of Unsan was like being saved by an angel. Maybe it's empathy. Cha-won couldn't continue to advise him anymore. The next day, Ungang went to find Nam Cheol, saying she had trusted him so much that she handed her sister over to him. Unexpectedly, he had played her badly. Was he so desperate for someone to mess around with a girl so much younger than him? When he said he wasn't messing around, Ungang got angry. "If you're not messing around, then what is it? You want to tell me that you and my sister are true love to fool me?" She didn't want her sister to continue to be hurt by this cowardly man, so she directly helped her sister quit her job. She also demanded that he take responsibility for her sister. At the same time, she warned him not to let that family touch a hair on her sister's head, or he would regret it. Nam Cheol secretly went in front of that apartment building and peeked at Unsan. He thought about it again and again, but couldn't think of a better solution. He chose the method he thought was the most reliable. He took a check for 100 million won and gave it to Ungang. Ungang was also very decisive, not wanting to have anything to do with him. Before leaving, she once again warned Nam Cheol not to answer her sister's calls. That night, Ungang gave the money to her sister, saying that Nam Cheol wanted to use this money to end the relationship, but Unsan didn't want to accept it. She felt that it wasn't his intention, but Ungang threw a bucket of cold water on her, saying that men are basically all the same. He didn't care about her at all. He's happily skiing and relaxing right now. Hearing this, Unsan couldn't take it anymore. She took the envelope and went out. She had to personally ask that unfaithful man for an explanation. She threw the check on the ground and asked him if he was giving her the money to get rid of her. She also questioned, "Didn't you say I was your first? I'm also experiencing love for the first time, liking someone so much that my heart feels like it's going to explode." Faced with those words, Nam Cheol still decided to pick up the envelope and shove it into Unsan's hand. She couldn't understand. Someone who once said they didn't have a penny to their name was now giving her 100 million. The two played a game of one throwing and one picking up, until the check was almost torn to shreds. This time, Nam Cheol shoved it into her hand, then turned his back, wanting to leave, completely breaking Unsan's heart. She crumpled the envelope in her hand and threw it away again. She still didn't give up questioning him. "Did you ever have any feelings for me at all?" But Nam Cheol's answer left her completely numb. "I was bored, so I had some fun. This is the payment for you having fun with me. 100 million should be enough, right? Do you want more?" These words completely enraged Unsan. She slapped him hard, then walked away heartbroken. And this scene was seen by Nam Cheol's wife, Ji-man. She picked up the check, looking at him with resentment. She had taken him to this place to relax, originally wanting to strengthen their relationship, but unexpectedly, that girl had followed them. Although she saw them arguing, she was also very happy. But hearing him give her 100 million, the dissatisfaction and resentment made her unable to accept this. She was sad. He had never comforted her like that. Why could she calmly reject outside temptations when she faced them? And he still couldn't make a decision even now. That was the difference between men and women. She was extremely frustrated and kept punching Nam Cheol in the chest, wanting to vent all the frustration she'd felt for so long. When she got home, she still couldn't calm down, remembering how, that morning, she had randomly gotten into a taxi and met her first love. Seeing the wound on her forehead, he had kindly given her a bandage and even took her out for the day to cheer her up. She didn't want to get too involved with her old flame, so she left a large taxi fare in the car and left. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that her first love was 1,000,000 times better than her current husband. It turned out that back then, she and Dae-jun were deeply in love, but her dad had sent people to beat him within an inch of his life, almost killing him. Dae-jun, under the strong threat of her dad, had no choice but to agree to break up with her. Dae-jun was now gripping the steering wheel, looking straight at Mr. Go in front of him. The desire for revenge was stronger than ever. He stepped hard on the gas, wanting to just run him over and kill him. In the nick of time, a pedestrian appeared and saved him. Mr. Go had no idea he had just been standing on the edge of death. On Ji-man's side, she looked at the phone number on the dusty old piece of paper from 20 years ago. A mysterious force seemed to be urging her to make the call. "Do you know why I haven't changed my phone number? It's all because of you. I always felt that one day you would call." Hearing these words, Ji-man cried uncontrollably. "Don't cry. How did I know you were crying? I know everything." Hearing these words after being with her cold husband for so long, Ji-man's soul felt like a warm stream of water had flowed into it, immediately being healed. She asked him why he hadn't called her all these years. She had also never changed her phone number and had always been waiting for him to call. Dae-gyun didn't answer, but instead told her not to contact him anymore because he was just a poor man now and didn't deserve her at all. He just needed to confirm that she was still living well, and that was enough. Besides, his hatred for her dad had been etched into his bones, and he was afraid that if they were together, he wouldn't know how to face it. Eun-gang pulled Cha-won closer and gave him a kiss, but unexpectedly, Ba-da's mom witnessed everything from afar. She saw the two of them doing something intimate behind her daughter's back and was furious, glaring at them. It turned out that yesterday, Ba-da opened a photo album and discovered that there were no pictures of herself in it, and an unpleasant feeling washed over her. The next day, on her way to the company, she ran into Tae-ji, Eun-gang's ex-boyfriend. He greeted her enthusiastically, but Ba-da bluntly said she wasn't happy to see him, and just politely asked if he was doing well. He took out a video of Eun-gang causing a scene at his wedding. Ba-da watched the video in disbelief, that Eun-gang, who was usually weak and timid, would do something like this. Tae-gi added fuel to the fire beside her, but because Ba-da had something to do, she rushed off, saying they would talk more later. At the office, Ba-da picked up Eun-gang's necklace that had fallen. Ba-da picked it up and examined it, unexpectedly finding that the chain was broken by force. Ba-da's face darkened. She sent a message to Eun-gang, saying, "Meet me at the office. I have something to say." As soon as Eun-gang entered the door, Ba-da asked if she had told Cha-won about the trip the last time they traveled, but Eun-gang admitted straightforwardly, saying she just hoped she could have a good time with her mother. Ba-da felt that even if she wanted to surprise her, she should have told her directly after she came back. Eun-gang explained that Cha-won told her not to say anything, but Ba-da still didn't let it go, asking, "Did you tell him that I was paying off my dad's debt?" Hearing this, Eun-gang immediately denied it, saying it wasn't her, and assured her that Ba-da could ask Cha-won, confirming that she had never said anything. Ba-da crossed her arms uncomfortably and continued to question, "Do you often contact Cha-won?" Eun-gang replied that besides helping her mom prepare food and sometimes being with her, she hadn't seen him at other times. And there was also the time because of Ba-da's affairs, she wanted to know what Cha-won thought, so she sought him out for a drink. Ba-da had seemingly completely lost faith in this best friend and put on a serious expression. Ba-da asked who her first love was, because they had grown up together since they were young, and she didn't know Eun-gang had a first love. Hitting the point she wanted to ask, Eun-gang nervously stammered, saying she just loved him one-sidedly, so it wasn't worth mentioning. Unexpectedly, Ba-da had decided that she definitely had to ask clearly this time. Ba-da's mind raced. Could it be Cha-won? Ba-da remembered that handkerchief. Cha-won said he borrowed it at the park, but Eun-gang said it was on the business trip. The way they said it didn't match, but Ba-da didn't believe it at all. Eun-gang's memory always far surpassed ordinary people's, yet she didn't remember giving the photo last time, and the photo was in such an obvious place. This definitely wasn't natural. Seeing Ba-da's aggressive appearance, unexpectedly, Eun-gang immediately revealed her true colors, admitting straightforwardly, "Yes, I like Cha-won. Now that I've been discovered, I won't pretend anymore. From now on, we will compete fairly." But the scene just now was actually Eun-gang's imagination. She didn't have the courage to face Ba-da, but instead looked at Ba-da with tears in her eyes. "Don't you trust your best friend?" But Ba-da's suspicion had reached a certain limit. Ba-da didn't stop and asked Eun-gang, "Where's the necklace?" Without waiting for Eun-gang to answer, Ba-da took it out of the drawer. Eun-gang quickly explained that it was possible that her neck was allergic before, so it fell here when she took it off. But Ba-da immediately dismissed that explanation, saying she saw that it wasn't taken off, but snatched off. Eun-gang vehemently denied it, but Ba-da illustrated it with action, snatching the necklace on Eun-gang's hand. This action really disappointed Eun-gang. She couldn't imagine that in Ba-da's heart she was this kind of person. Before, when Ba-da's mom spoke ill of her, she thought that Ba-da had spoken up for her. Although her abilities were not as good as Ba-da's, she had also been helped by her a lot. "How can you have such wild fantasies? If you really treat me as a best friend, you wouldn't doubt me like this. I've tried my best to help you, and have taken care of your mom and daughter. I'm really sad." After saying that, Eun-gang rushed out of the room, but when she reached the corner of the wall, her hand holding the necklace trembled. That evening, she went to find Cha-won, but unexpectedly, Cha-won confessed his feelings first, saying he had been miserable during this time, and that he hadn't realized it for so many years. It turned out that the person who truly understood him had always been by his side. Although he had tried his best to run away during this time, he couldn't deceive his heart. Every morning when he woke up, the first thing he thought about was her. He remembered her all day long. Because he remembered her every day, it made his heart restless to the point of going crazy. Hearing these words from the person she had longed for so long, Eun-gang couldn't control her emotions and pulled Cha-won closer to give him a kiss. Just then, Ba-da's mom witnessed everything. She was about to go over and give them a piece of her mind when unexpectedly, because she was too excited, she had a heart attack and fainted. When Ba-da ran to the hospital, her mom had already opened her eyes. Her face was fierce as she pointed at the two people behind her, but then fainted again from exhaustion. After settling things down for her mom, Ba-da asked the two of them how they knew her mom had fainted. Could it be that they were together at that time? Eun-gang saw Cha-won hesitating, and said that she was delivering dinner to Ba-da's mom and just happened to see Cha-won under the gate. She was about to say hello when Bada's mom came over, but she didn't know why she suddenly passed out. Hearing this, Bada just lamented that her mom's luck was really good. It was so cold, if she hadn't met the two of them, then who knows how long she would have been lying on the ground. Bada thanked Ungang and told her she could go home now. She would stay here and take care of her mom. When leaving, Ungang told Bada to contact her if she needed anything. When Ungang got home, she sent a message to Chawan, saying, "Don't worry, as long as we say the same thing, it'll be fine. One mouth can't argue against two." At this time, Bada also told her husband to go home and rest first. If her mom still didn't wake up, then she might have to call Ungang. The three of them took turns watching over her, but after going outside, Chawan immediately contacted Ungang. He drove straight to her building, saying he was worried Ungang was feeling uncomfortable. Moreover, before going home, he wanted to see her once and also wanted to know what Ungang thought about the two of them. Incredibly, Ungang said she didn't have any desires. She would be satisfied just knowing that he had her in his heart, even if she had to live in the shadows for the rest of her life. It would be enough to continue living life as it was now. These words hit him hard in the heart, making Chawan feel sad. He didn't expect Ungang to be so understanding, and even now she wasn't forcing him. Seeing this, Ungang knew her psychological tactic had succeeded, and added another sentence, saying she admitted everything, not because she wanted to see him suffer, and that from now on, she would keep this love in her heart, secretly behind him. At least now she understood his heart. After saying that, she took his hand and gently placed a kiss on it. Chawan also trembled and touched Ungang's beautiful face. Bad things often come together. The next day, Bada suddenly received bad news. Jewelry models exactly like her designs appeared on the market, and the selling price was several times cheaper than hers. Although the quality of the gemstones on them was very poor, the buyers didn't care and kept requesting refunds. Dealing with this type of design plagiarism, Bada could only call the police and told Ungang to contact Taehan to go to the police station. This matter, although obviously apparent, was not easy to handle. The police couldn't do anything. Just then, Bada received a text message about express delivery. The new batch of gemstones she had ordered from abroad had arrived, and Ungang said to let her go back to the company to help sign for them. As soon as she went outside, she saw Chawan, but because she saw Taehan inside, he didn't want to go in. Ungang went back to the company, signed for it, and then made a phone call, questioning the other party why they were acting like this. If they didn't stop, then don't blame her for not being polite. But hearing this, the woman just burst out laughing, saying Ungang could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, they were both in the same boat. Just then, Bada came back. Chawan was stunned when he saw a batch of goods on the table and asked Bada why she bought so many goods at once. Seeing Bada sigh, Ungang quickly explained for her, because it always sold out every time, she decided to make a large quantity. Chawan worriedly asked how much money she lost, but Bada wasn't sure yet. If a large number of goods were returned, she might have to compensate up to 100 million won. The damage caused could be 2 or 3 times as much. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chawan blamed her, saying, "Who told you to be incompetent and show off?" Hearing this, Bada couldn't hold it in any longer and said that he not only didn't comfort her at all, but also said such things. She completely didn't understand why Chawan was talking to her with this attitude. Chawan said he wasn't feeling well either, so that's why he said that, where did she get the guts to buy so much at once? Bada angrily broke down, saying, "Just shut up." Seeing Bada like that, Ungang told Chawan to leave first. Don't let her be stimulated any further. But Chawan couldn't rest easy, and went to find his mom to borrow money, but unexpectedly overheard Bada's affairs. What? When it comes to money, she can't sit still, and hurriedly ran to Bada's company, constantly cursing at her to pay her back. Although Bada constantly assured her that she would pay back the money, and even pay interest, her mother-in-law didn't care at all, only telling her to pay her back right now. Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude of kicking someone when they're down, Bada, who had accumulated a lot of frustration in her heart, angrily yelled at her not to worry. No matter what happened, even if it cost her life, she would pay her back. But this mother-in-law was not someone easy to talk to. She continued to mock her daughter-in-law, saying when she borrowed it, she was like a granddaughter, but now she was even more arrogant than her grandfather. Ungang, what is this attitude? Seeing the argument not showing any signs of going down, Ungang quickly pulled her out. In the evening, she went to the riverside to get some air, seemingly to not stimulate Bada any further, and also to take a step back. She sent a message to Chawan saying, "Let's stop here." Bada slapped her best friend across the face, scolding her as a shameless woman. It turned out that a few days ago, Ungang brought lunch to Bada. Just then, she received a call from the hospital, saying that her mom had woken up. She happily hugged Ungang, but Ungang's eyes widened as she thought. She was afraid that her affair would be exposed. Luckily, Bada still had a meeting, so Ungang said she would go to the hospital to check on the situation first. After arriving at the hospital, she asked Bada's mom a few questions, then got to the main point. "Do you know why you fainted?" Bada's mom glanced to the side, trying to remember. Eun-gang's hands gripped the handles of her bag tightly. She widened her eyes and looked at Bada's mom. It felt like if she sensed something was wrong, she would directly make her disappear from the earth. Hearing the answer, "I don't remember," Eun-gang confirmed it again. She told her to try to remember again. Bada's mom said, "At that time, my stomach hurt and I wanted to go out to buy medicine. And then it seemed like I went to air out the blankets. I don't know anything else. I can't remember." After many confirmations, Eun-gang was finally relieved, saying Bada would come after the meeting. As soon as she stepped out of the door, her mother revealed her tightly clenched hand along with a murderous expression. Eun-gang just came out and met Bada. She also deliberately said that her mom was not in any danger. She still remembered what happened that day, and conveniently asked Bada how the meeting was going. Hearing the news that the police had come to investigate and arrest people, Eun-gang's eyes immediately had a bit of awkwardness, but she also just wished her to find the culprit soon. After Bada went inside, Eun-gang was full of thought, not knowing what she was planning in her heart. As soon as her mom saw Bada, she asked, "Where's Eun-gang?" Bada thought her mom was looking for Eun-gang for something, and was about to get up to find her, but she hurriedly pulled her back, saying she was pretending to sleep because of Eun-gang. Bada was very confused and didn't understand what was going on. Seeing her ask, "Do you believe me?" Bada was surprised but quickly nodded. Looking at her hand trembling, she said to call the doctor for her, but she hurriedly refused, and then told the stories that she saw that night, and also showed that she was angry because she saw that scene and couldn't breathe and fainted. She just felt that Eun-gang was very scary. If she revealed that she remembered anything about that night, then maybe she would have gone to see her ancestors by now. But now was not the time to expose it. She told Bada to stay calm, don't act rashly, wait until she recovers, and she would definitely teach them a lesson. Cha-won also came to find his mom at this time, asking what had happened. Then she said, before that, Bada came to find her, using all means to get her to invest in her, and said she would return both the principal and interest in a short time, but unexpectedly ended up losing everything. But Cha-won, upon hearing it, felt that something was wrong. Remembering that before, Eun-gang told him that money was given as a loan by Bada's old flame. Bada at this time had gone to find Eun-gang's ex-boyfriend Tae-gi. Finally, she understood why Tae-gi told her to be careful with the person closest to her before, and always told her that Eun-gang was a scary person. Tae-gi saw her like this and knew for sure that something had happened to her, but he also reminded her that if she couldn't find solid evidence, then Eun-gang wouldn't admit it, even if she was beaten to death. After that, Bada secretly checked Cha-won's phone, but there was nothing unusual, so she stole his car keys and discovered that he went to find Eun-gang through the dashcam. Moreover, the time was exactly on that day, but she knew this couldn't prove anything. So she started rummaging through the car. Unexpectedly, she found the letter Cha-won left in the control panel. After reading the letter, Bada gritted her teeth in anger. She would absolutely not let this shameless woman off. On this side, Eun-san, heartbroken, went to find her uncle, asking how to forget someone. Dae-jun told her that there was no such thing as love in this world. Now that the other party no longer cared about her, she didn't need to do anything stupid for him. Just treat him as a memory, leave it to time, and time will erase everything. Then her uncle told her that if she was really too sad, she should write down his advantages and disadvantages. Although she might not be able to forget him right away, if she could remember his bad points, it might be helpful to her. Eun-san wrote down all of Nam Cheol's advantages when she was free. But when it came to writing down disadvantages, besides being cowardly, she couldn't remember any other words to smear him with. So, Eun-san started deleting everything related to Nam Cheol, contact information, chat history, and even shared photos. But after watching the video of Nam Cheol dancing attentively, she couldn't bring herself to delete it no matter what. Remembering the scene at that time, Eun-san still couldn't let go. She still wanted to fight. She was really similar to her sister in this point. She went to find Nam Cheol again. She pushed him against the wall, forcing him to stay with her. Nam Cheol once again decisively refused, and said hurtful things to make her heartbroken and give up, but she stubbornly didn't give up. She threatened to expose Nam Cheol's scandals to his family. This just touched Nam Cheol's bottom line, and he immediately pushed Eun-san against the wall, his face ferocious, saying she was not allowed to touch his family. Absolutely not. But Eun-san didn't know when to stop, and continued to provoke him, saying she would say everything. Nam Cheol, who was usually gentle, suddenly became angry, and squeezed Eun-san's neck with both hands. His hands tightened more and more, and Eun-san could only desperately close her eyes and wait for death. Changing the scene, Nam Cheol, while driving, remembered his excessive actions just now and felt guilty. He just hoped that Eun-san wouldn't sink deeper and deeper into this relationship. He was afraid that the person who was hurt in the end would only be Eun-san. Eun-san, after the memory just now, turned on the I don't care mode. How could someone as stubborn as her let go? She went to find Jiuman, showing her the video of Nam Cheol dancing for her to watch. She felt that if this woman gave up, then Nam Cheol would come back to her side. But she didn't know that Jiuman had a flaw. That even if she didn't like that thing anymore, she would rather destroy it and throw it away than let others touch it. In the end, Nam still put 100 million in compensation in Unsan's supplies box and told the new accountant that someone would come to pick it up later. Unexpectedly, the person who came to pick it up was Unsan's dad. The accountant didn't ask anything and gave the box to him. If it wasn't for Ungang coming at the right time, then Unsan's affair might not have been able to be hidden anymore. Ungang didn't want her sister's affair to be discovered by her dad and said why was he caring about other people's affairs? He said he was bored and wanted to earn some gas money. In fact, the person in control behind the scenes was her parents, to earn Mr. Go's gas money. He kept coming up with plans. The mom said she wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but the two of them were chatting very loudly at this time. They didn't know that the person they were just bad-mouthing was their daughter. This drama is really slap-happy. Another slap landed on Nam Cheol's face. Jeum-an questioned him if he had the guts to sneak around and dared to take her money to spend on women. She poured out her heart and soul, treating him well, and he let that girl take a video and show off to her. Unfortunately, she had gone to find her parents this morning, wanting to ask for Nam Cheol to be promoted and get a raise to keep him. But Mr. Go felt that he couldn't delegate all the positions to an outsider, otherwise what if he was raising a viper in his bosom? Unexpectedly, what he said just came true. She hated herself for not seeing through him sooner. She blamed him for making her so miserable. She asked him what she had done wrong that he treated her like this. What did my fate do wrong? Nam Cheol just stood there silently taking it, letting her curse him. In the evening, Jeum-an looked at herself in the mirror. Was she really old? She wasn't willing to accept it and could only use tears to express her feelings. The next day, she ran to her younger brother, crying and complaining. Cha-won, who has always had a very good relationship with Nam Cheol, immediately went to find him to talk. He sternly questioned Nam Cheol why he was bullying his sister like this. What did the family do wrong to him? Clearly he was wrong. Why didn't he even have an attitude of apology or admittance? How could he do such a shameful thing? But Nam Cheol said Cha-won should understand him. In life, people are always caught up in things they don't expect. He showed that he would think of a way to compensate his sister. Cha-won saw that persuasion was useless, so he sternly warned Nam Cheol if he continued to bully his sister, he would teach him a lesson. Cha-won was so aggressive, but he didn't remember that he was no different. It's just the pot calling the kettle black. On this side, Jeum-an had completely given up on Nam Cheol. She went to find her first love, wanting to get some comfort. She suggested that she would pay him for today's work, a trick that Dae-gyun couldn't refuse. The two went to the noodle shop they used to frequent. She didn't say anything and just sat quietly, using tears to wash her face, implying that she hadn't been living well lately. Soon, two familiar bowls of black bean noodles were brought out. Dae-gyun silently mixed the bowl of noodles in front of her and thoughtfully handed it to Jeum-an. Jeum-an was moved by this small detail. Dae-gyun also joked, "If I knew you were going to cry like this, I would have ordered noodle soup." Hearing this, Jeum-an laughed out loud. There were a lot of memories between the two, so they were on the same wavelength with just a few words. Jeum-an also adjusted her image, saying that crying like this was really ugly. She sighed and said she had gotten a lot older. Dae-gyun looked at her affectionately, constantly using words to comfort her. Her tears fell again, but this time she was moved by him. Emotions surged, and the two couldn't control themselves and hugged each other tightly. Today, Ba-da made a date with Ungang, and as soon as they met, she gave her a slap that directly knocked Ungang to the ground. Her eyes were sharp, as if she wanted to kill her. Ba-da dominantly told her to get up, and Ungang, upon hearing this, could only tremble and stand up. Ba-da kindly worried that Ungang didn't understand why she was being hit, so she asked her if she needed her to explain the reason. Luckily, Ungang wasn't stupid and shook her head and sat down. A moment later, Cha-won also arrived. Originally intending to sit next to Ba-da as usual, but Ba-da was already very annoyed with him, and directly told him to get lost and sit opposite her. Cha-won looked at his wife's face full of murderous intent, and could only obediently follow her instructions. After everyone arrived, Ba-da directly burst out with poetry, not giving the two of them a chance to refute. The cheating couple really match well when sitting together. So the type that likes to blow balloons must have blown so much that their brain is short of oxygen to treat men like balloons. "What, you are my first balloon? You're really crazy." Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Without hesitation, she stood up and gave another slap. "You dog, dare to treat Cha-won as some kind of balloon? You're not worth a penny." The surrounding crowd was also very curious. Oh my god, the guy got slapped too. If you want to be a couple, you have to share the good times and the bad, to make it balanced. Ba-da switched her direction and started boxing with Cha-won, and said, "Did people compare you to a balloon and you happily fly to the sky? That love letter, you read it and didn't throw it away, kept it until next year? Did your brain rot? And you called me out to the beach that day? Were you deliberately running to the beach to show off or what? Being stuck between two people all this time, I must have made you two feel frustrated, afraid of being discovered by Ba-da. You only dared to miss each other, feeling miserable and not daring to meet. Did you feel like that made it even more exciting? Turns out I was helping you two hype it up." She was also very curious. Clearly she always complained to Ungang that Cha-won wasn't good, So why did she throw herself into it like that? After talking for a while, Bada started her mouth again to make herself more energetic. Then she crossed her arms and sat looking at the two of them, listing all the details from before. It turned out that Bada didn't know anything about the two of them, but she was too scared to believe it. The clearest thing was that handkerchief. One person said it was coffee spilled on it, and one person said it had ice cream on it. You should have discussed it beforehand at least. Bada shared with Ungang every single thing. From what she ate, what she wore, to what she used. So did she feel that her husband should also be shared with her, right? Seeing Ungang crying constantly, Bada told her not to act here anymore. She only got slapped twice. It shouldn't hurt to the point of crying like that. Then she stood up again, giving Cha-won another slap on the face, telling him to manage Ungang well. Don't pretend to be there. It only made her feel more disgusted. Cha-won, after eating 2 slaps, felt embarrassed, saying he wanted to find a quiet place to discuss a solution. But Bada felt there was nothing to discuss. She told him to shut his mouth. She said she had asked her friend who was a lawyer, and he said she must not get a divorce. First send a lawsuit against Ungang to create a gap between the cheating couple, and not be short of the mental compensation. As for the divorce, wait until she felt satisfied to let go, and the defendant, Ungang, would have to write a statement. Moreover, no matter what, she couldn't win the lawsuit, and in the end, this shameful case would follow her throughout her life. And Cha-won was the same. This embarrassing record would also follow him all his life. However, for these things, Bada was more curious about how Ungang would write the statement. Anyway, she usually taught her children how to write, so the statement must be very special. After losing the case, she would have to compensate her mentally. She must have a lot of savings after running errands for her for so many years, right? Then she turned the spearhead towards Cha-won. Unexpectedly, Ungang interjected, saying that it was all her problem, it had nothing to do with Cha-won. But Bada didn't care at all. She stood up and slapped him again. His face was terribly scratched by her fingernails. Finally, Cha-won couldn't bear it anymore, and stood up, saying to go outside and talk. But Bada basically didn't listen. She said, I said, if you don't want to see blood, then sit down for me. The sisters eating melon around saw Bada's sharp words and excitedly clapped and cheered for Bada. However, Bada changed the subject, saying that after all, the two of them had decades of deep affection. She had been very worried lately, thinking about how to make the whole family happy. Just then, Cha-won's family also appeared. It turned out that Bada had called his family. The mother-in-law saw the wound on her son's face and asked him with concern. But Bada was aggressive at this time, saying that she had hit him and told everyone about the incident. Hearing this, Cha-won's father punched his son. Facing this scene, Bada only said calmly that she had decided to return the goods and didn't care how they resolved it. What I need to say, I've said it all. I'll go first. The people eating melons, drinking tea, and inhaling the drama around her strongly supported her, cheering that she had done a good job. Returning home, Cha-won knelt on the ground, begging his wife for forgiveness, but it seemed that he still hadn't realized his mistake much, and even said that he only made a mistake once. It wasn't necessary to do this. Bada turned her head and asked a question. If apologizing was effective, then what's the point of having police? Or is it that 10 times only counts as one sin, so you can be forgiven? Better to have a short pain than a long pain. Pitiable, she used to think that he was weak, so she had to painstakingly think of a way. Unexpectedly, the reason was this. Even though Cha-won kept apologizing, Bada still chose not to forgive, and told him why she chose a crowded place to announce this matter. She was afraid that she would be weak-hearted and compromise. She wanted to have a stranger next to her supporting her. After all, she had to face 2 people, who had almost always lived with her from childhood to adulthood. Then Bada took out the divorce papers that she had drafted and told him to sign them, and then meet her in court. Seeing that the situation couldn't be saved, he didn't kneel anymore and slowly stood up. He also said very generously, Bada, just do as you please. I will agree to your requests, but this was only a stepping stone. The next step, he used Mipong to keep her. Maybe he felt that Bada was just angry now, and maybe she would be fine in a few days. But he didn't know that a strong woman, once betrayed, would definitely throw him away decisively, and would not let herself wallow in the pain of being deceived. Hearing these words, Bada knew that he wanted the matter to drag on for a long time. She replied, if you don't agree to reconciliation, then see you in court, because I have enough evidence in my hand, but Cha-won still wanted to keep her. He continued to use the excuse that his father's business had just been greatly affected. Now she had no money, no savings, and once she left, she would become homeless. As he said this, he wanted to hug Bada. But no, Bada said, you can't manipulate me. She pushed him straight to the ground, saying, don't touch me with that dirty hand. She painfully questioned him, asking if he knew how many heart-strengthening pills she had to take since she discovered this matter. She poured a bunch of heart-strengthening pills out of her bag and then ignored what he said, pulled her luggage, and left. After that, Cha-won chose another place to kneel. The place he chose this time was his home. He knelt down to apologize to the whole family that he had made them embarrassed at the cafe. His father had always hated cheaters, Yet first his son-in-law, then his son, and soon it would be his daughter. He picked up a baseball bat, wanting to beat him into meat paste. But fortunately, his uncle stopped him. Mr. Go loudly cursed his son. "How could you do this kind of thing?" Everyone rushed to stop him. Mr. Go raised his hand, wanting to slap him, but accidentally or intentionally hit Nam Cheol's neck. On the second day after the two left the courthouse, Cha Wan took his daughter to eat the last meal of their family. Ba Da told her daughter that she had to go abroad to study. Mi Pong said that she would obediently wait for her mom to come back. Ba Da felt very sad that her daughter was so understanding and said that even if she missed her, she had to endure it. Mi Pong whimpered, saying that she could endure it, but tears kept streaming down. Hearing these words from her daughter, Ba Da couldn't help but run into the bathroom to wipe away her tears alone. Looking at her clenched hands, we knew that this movie would not end yet. In the evening, Ungang came to find Ba Da, crying and apologizing to her. Ba Da questioned Ungang, asking if she had ever done anything to wrong her from childhood to adulthood. Ungang cried and shook her head, showing that she hadn't. But for this best friend of 20 years, Ba Da didn't want to say anything more. She only left one sentence: "I have handled everything. You can go pursue your happiness now," and then left straight away. After that, Ungang went to meet Cha Wan's family. As soon as Mr. Go saw her, he felt nauseous and went back to his room. Jiu Man also scolded Ungang for not knowing her place and said that toads like her shouldn't dream of eating swan meat. Even if Cha Wan agreed, the whole family wouldn't agree, and they also fired her tutor, telling her that she didn't need to come here to help anymore. Just then, the vicious mother-in-law ran out and questioned what a shameless woman like Ungang was doing here, and kept putting all the blame on Ungang, saying that her Cha Wan couldn't have done that, telling her to get lost quickly. And before Ungang even stepped out of the house, the two were already talking about her behind her back. With those conditions, she's dreaming of becoming our Cha Wan's wife? Didn't she believe what you said? What did she say? She wanted her to be our daughter-in-law? Saying that was just to make her run errands. Did she actually believe it? Isn't she Ba Da's servant? If Cha Wan wants to find someone, it has to be someone better. She's really blind. A 20-year friendship vanished into thin air in one night, and this time they met again as enemies. Just a few minutes ago, Ungang brought a bunch of things here, hoping to use her actions to salvage her good person image. Not only new supplies for their family, but also buying the cookies that the vicious mother-in-law liked the most and children's toys. Unexpectedly, the two didn't show any respect, saying, "Where did you get the money to buy these things?" No one liked them. GM Ann also said, "My mom and I are both embarrassed to see you, and aren't you embarrassed to see us?" Then the mother-in-law stood up and told Ungang not to appear in front of her family again in the future. If it wasn't for the sake of her helping them, she would have been done with her long ago. Although the attitude of both of them was very harsh, it was the best way to deal with this kind of immoral person. The world is really round, stepping out of the door to meet someone you don't want to meet. Ba Da's expression was secretly lamenting that she forgot to burn incense before going out today. It turned out that because she didn't want to have anything to do with this family anymore, Ba Da sold the company at a low price, using this money to pay off the money she had borrowed from her mother-in-law. And this family now remembered Ba Da's good points and tried to keep her, hoping she wouldn't leave. But Ba Da had already gone to court with Cha Wan. At the same time, she had also had enough of this family. She stood up and left without hesitation, and Mr. Go, in order to keep her, made many generous conditions. Not only would he give his company to Ba Da, but he would also transfer all the assets under his name to her. But the arrow had already been shot, so there was no turning back. Ba Da directly said that she would not change her mind. After that, she picked up her mom from the hospital, using the little money she had left to rent a basement. Her mom painfully watched her daughter carry her suitcase. From childhood to adulthood, her daughter had never had to suffer like this. She just wanted to run over and tear those people apart. Unexpectedly, Ba Da hugged her mom and comforted her, saying that she had taught them an expensive lesson. If these trivial matters still bothered her mom, then she would be truly useless. Although Ba Da tried to show that she was fine, how could her mom not understand her daughter's heart? She told her that she must take back what belonged to her. She couldn't give her things to others like that. Even if she had to destroy them, she couldn't let others have them. Ba Da said very calmly that there was no need to waste time on such trivial matters. She was more valuable than them. Her success was the best revenge for them. On the other hand, her older sister went to find Cha Wan, saying that Ba Da had just come to her house and paid all the money back to her mom. Clearly, her business had failed. Where did she get so much money? Cha Wan, upon hearing this news, rushed to Ba Da's company, only to find that the office was locked. There was no one inside, and there was a sign posted that the premises had been transferred. He went to find the landlord and learned that Ba Da had cancelled the lease, and moreover, she hadn't been seen in the past few days. He went to find Tae Han to ask about her whereabouts, but still had no news. At this time, Ba Da had returned home and cleaned up all her things. Unexpectedly, the scene of Ba Da leaving was caught by Ungang. With no more obstacles, she naturally went into the house. Looking at the house with only Cha Wan's belongings left, she didn't know if she was happy or sad. She carefully arranged the remaining clothes. After cleaning the room, Preparing to leave, she received a text message from a friend asking if something had happened to Bada. Cha Won was frantically searching for her. Eun-gang happened to meet Cha Won on his way home. Unexpectedly, he pretended not to know her and directly brushed past her. On the other side, just as Bada left the house, it suddenly started raining heavily. She had already sold the car, so she could only cover her head with a silk scarf and run in the rain. As soon as she returned to the office, she habitually asked Eun-gang to give her a towel. But when she came to her senses, she realized that this was no longer the office from before. The two were no longer good friends. The empty heart seemed to fall into the abyss in an instant. She helplessly knelt on the ground and sobbed. Nam Cheol, hiding in the corner, saw an extremely shocking scene. His wife was passionately making out with another man, and this man was her unforgettable first love. This situation made him not know how to feel, because after all, he was the one who was wrong first. It was karma for his sins in the past. But it's hard to swallow. He, at this time, remembered his memories with his young love, remembered the moments of intimate and happy conversations. Indeed, once a man has an affair, he can't be loyal even in his thoughts. What kind of devil possessed him to take him to the apartment building where they used to live? What kind of arrangement did heaven have to coincidentally meet Eun-san here? He had to awkwardly explain, saying that he was just passing by. But his lie was too terrible. Eun-san quickly exposed him, saying that his house was in the south. How could he pass by the apartment building in the north? He was clearly missing her, but didn't dare to admit it. Nam Cheol didn't object, only saying that she should forget someone like him. But a stubborn person like Eun-san still didn't give up, saying she wanted to hold his hand one more time. Seeing Nam Cheol's hand tremble as he reached out, she gently grabbed it, saying, "Holding hands can discover that your heart is not with me. Then hate me." Even so, Eun-san still didn't want to give up, saying, I don't hate you. Greed is bottomless. Taking one step and wanting to take another step. She wanted to come forward to hug him again, hoping that a miracle could happen to make Nam Cheol change his mind. Seeing Nam Cheol hesitate, she immediately hugged him, wanting to grab him tightly again. But once a person has lost their love, they will never come back. Nam Cheol pushed Eun-san away strongly, and then ran away without looking back, only leaving Eun-san unwilling to chase after him. Even though she couldn't see his figure anymore, she still tried to shout loudly, "Director, thank you for loving me. I am very happy. I want to say these words to you. Take care of your health. Being able to meet you one last time is already satisfying for me." It seemed that she was fighting for her last bit of love. Indeed, he was a man. Nam Cheol, a second ago, was still heartbroken by Eun-san's words, and a second later had run to his wife, trying to coax her and even recalling the beautiful memories they used to have. He said that he didn't seriously love her before. Remembering the first time they met, he even mistook her name. No matter how much he babbled on, Jeoman just ignored him, and in her head, she was thinking about how to chase Nam Cheol away so that she could go out and meet her first love. Stepping out to see Dae-gyun waiting for her for a long time, she happily ran to him, and her heart didn't know how many flowers had bloomed. The two of them hugged happily. One wasn't enough, so they had another one. Jeum-an was always troubled by why he had promised to run away with her that year. But when she went to the apartment to look for him, she couldn't find him. Dae-gyun's memories returned to 20 years ago. A group of people suddenly broke into the house, without saying a word, started beating him, and even dragged him out, continuing to beat him, almost killing him there. And the person behind it was her dad. Dae-gyun didn't want to talk about this with her. He could only say, "Everything is over. It's good to be together now, perhaps between love and hate." Dae-gyun had chosen love. He looked at her with fascination. Now there was only one thing that was most important to him, and that was his love for her that would never change. Changing the scene, Bada's mom fiercely grabbed the girl's hair, scolding her as a shameless person. Her attitude was like she wanted to chop the girl into pieces. And this girl was none other than Eun-gang. She kept clasping her hands, begging Bada's mom for mercy. But how could she forgive the person who had harmed her daughter so miserably? She insulted her, saying that people like her weren't even worth one of Bada's fingernails. She dragged Eun-gang like she was dragging a dog, wanting to drag her to her parents to question her. Eun-gang tried her best to beg, and this scene was accidentally seen by Mi Pong. The girl hurriedly ran to call out, "Auntie," and said that she hated her. The girl ran to hug and comfort Eun-gang, and said that she didn't want her to come to her house anymore in the future. In the evening, Eun-gang started complaining, saying that Cha-won was ignoring the difficulties and going to find Bada, and she could only stay here and clean the empty room. Moreover, before Bada went crazy and discovered this, she had decided to withdraw, and said that this wasn't her making excuses for herself, she was just telling the truth. But Cha-won only said coldly that he knew. Eun-gang saw this attitude of his, and her heart didn't know what it was. She said that on the day the incident happened, she was constantly beaten, scolded, and insulted. It was because he was by her side that she could persevere, because she believed that he would withstand everything for her. But in the end, she also realized that men can love anyone, but they may not marry them. Afterwards, she asked him to put all the blame on her. After saying these words, without paying attention to Cha Wan's reaction, she turned and left. Even so, the next day, Cha Wan still tried every means to find Bada. Not disappointing his search, he finally saw Bada in front of the bank. He originally followed Bada to the entrance of the alley, but unexpectedly, the kindergarten called, saying that Mi Pong had wet the bed at school. But Cha Wan now only wanted to find Bada, not paying attention. He called Ungang to help, but only being careless for a few seconds he lost sight of her. When Cha Wan returned home, Ungang had already coaxed Mi Pong to sleep soundly. Bada at this time was in a dilapidated shop, making jewelry for customers by hand. With her face and clothes covered in dirt, where was the appearance of a young lady of wealth? Working all day long, her nails had turned black. The beautiful nail art she had done before had also become cumbersome. She took out nail polish remover, constantly scrubbing, when the boss told her the shop was about to close. But the customer needed this item tomorrow. Bada could only force a smile, saying she would finish it right away, hoping the boss could give her a little more time. After finishing, she went into the bathroom and used soap and a brush to scrub clean the beautiful, troublesome nail art. The next day, early in the morning, Cha Wan was standing in the alley from yesterday, hoping to wait for Bada. Not outside expectations, not long after Bada appeared, he immediately followed her to her workplace, and then stood by the side of the road all day, waiting for Bada to get off work and following her, and only then learned that she was currently living in a basement. Seeing the situation of the two of them, Cha Wan's eyes turned red. The next day, he took some money to find Bada, telling her to change her place of residence from that basement. But unexpectedly, Bada directly tore up the check, saying that if he didn't leave, she would call the police and directly chase him out. With no other choice, he could only leave, but as soon as he went outside, he met Taehan carrying a bunch of things to her. After the two greeted each other, they went straight upstairs. Looking at Taehan's departing figure, it seemed that Cha Wan was thinking something. However, Bada didn't expect Taehan to find her here, but her attitude was clearly much better than it was towards her ex-husband. Taehan, knowing that she was divorced, also very naturally revealed his love for her. However, Bada currently didn't have the mood to think about those things, so Taehan, without exception, was directly chased back. Cha Wan returned home, looking much older. Seeing Ungang feeding his daughter, he only greeted her perfunctorily, and then returned to his room. Ungang thoughtfully brought him a bowl of noodles, but discovered that Cha Wan was lying in bed, trembling. She touched his forehead with her forehead, finding that it was burning hot. Originally wanting to do something, but just then his sister called, asking if he had found Bada's whereabouts yet. He then recounted all the things that had happened these past 2 days to his sister. Ungang, hearing this, wanted to go see Bada, but Cha Wan stopped her, saying that she didn't want to see anyone right now. At the same time, he said that she didn't need to come to take care of Mi Pong anymore. Hearing him say this, Ungang also understood his intentions somewhat. She stood in the room, stunned for a while, then dumped the bowl of noodles into the trash, and then left. Originally thinking that she would draw something from it, but no, a few days later, she made a date with him again. She still wasn't willing to give up on these things. She didn't want them to give up, even though she knew that it wasn't right. She wanted to see if they were like this, what the results would be. A woman suddenly paying attention to her appearance means that the love devil has come again. Jium-an tried on one outfit after another, looking at herself in the mirror. After being picky for a while, she finally chose a white dress, as if going back to her school days. She was like a virtuous wife, staying at home and calling her first love to come over for dinner. Jium-an looked at Daegyun's funny appearance and smiled with exception, feeling like she was back in her 20s. She said that in the future, she would pay for his taxi every day so that he could stay with her. But it seemed a little dirty, so he shyly wanted to feed her a piece of cake. But just as the piece of cake reached her mouth, Daegyun quickly pulled it back and put it in his mouth. It turned out it was just teasing her. Jium-an was very happy that he was teasing her, and even hit him affectionately. Seeing them like a young couple in love, it was very sweet. The next scene shows the two of them hugging intimately in bed. From then on, Jium-an dressed young and beautifully every day. Indeed, when there is love, people become more attractive than ever. The two of them were often affectionate, not noticing that a camera had recorded this scene from afar. And the person holding the camera was none other than the violent man who had been involved with Daegyun's ex-wife. Like young people, they talked to each other all night until morning, not afraid of mosquitoes or the cold. Jium-an was afraid that he would become weak and thoughtfully prepared tonics for him. Daegyun felt that the past few years had been comforted, and what was happier was that his daughter had taken the initiative to call him. He rushed to see his daughter, but she said something that made him collapse immediately. The girl wanted him to reunite with his ex-wife. The girl said that her mom had completely broken up with that man, and she wanted their family of 3 to be able to reunite, as harmonious as a normal family. But he couldn't do it. In front of his daughter, he didn't want to argue with his ex-wife, but as soon as he went outside, he immediately went crazy, warning her not to take advantage of his daughter. This would only make him hate her more. She tried to keep Daegyun, showing that she knew her mistake, and would be more obedient in the future, but he still pushed her away without hesitation. "Once you're gone, don't come back, right?" He was firm. "I will never go back to you, not even if I die." He understood her too well. It was either 0 or countless times. So he would never accept this kind of thing. He also warned her not to neglect their daughter for another man. If he found out, he would immediately take their daughter away. At this time, the girl also came out. Dae-gyun immediately stopped, shouting for his daughter not to blame her father for being heartless. What you want in the sky, Dad will pick it for you. Only reuniting with your mom is impossible. I hope you forgive Dad. The girl, hearing these words, said, I hate living alone. Both Mom and Dad are still here. Why do I have to live alone? Perhaps adults are selfish. Seeing her dad heartlessly leave, the girl couldn't control herself and shed tears of pain. Changing the scene to Mr. Go's house, the nanny who went out to buy vegetables saw her boss and wanted to chase after him to say hello, but unexpectedly saw her daughter standing with her boss. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that the accountant that Mr. Go was talking about was her daughter? The mother held a broom and hit her daughter's head, scolding her for not caring about her chastity, seducing a 50-year-old man. She didn't have such a shameless daughter. Then she thought that it was definitely the other party who actively harmed and seduced her daughter. She wanted to find him to make things clear, but Unsan, who had just been beaten by her mom and hadn't reacted, became nervous upon hearing this. Dae-gyun also hurriedly stopped her, saying that this matter was all voluntary, and even if they sued, it would be useless. If she made things bigger and made everyone know, it would only ruin Unsan. This was no good. That was no good. The angry mother only knew how to vent her anger on her daughter. She grabbed Unsan's head, hitting and scolding her. What was so attractive about those old guys? She was just ruining her chastity. Who would marry her if people knew about it in the future? Fortunately, Eun-gang came back in time to stop her mom. She advised her mom the matter had already happened, and hitting and scolding wouldn't solve the problem. The mom, hearing this, became even angrier. Clearly, Eun-gang also knew about this, but didn't tell her, and even let her sister fall into a pit of fire. Eun-gang didn't explain, letting her mom get angry. Eun-san, seeing her sister being scolded wrongly, loudly said, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Why did you take me along back then? The mother, hearing this, didn't understand her meaning, and just then, the father came home. He stood outside, hearing his daughter's heart. Back then, the father cheated on the outside, and the mother had taken Eun-san, who was only 9 years old, to confront the other women. No one cared about her feelings. The image of her father cheating and her mother fighting on the outside had become a deep trauma in her heart. From then on, Eun-san was determined not to love men anymore, and basically didn't want to get married so that the child wouldn't see that scene. But the mother was a conservative person who would never realize her mistakes. She then denied that she didn't remember that. Mom doesn't remember? But I've never forgotten it. After that, her mom took her a few more times. This woman either looked for reasons or looked for someone to blame. She turned around and put all the blame on her husband, and then wanted to run to find her husband to settle the score. At this time, Eun-gang couldn't bear it anymore, loudly saying that she should apologize to Eun-san. Her dad was her husband, but also her children's dad. But her mom spent all day rummaging through her dad's phone, investigating and always arguing in front of her children. It was okay to drag me along in the past, but she even took Eun-gang with her when she was so young. Is that what you call loving us? Saying you love us but doing this to us is hating us. She said that she should resolve it herself. At least don't let the children know. The father, hearing this outside, also shed tears. It was painful that they had always neglected their children. They had harmed their children to become like this. The reason why Eun-san couldn't have normal relationships with people of the same generation, it was all because of her parents. Moreover, they hadn't finished dealing with their own family affairs, but they liked to meddle in other people's business all day long, devising plans for Mr. Go. It was he who told Mr. Go to go find the girl, and said Mr. Go must go meet her parents. The father, while driving, remembered all of this, and even began to hate himself a little, that he and the uncle were following Nam Sheol. Not to mention, he was the one who tracked down the address and room number. He was the one who held the phone and filmed Mr. Go pressing the doorbell. Unexpectedly, in the end, it all came back to him. What had he done? He began to hate Nam Cheol for seducing his daughter. He drove straight to his company, and as soon as he saw him, he immediately used his fists. Nam Cheol, after being punched, was dazed, asking, "Who are you?" He was so angry that he had difficulty breathing, panting. "I'm Eun-san's dad." Nam Cheol, after hearing this, understood. He didn't care about the wounds and knelt down to apologize. "It's my fault." But what use was that? He could only be angry in vain. The person who lost happiness was still his daughter. But he didn't know that on the other side, Mr. Go had found Eun-gang, directly asking her where her house was. He wanted to meet her parents. Eun-gang, hearing this, immediately understood. She begged him to forgive her, but Mr. Go insisted that her family must know about her shameful deeds. He wouldn't stop until he met her parents. Just then, her mom was walking from the opposite side. Mr. Go wanted to greet the cleaning lady, but Eun-gang hurriedly stopped him, saying that he had seen the wrong person. Mr. Go didn't care too much. What he wanted now was to quickly find her parents to resolve this matter. Unexpectedly, she said that her parents had passed away. Immediately, Mr. Go revealed a suspicious look. However, matters related to the life and death of parents were probably not something she would lie about, so he had to warn Ungang not to cross the line. "You're not worthy of my son." Ungang stood blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. How could paper wrap fire? What would she face then? Although Bada had stopped her mom before, she could stop her once. But who could stop her many times? Bada's mom flew into a rage, constantly grabbing Chawan's collar, scolding him as a shameless bastard. She felt that it was all because of him that things had become like this. She dragged him back to the place of manufacture, loudly scolding the manufacturer. "On what basis does your son make a mistake and my daughter has to bear it? So much time has passed and you don't even have an apology." But Chawan's mom was also not one to be outdone. Seeing her son with a disheveled appearance and sloppy clothes, she questioned if this was her masterpiece. Bada's mom, with a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, loudly said, "I did it immediately." Chawan's mom flared up, saying that she had never touched her daughter. How dare she bully her son? She thought she was sick, but it turned out she was still very healthy. The two of them, one sentence from me, one sentence from you, looking like they were ready to rush in and tear each other apart, made Mr. Go unable to bear it anymore, and he could only loudly stop the two of them. If it was according to their appearance, they would definitely argue all day. After that, he apologized for Chawan's actions, but Bada's mom was not a kind person and recounted all the scenes she had seen the last time. Hearing these words, Mr. Go was also terrified. Chawan saw his dad get angry and fearfully retreated, hurriedly explaining that it wasn't like that. Fortunately, his sister stood up in time, saying that Ungang occasionally came to take care of Mi Pong. At this time, Chawan's mom followed up, saying that these disasters were clearly all partly due to her daughter. Having done that, she still shamelessly ran here to make a scene. She picked up the phone and called Ungang, scolding her again. Ungang on the other end continued to listen to the scolding, but it seemed that she was used to listening. She was just silent, not saying a word. And of course, the mouth of Chawan's mom never uttered good words, with a mouth that spewed out poetry, which were all harsh scoldings. Before hanging up the phone, she also told Ungang not to have any illusions, showing that her whole family had always looked down on her. Ungang, after listening for a while, didn't care too much. These humiliations no longer caused her pain. All of it only made her more determined to be more resolute. Mr. Go, after being scolded, was also very uncomfortable. He then made a date with Ungang's dad. Mr. Dibong seemed very curious about how Mr. Go would handle his son-in-law. Mr. Go then recounted that he went to find that girl. But not only was she impolite to him, she wasn't willing to write the agreement either. When I grabbed her collar and demanded to meet her parents, she refused to let me no matter what. Mr. Dibong, hearing that Mr. Go had also used violence, flew into a rage. But unexpectedly, this almost made Mr. Go misunderstand that he was the girl's dad. Mr. Go changed the topic, saying that his son's affairs were the real headache. When he went to find that girl, he said he wanted to meet her parents. The result was that she said that her parents had passed away, that she was an orphan. Therefore, this time he called him out because he wanted to ask him to use his tongue to persuade that girl to withdraw. Just as he finished speaking, that girl appeared. Dibong, as soon as he turned his head to look, his heart was more excited than riding a roller coaster at that moment. He hurriedly turned his head back, but that uneasy gaze kept turning. Ungang greeted Mr. Go, and then also discovered her dad sitting next to him. However, she only panicked for a second and then calmed down, greeting him, "Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Ungang." The two of them sat next to each other, and the more Mr. Go looked at the two of them, the more he felt that something was wrong. He was suspicious in his heart as to why they looked so much like father and daughter. He asked if the two of them seemed to have the same last name. But Mr. Dibong immediately denied it, saying that his last name was Joe. Her dad showed that this matter should be left to him to talk to Ungang privately to be effective. Mr. Go, hearing these words, also stood up and left. But Dibong couldn't calm down in his heart. He held the glass of water, trembling like he was being electrocuted. He never dreamed that the two melons he was watching were both his daughters. He panicked and went outside. Ungang, looking at her dad's figure, only knew to follow him to the riverside. The dad remembered the words he had said to Mr. Go. It must be someone who wasn't taught well by their parents. Words and speech have a great influence on children. It turned out that it was all self-blame. He couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. It seemed that all his strength had been sucked away. He knelt down, howling out his feelings. His head was filled with regret. Ungang stood next to him, and seeing her dad like this, she couldn't help but shed tears. But she didn't know how to comfort her dad, and could only gently put her hand on her dad's shoulder. On the other hand, Ungang's mom went to find Nam Cheol, asking him for 100 million in compensation for mental damage. Returning home, she was still greedy for money, constantly reading the check to see how many zeros there were. But after laughing for a while, she thought of the words that the two daughters had blamed her with before. Just then, Dibong returned after saying everything about the two daughters. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the problem. She couldn't believe that her two daughters had done such unbelievable things. The dad blamed himself, saying that people living in the lower class like them needed to know how to read other people's faces, and their minds had to be quick. People in the wealthy class didn't need this skill. Today, when they met at the cafe, if it had been someone else, they would have been scared and not known what to do, but Ungang could react within half a second, pretending not to know her. The two of them talked for a long time, and seemed to gradually understand what kind of days their two daughters had lived, and also realized that their usual actions had gradually taken root in their subconscious, causing their characters to become distorted. Dibong was very self-reproachful, and his wife also began to regret it. This wasn't his fault, it was my fault. When he was working outside, I was too talkative and pushed my daughters into a dead end. I destroyed them. I don't have the right to be a mom. Seeing that both of them had realized their mistakes, they made a decision, calling Ungang to tell her to call her sister home for dinner. The two of them returned home and were surprised to find the room full of balloons. The two of them were preparing a sumptuous dinner for them for the first time. After eating and drinking, they began to talk about the main issue. The two parents apologized to their two daughters first, and also thanked them for their affairs, which had taught them a deep lesson. They said that their daughters should forget this matter and continue to live well in the future. The mom was also very regretful that she had taken the two sisters to do that in the past, and also showed that she would change her habit of treating money as her life, and gave the 100 million taken from Nam Cheol to Un-san, telling her to use this money to open a small shop. Seeing their parents' true feelings, the two sisters were very touched. Ungang took her precious skincare products and gave them to her mom, but unexpectedly her dad snatched them away. Ungang took out several $100,000, always saying that she was treating today, and also telling her parents to go buy 2 new outfits. However, the mom, after taking the money, didn't say the usual catchphrase. Un-san felt a little unfamiliar, telling her to do the action like before. The mom, hearing her daughter tease, also pretended to do the action from the past, and Un-san also told her sister to try it. The whole family harmoniously talked and laughed happily. This was what a family should be like. This girl imitated her best friend's way of dressing, and even bought a similar wig, and then got a set of dark red nail art like that. Then she went to the restaurant and imitated her best friend's way of ordering. Soybeans or soy residue? I want medium roasted coffee beans. Espresso. Make it macchiato style for me. Don't add fresh cream. Get warm cream, please. That's right. For the syrup, 1 part vanilla, 3 parts hazelnut, and finally help me sprinkle a little chocolate shavings. That's right. So how many calories is that in total? Alright, let me check it myself, thank you. But in the end, it was still a feeling of loneliness. Looking at the wig in her hand, in her heart, she understood that imitation was still just imitation. If you want to have a life like Bada, you have to be very determined. A few days ago, Mi Pong told Chawan that her grandma beat Auntie Ungang, so Chawan made a date with Ungang to say a few words of apology. However, Ungang felt that these things were nothing. It was just her thoughts in her heart that were stronger these past few days. I miss you so much, Chawan. Hearing these words, was so moved that he almost cried. He raised his hand, wanting to touch her face, but just then he received a call from the hospital, saying that there was a party to attend at the end of the week, telling him to remember to bring Bada along. Although Ungang said it was nothing, she hoped in her heart that Bada wouldn't agree to go with him. That night, Ungang carried several bags to find Chawan, saying that these were all snacks and toys for Mi Pong. Unexpectedly, Chawan took out his wallet and put several $100,000 on the table. This action made Ungang feel insulted. The next day, she fantasized that she was the upper class, learning how to do Bada's makeup. It seemed that this way she could live on the same level as Bada, but it was all Ungang deceiving herself. In the evening, she still took care of Mi Pong like a maid. After cleaning the room, she sat in the living room, pouring herself a glass of wine. However, the fantasies in her head couldn't be calmed down. She confusedly drank one glass after another, not knowing how long it was before Chawan returned home. Looking at his attire, plus the effect of the wine, Ungang couldn't control the words in her heart, saying she felt that Chawan was really like Bada, thinking that as long as he gave her a few coins, he could treat her like a servant. Ordering her around at will, Chawan, hearing this, sat down. He knew that Ungang had spent a lot of savings during this time. The purpose of giving her money was partly to pay her and thank her, but Ungang refused to accept it. She said she knew that Chawan wouldn't go to court with Bada at all. Also knew that he always denied their relationship. After that incident, he always regretted it, saying he would completely break up, but when attending the party, he still actively contacted her. Chawan was very surprised. This girl who understood him so well was speaking so bluntly today. It seemed that she had completely turned into another person. Ungang felt that the man she had painstakingly tried to obtain had never understood her. Moreover, he always went with the wind, indecisive, and tormented the people around him. Hearing these words, Chawan stood up, poured himself a full glass, and also admitted that he was an indecisive person. However, was admitting enough? Ungang didn't intend to let him go and pressured him, forcing him to make a decision. Chawan struggled for a while, and then slammed his wedding ring on the table, expressing his attitude. This was also the first time he revealed his heart, saying that before she expressed her intentions, he had struggled a lot in his heart, thinking about what the future would be like if he lived with someone like her. Therefore, he only dared to think about it? Hearing Eungang's tone, Chawan thought she was drunk and going crazy. However, Eungang said she was more awake than ever. It was because of the tormenting thoughts in her heart that she wanted to borrow wine to express herself. The recent events had also made her very embarrassed, but she could not care, as long as he could be firm with her. But until now, she still didn't understand his heart. That feeling was like suffocating. I've made my choice, now it's your turn. After that, Eungang went to find Bada's office, but Bada basically didn't care about her. When she was about to leave, Eungang said she had something to say. Bada also smelled the strong smell of alcohol on Eungang's body. She said she was borrowing the wine to gain courage to speak, and then told Bada to pour her a glass of water. Unexpectedly, when she received the glass of water, she said a sentence like this: "This is the first time you've poured water for me to drink, right?" Bada didn't want to say much and took Eungang to the cafe from last time. After sitting down, Eungang took the initiative to say that she had been humiliated by Bada here last time, but she felt that Bada also had some responsibility. But Bada felt that if she was wrong, it was because she had mistakenly believed her. "A little bit of alcohol always makes you braver than usual," she said all her thoughts, showing that Bada wasn't wrong, but that from beginning to end, she didn't value her, and then repeated the words she had said before. "What, with a type of merchandise like me? How could I snatch the things that other people like?" Before, when she was a guest at her house and was ridiculed for being clumsy, she had never spoken up to protect her, saying, "This is my best friend, not a servant." Now thinking back, it seemed that she had never introduced her to others when she was outside. "I am your best friend." Bada said that when she went out to discuss client matters, these types of explanations easily made the story long and unfocused. She thought the two of them could understand each other. However, Eungang didn't think so. She felt that in Bada's heart, she was just someone who could be ordered around at will as long as she spent money. It was also because of this contemptuous attitude that she introduced her to her lover, not older, then divorced, had stepchildren. But those introduced to others were not tycoons, also in the upper class. Bada explained that she didn't know he had divorced and had children, and moreover, the two of them weren't in love. But this explanation didn't enter Eungang's ears at all. She continued, "The ring at that time, when you gave it to me, you said you had specially designed it, but in the end, it was returned by another customer." Bada, somewhat at a loss, said, "At that time, I clearly gave you both the ring and 10 million won. But why do you only remember the ring and forget the money?" Eungang felt that the money was the money she should have received. It was compensation for all the years she had been following and serving her. Hearing these words, Bada was truly speechless. These things were clearly all voluntarily done by Eungang. Moreover, every time she followed her, she paid her very high wages. Bada couldn't understand why she helped her wholeheartedly, but was stabbed in the back like this? At this time, Eungang also admitted it. "It's true that I always received benefits when I followed you, but that's why Bada always thought that as long as she had money, she could order me around without any scruples. Like a personal maid, taking me along on business trips, and also treating me like a tour guide, not only making me responsible for transporting all the luggage, but also having to do work like a nanny every day, waking you up, going out all day, and returning to the hotel. I had to massage you, prepare food for you, and even make me kneel down at your feet, taking off your shoes, and even preparing sanitary pads for you." Eungang felt that even maids in ancient times didn't have to do as much as she did. Although she would always say a word of thanks, from her eyes, you could see that Bada looked down on her. She felt that, was I only fit to do these things? If you're asking from when I started coveting your things, it was from when you didn't treat me like a friend, starting from the moment she made her kneel on the ground to take off her shoes for her. Bada felt that Eungang was really crazy at this time, and it was impossible to continue talking. Seeing Bada wanting to leave, she stopped her. But Bada felt that even if Eungang suffered greater grievances, she shouldn't have done something like this. Although Eungang also admitted it, she said, "The person who took the initiative wasn't me. This is what hurts your self-esteem, right?" A single sentence brought a cup of water to her face. Eungang felt that if Bada really treated her as a best friend, then she should have asked her first before doing that. Hearing all these words, Bada only thought that she was complaining about trivial matters, not caring, saying that even if she didn't interfere, she couldn't have gotten it. After saying that, she stood up, preparing to leave, and only then did Eungang say what she was really thinking in her heart. It turned out that from when she was little, when she came to Bada's house to play, she had begun to admire everything that Bada had, not only having a doting mother, but also having a lot of dolls and beautiful clothes, so she sprayed her perfume, wore her pajamas, but she didn't say it. She really liked those things. It was just that those things were Bada's, so she wanted to get them. It was just wanting to become a person like her, living a life like her. At this time, Bada understood that her personality was so distorted. In order to live a life like her, she didn't mind doing something like this. It was really incomprehensible. Bada told her to stop dreaming. No matter what, she couldn't become her. But Eungang said, "What's so great about you?" Bada, hearing this, had enough and wanted to leave. But Ungang stopped her once again, saying, "In the future, you can torment me however you want. If everything has been so noisy," she also begged Bada to agree to her one time. Changing the scene, Namcheol tried to restrain his anger, clenching his fist tightly, trying to hold back the anger that was about to explode in his heart. However, the woman in front of him kept talking, and he only knew to bow his head and apologize. It turned out that just now, Geomon had gone out to play all day, happily stepping out of the taxi, but as soon as she went to the door, she saw Namcheol standing there in a daze. The expression on her face, which was happy, immediately stiffened, becoming cold. As soon as the two returned to the room, Namcheol told Geom-an not to take a cab out every day. Unexpectedly, Geom-an threw her bag and asked him back, "Why can't I? I just want to try a little bit of how you felt when you ignored your family and went out to play every day. When you went out to play all day, I didn't say anything and took all the responsibility on myself. If you feel uncomfortable, then consider that the two of us are even." She felt that there was nothing wrong with that, and also told Namcheol not to manage her anymore, just turn a blind eye to it. Namcheol, hearing these words, began to think about the past. He had come to this house since he was 17 years old. His joys, angers, loves, and hates were all controlled by her father, losing all his soul. Living until now, he didn't even have the self-esteem of a man, or even the right to get angry. But Geoman dismissed Namcheol's statement, saying that she was only learning from him. The two argued back and forth for a while. In the end, Namcheol had to continue to endure, bowing his head and apologizing for neglecting his family in the past. However, Geoman said that it was too late, and also asked him why he didn't love her, but still agreed to marry her back then. Could it be that he was coveting her family's assets, so he had to endure it? Not stopping there, she also poked fun at him for not thinking about today when he was sneaking around before. Or was it because he was afraid of having to leave empty-handed after the divorce, so he was fearfully making concessions for the sake of the big picture? No matter how good a person is at enduring, they still have their limits. Namcheol couldn't bear it anymore, and directly admitted that he was afraid that he would become poor, without a penny to his name, so it didn't matter how much he was humiliated now, but he didn't want the conflicts between the two of them to harm their children, and he would use his whole life to make up for his mistakes. He had also said before that he wouldn't get a divorce, working like a cow and a horse for her for half his life, and what was left was wanting to inherit the assets, so he would absolutely not give up at this critical moment. But so what? Geomon took out her phone, calling Dae-gyun to make a date to go horseback riding tomorrow, telling him to pick her up at her house early tomorrow morning. Faced with this action of his wife, Namcheol angrily kicked the door and went out. He ran outside, constantly hitting his chest. A few days later, Namcheol ran to the taxi company and found Dae-gyun. He showed that he was Geoman's husband, telling him not to accept his wife's orders in the future, and then turned and left. Unexpectedly, just as Namcheol left, Geoman called. Perhaps because they were both men, Dae-gyun understood Namcheol's feelings. Therefore, he used the excuse to refuse, and in the end, used the weak signal to hang up. But unexpectedly, this happened. Another slap scene as beautiful as a movie. An-san, as soon as she met, slapped Shawan, saying that she was Ungang's sister, and she had secretly checked her sister's phone to get his contact information. She wanted to know why he had sent a series of apologies while drunk last night. As a result, her sister held her phone and cried all night. An-san said she had never met such a shameless man. Doing something like that, but not daring to take responsibility, only knowing how to apologize. She told Shawan to give up and not contact her sister anymore. After saying that, she turned and left, but Shawan chased after her, saying that he didn't know that he had done such things after being drunk. But this made An-san even more angry, saying that from childhood to adulthood, she had never seen her sister like this. What made her the most angry was that the only person who could pull her out of the abyss was him. Only with his support could she avoid the pointing fingers of others. But he was cowardly, choosing to escape. She also didn't know why her sister would fall for someone like him. After saying that, she left. Bada's mom at this time went to find Chawan's house. She opened the door and saw that the house was a mess, and she couldn't help but think of bad images. She fearfully opened the door to the room. Fortunately, the inside was tidy, not as she had imagined. Waiting for Chawan to return home, she saw that she was cooking breakfast again. And the purpose of her putting in the effort to come here was to repair the relationship between him and her daughter, saying that the two of them only had a small conflict, it wasn't too noisy. Someday, going out to eat a meal and talk would be fine. She also said that she would try to persuade Bada first. If she had said anything excessive before, she hoped he would be patient. When that time came, she would tell Bada to apologize to him. After that, she ran to the in-laws' house and bowed her head, apologizing for her previous troubles, and also said that it was all her daughter's fault for not maintaining her relationship with Chawan. However, Chawan's mom showed her attitude, looking at the gift box, and saying that she didn't know if it was real. However, Bada's mom wasn't angry at all. She still gently asked them to be generous, and not to be calculating with her daughter anymore. She also assured her two in-laws that as long as they forgave the mistakes that Bada had made, she believed that she would be able to restore everything to its original state. Mr. Go looked at her sincere attitude and also agreed. But when the sister-in-law called Bada, she denied this, still maintaining a firm attitude, showing that she didn't know anything about this, and absolutely wouldn't shake hands and make peace. Jium-an recounted this matter to Mr. Go. On the other hand, Un-san returned home for lunch, and her uncle Dae-gyun suddenly talked about the car accident last time. Moreover, that person had gotten a hold of him driving an illegal car, so he demanded compensation of 10 million won. Everyone discussed it for half a day, but there was still no solution, so they told Un-san to take out the 100 million and use it temporarily. Unexpectedly, Un-san said that she had donated all that money. Everyone who heard it was stunned and shocked. After going into her room, she said to her sister that in 2 days she would be going abroad to do charity work. The person she was most worried about was still her sister. She told Un-gang to give up on that man, because she felt that even if the two of them ended up together, they couldn't get married. Not only her and Un-gang, but also her parents would have an unclear relationship with that side. If they were discovered in the end, how would they solve it? Un-gang was also very hesitant, but still pretended to be strong, saying that there would be a solution for everything. Although she said that, she also knew that her sister wouldn't easily give up like that. Therefore, she told Un-gang that in the future, when she went out, she should say that she didn't have a younger sister, just consider that she was dead. The next day, Mr. Go ran to the company, wanting to know if the project he was aiming for had been invested in. As a result, Nam Cheol had gone out to meet with clients, so he called and questioned him. However, Nam Cheol said that he had investigated that project, and always felt that something was wrong. He would decide after he investigated it clearly. But Mr. Go said that this was a project worth hundreds of billions, and they had to make a quick decision to make money. He didn't listen to Nam Cheol's explanation and immediately hung up. Knowing that Mr. Go wouldn't listen to what he said, he hurriedly turned back, but when he ran back it was too late. Mr. Go had invested all the money. Moreover, in order to get that project, they only needed to put down 10% as a deposit, but he made the employee directly pay 50%. Hearing this sentence, Nam Cheol immediately felt uneasy, but the employee said that it was his father-in-law who had personally ordered it, so he couldn't do anything. As soon as Mr. Go returned, Un-gang's dad made a date to go out. Her dad put on a polite face, mentioning the love affair. But as soon as this trick was used, Mr. Go knew what the other party was thinking, directly saying, "Don't waste your words anymore. Do you want to borrow money?" Seeing that his purpose had been exposed, Un-gang's dad had no choice but to be frank. But unexpectedly, Mr. Go resolutely stood up and left. Seeing Mr. Go's hat left on the chair, Un-gang's dad picked up the hat and chased after him, unexpectedly hearing these words from Mr. Go. "I went to meet that taxi driver I knew. Suddenly, he asked me to borrow money. We haven't known each other for long, and he already wants to borrow money. Indeed, getting close to those poor people, in the end, they will all ask you for help." How lonely the camera turned again. Cha-won brought Un-gang home, and the whole family was so scared that they almost suffocated. Even Mr. Go in the room hurriedly ran out. The three of them stood there, stunned, looking at the two of them. Unexpectedly, after a while, their expressions changed dramatically, looking at Un-gang as if she was a precious item. Her sister-in-law even smiled, saying to welcome Un-gang. It turned out that a few days ago, after being taught a lesson by Un-san that night, Cha-won made a date with Un-gang, saying that he had thought everything through. "We won't give up, let's continue together." Hearing these words, Un-gang couldn't control herself anymore. A love that had lasted for decades had finally been reciprocated. The two hugged each other tightly. Cha-won also invited her to come to his house this weekend. He had to make his attitude clear to his family. Unexpectedly, good things came in pairs. The next day, Un-gang received news that she had passed the civil service exam. She excitedly ran madly home to report the good news. The whole family happily danced. This was probably the only thing worth celebrating in the past few decades. Soon, the weekend came. Un-gang, holding a bouquet of flowers, tremblingly went with Cha-won to his house, although everyone hated this girl bitterly. For the sake of Cha-won, they told her to stay. As soon as Cha-won sat down, he shared this good news with everyone. Unexpectedly, before Cha-won's mom could hear clearly, she immediately reacted strongly. "Hey, are you pregnant?" Cha-won explained, "It's not that she's pregnant. She passed the civil service exam." After hearing this news, everyone looked at Un-gang in surprise. Because in Korea, passing the civil service exam is an extremely difficult thing. It can be said to be 1 in 100, 0. Un-gang was stared at by the surprised eyes of the family, making her a little embarrassed. They immediately changed their expressions, telling Un-gang to sit down. They had to make a good plan for the future. Mr. Go, who had always made things difficult for the two of them before, was now gentle with Un-gang. He told Cha-won that he had to be serious about this matter, especially to take good care of Mi-pong's emotions. The sister who had previously spoken maliciously to Un-gang now raised both hands in agreement. This was truly a family that went with the wind. Going outside, Un-gang said that she was so nervous just now that her heart wanted to jump out. When she first entered the house, she even thought that she would be chased out by his family. Chawan smiled and said that she could completely trust him, and then asked when he could visit her house. Hearing this sentence, Eun-gang's expression changed. She still didn't know how to explain it. Before, her mom worked as a maid at his house. She then said that she had rented a room at number 58 and hadn't finished arranging it yet, so she refused. After that, Chawan took Eun-gang to a luxury clothing store. She wore a beautiful outfit, making Chawan so infatuated that he raised both hands in approval. Looking at Eun-gang's embarrassed appearance, he began to tease her. "What kind of teacher is this? You can't be like this in front of the students, you know." Eun-gang also teased him back happily. To thank Chawan for giving her the outfit, Eun-gang took him to a restaurant. Unexpectedly, Bada and her mom were also eating here. Even more coincidentally, the girl who was Bada's rival before also came here to mock her. She pretended to be very familiar, angrily asking Bada, "What exactly is going on? Why are those two about to get engaged?" And also said that Eun-gang had passed the civil service exam. Bada's resentment surged, unable to bear it anymore. Seeing the girl becoming more and more excessive, Bada pulled her mom and ran outside. However, after Bada left, her expression was like she had just gotten revenge. The two mothers and daughters encountered Eun-gang right in front of the door. Bada's mom almost exploded, angrily saying, "I have to beat this wicked woman to death. You think you can live a peaceful life?" When Chawan finished parking and went in, he discovered that everyone was pointing at him, and some people were indignantly standing up to criticize Eun-gang, scolding her as a fox spirit. Chawan, hearing these words, also understood what they were talking about. He then hugged Eun-gang and left this place. After that, there was still the harsh words of that girl. "Don't expect to exist in Korea. Everywhere you go now, there are pictures of you two." And after going outside, Eun-gang hopelessly knelt on the ground, crying, and Chawan, standing next to her, basically didn't know how to comfort her. He kept raising his hand and then hesitating. In the end, still not daring to step forward. After that, Eun-san and her sister went to the police station to report it. Even so, they realized a serious problem. Do you think the parents will sit still knowing this? The girl brought gifts to burn incense for her best friend's dad. But unexpectedly, before she could even enter the house, she was scolded by her best friend's mom, saying that she was a shameless woman and smashed all the things that Eun-gang brought. Just then, Bada returned and saw this scene. She didn't say much, only pulling her into the house. Originally thinking that it was over, but suddenly Chawan also appeared at the same time. The mother, like adding oil to the fire, immediately flew into a rage, making Bada use all her strength to pull her back. But kneeling in front of his altar, those eyes full of determination showed that those two people's days wouldn't be peaceful. She not only had to take back everything that belonged to her, but also trample them under her feet. It turned out that a few days ago, when Bada went to the supermarket with her mom, she discovered that Eun-gang's family was also shopping. Looking at their family, the driver driving the car, and also the accountant girl at the scrap collection station, she realized that something was wrong and followed Eun-gang's mom home and learned this secret. However, to be sure, she went to see Nam Cheol, asking if the maid her father-in-law hired was Eun-gang's mom. Was the accountant before Eun-gang's younger sister? Without waiting for him to speak, she said that she had already known the truth. She was only looking for him to confirm it. Seeing the uncle silent, she knew that her prediction was correct. But when she returned to the office unexpectedly, the wealthy lady, seeing the dilapidated place and her miserable appearance, didn't say much and canceled the contract. But this was her only lifeline at this time. If she lost this opportunity, her career would be nothing. She constantly tried to keep her, saying that she had already sent the goods to the factory, and the goods would arrive soon, but she still resolutely canceled the order. When it rains, it pours. That proverb was indeed never wrong. Yet when she returned home, she encountered this scene. She tried her best to stop her mom from getting angry. A moment later, she received a call from the police, informing her that they had found the thief who stole her works. Bada hurriedly ran over, questioning why she did that to her. But the woman very calmly asked, "How's Eun-gang doing lately?" Hearing this, she realized that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, Eun-gang had given her those drawings. Bada didn't want to believe it, but it was the truth. The woman gave out the draft design. As if afraid that she wouldn't believe it, the woman also gave out the text messages between her and Eun-gang. She didn't forget to mock her. "You call this kind of person a friend?" In the end, she also realized that everything wasn't accidental, but had been planned by Eun-gang for a long time. Returning home, in front of her dad's portrait, she decided that she would use her own ways to take back everything. The next morning, Bada went to find Chawan, saying she was sorry about what happened before. She admitted that she was also blinded by anger at that time. Now, thinking about it, there were indeed some things that weren't right. She had a sincere expression, and also listed the things she had done wrong in order to apologize all at once. She mentioned the matter of always blaming Chawan before. At the same time, she admitted that she had always looked down on Eun-gang, so she trusted her like that. She hoped that they could reconcile with him. Chawan, hearing this, was shocked and stunned. Bada didn't stay after saying this, and her expression immediately changed. Immediately after that, she made a date to meet with Ungang. As soon as she stepped into the car, the atmosphere became awkward. To ease the atmosphere, Bada turned on the radio. On the radio, it was said that the suspect and the victim were friends for 30 years. The suspect was in debt and invited her best friend to travel. The suspect made the victim drink water mixed with sleeping pills, then invited the victim to drink alcohol to make her unconscious. Taking the opportunity, she dragged the victim to the sea. After hearing this, Bada laughed and said that it was fortunate that we didn't owe each other money. Immediately after that, Bada told Ungang that there was pre-made coffee in the back, telling her to help her get it. Unexpectedly, upon opening the bag, she discovered a small knife. Ungang fearfully asked why there was a knife, but Bada said that the restaurant didn't have knives, and she brought it to cut apples. But Ungang knew that Bada never peeled apples. Taking the thermos containing the coffee, she trembled and poured a cup of coffee, giving it to Bada, but unexpectedly, she said that she didn't want to drink it yet, and that this coffee was prepared for her. The words on the radio just now echoed in her head. The more Ungang thought about it, the more scared she became. Holding the cup of coffee, she trembled, not daring to drink it. However, how could Bada let go of this opportunity, saying, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I put something in it?" Ungang hurriedly denied it, but Bada said, "That cup of coffee, if you don't believe me, then don't drink it. If you trust me, then drink it all." Would Ungang drink it or not? Changing the scene, this man was doing his best to beat another man, almost sending him to the hospital, and even took out his phone to take pictures. And it was really unexpected that this was his younger brother. The night before, Mr. Go had found Ungang's dad, saying that he could give him 10 million won, but on the condition that he help him beat someone. Having never dared to hit anyone since he was little, Ungang's dad, hearing this, immediately trembled and ran away. But when he returned home, he saw that his younger brother was begging people to reduce the amount a bit because of the car accident that had happened last time. With no other choice, he could only turn back to find Mr. Go. Mr. Go had made a date with the younger brother at the meeting point, but not seeing Mr. Go, but his older brother appeared and beat his younger brother relentlessly. After discovering that the person being beaten was his younger brother, the two supported each other and returned home. Un-san, seeing this, was curious, but the two of them said in unison that they weren't beaten. Just as they sat down, the younger brother's ex-wife came. Seeing Dae-gyun's appearance, she hurriedly rushed over to ask him about it, but was obviously pushed away with disgust. She then definitely thought that this woman was playing tricks, because the incident 18 years ago when he was beaten was also because of her. Ungang's dad, hearing this, wanted to chase her out of the house immediately. The uncle also said bluntly, "Don't hope for a reunion anymore. I've already decided that in the future, I'll live with that woman." Unexpectedly, the older brother, hearing this, suddenly got up, saying that if his younger brother was still attached to that woman, he would definitely die without a burial place. But love blinds the eyes. The uncle didn't care about this, and was determined to live with that woman. But how could the older brother watch his younger brother walk into a dead end? He yelled, telling his younger brother not to be blind, but his younger brother was stubbornly adamant. He angrily slapped his younger brother, and the ex-wife, seeing this, rushed over, pushing the older brother down. Like a chain reaction, Ungang's mom also rushed to protect her husband, pushing her down and blaming her brother-in-law. The younger brother couldn't bear it anymore and ran outside, and the older brother went to find Jiu-man, showing her the picture of his younger brother being beaten nearly to death, saying that this was a good thing her dad had done. Also saying that this wasn't the first time 18 years ago when the two made a date, it was also her dad who knew, and almost beat his uncle to death. Learning the truth, she went to find her dad to confront him. At this time, she understood that what her dad had protected from her youth was only his own assets. He didn't think about his daughter's feelings at all. She said that from now on, she wouldn't be her dad's puppet anymore. Accidentally, all these things were said just as Nam Cheol returned home. The spearhead immediately turned towards the son-in-law. The two blamed it all on him, which was why their daughter was like this. But this time, Nam Cheol couldn't bear it anymore. He said that he didn't need his father-in-law's protection anymore and that he would leave empty-handed. He got into his old car and drove home. But as he got to the door, he suddenly thought of something. Holding a pile of things, he didn't have the courage to knock on the door. In the end, he fell asleep in the car. It was his younger sister who discovered him when she came home from work. On the other side, Mr. Go also received a phone call. When he arrived at the scene, he discovered that the building had been seized for bid rigging. The news came like a bolt from the blue. If he hadn't stubbornly transferred the money at that time, then the company wouldn't be on the verge of bankruptcy now. Mr. Go collapsed and fainted. On this side, Un-san had completed the procedures to go abroad. She wanted to say goodbye to Nam Cheol, but when she called, she got the message, "The number you have dialed cannot be reached." She had no choice but to contact a former colleague and learn that Nam Cheol was in his hometown. The contrasting scene shows Un-san in a white dress, like an angel coming, while Nam Cheol was wearing farmer's clothes, hoeing the fields, covered in dirt. The two rushed towards each other with countless words that were hard to say. Returning to the previous time, when Bada prepared the coffee for Ungang, although she said she trusted her, her hand trembled, not daring to drink. Bada, seeing Eungang's appearance, decisively drank it all in one gulp. At the restaurant, Bada asked her to wash her hands before eating, but while washing her hands, Eungang suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly ran outside. Unexpectedly, she saw Bada pouring a white powder into the food. She fearfully asked what that was, but Bada didn't hide anything, saying, "You saw everything, huh?" Through Bada's expression, she was even more sure that it was something bad. This just achieved Bada's purpose. After that, she explained that it was just collagen, and even illustrated it vividly on her food. Of course, Eungang felt that there was something unusual about Bada taking her on this trip, so at the hotel, while Bada was taking a shower, she secretly hid the knife, and after that, whenever Bada went to take a shower, she secretly took the knife out of the bag. But unexpectedly, she fell while going to the bathroom. Bada, hearing the noise, ran over, saying that she had accidentally spilled skincare oil, forgetting to tell her and apologizing. After saying that, she left. Eungang first looked around everywhere to see if there were any hidden cameras, and then opened everything and tasted it. Indeed, she was a professional. Perhaps she was using her own yardstick to measure others. The two sat down and recalled the old times, but Bada's expression suddenly changed, questioning Eungang why she had done those things. Half of her life had been spent with her, and even now, every time she woke up, the first person she thought of was her. Bada said that the most painful thing in her life was losing this friend. It was even more uncomfortable than being abandoned by Cha Wan. Eungang, hearing this, said that she felt the same way, every day wondering if Bada would send a message or call, if there was anything she needed help with. Although she had gone crazy that time while drunk, those things weren't her intentions. She also felt guilty for what she had done during this time. Moreover, these 2 days by Bada's side, her heart had always been uneasy. If she was beaten and scolded, it would be more comfortable. Even if she was killed, she wouldn't complain. Hearing this, Bada directly rummaged through her bag, but found that the knife was gone. Eungang stammered, saying that it might have fallen in the car. But Bada didn't care, and hurriedly told Eungang to put on her coat and go out to watch the sunrise. Eungang, taking the coat, suddenly had the sound of the news report from that day echo in her head. The suspect invited the victim to drink alcohol to make the victim unconscious, and then dragged her to the sea. At this time, Bada even added a sentence, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll push you into the sea?" Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat. She was scared stiff. Bada, seeing Eungang's expression, laughed and said that she shouldn't be too scared, because she knew how to swim, and she wouldn't choose such a flawed way. After arriving at the beach, they watched the sunrise together, and also left the necklace symbolizing their friendship here, declaring that their friendship had ended. As soon as she returned home, Eungang immediately received a summons from the court. However, the summons was sent to her house, and her mom was the one who signed for it. Bada, at this time, pretended that she had just returned from studying abroad, telling Cha Wan to take her child to the airport, and Eungang went to Cha Wan's house to clean. As she was about to leave, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening, and she hurriedly hid in the bedroom. Bada stepped in, and seeing the cleaning supplies there, she knew that Bada was here, but she didn't expose her, and instead put on a show. Changing the scene, this woman wanted to sue her best friend. No matter how much her best friend ran after her, begging, she coldly ran away. Eungang, looking at the departing car, also knew that her friendship had really come to an end. It turned out that just now, Eungang had received a call from the police station, telling her to come in to investigate the theft of Bada's designs. Bada had filed a lawsuit against Eungang. She hurriedly ran over, putting on a look of countless sins, looking at Bada, but Bada only sat there coldly. The police asked if she had stolen Bada's designs and given them to a woman named Seo Dun. Eungang quickly explained that she didn't steal them. She only took the drawings that Bada had thrown away. The police continued to ask how much money she had received from this, but Eungang said that she didn't receive any money and that she was threatened. Unexpectedly, before she came, the police had already checked her account, so they told her to tell the truth. Helplessly, Eungang could only say that 3 years ago she had received 500,001, but at that time she said that she only needed to give her the draft. But the police said that 3 months ago she had given Seo Dun these designs. Eungang explained that she had been threatened by that person for 3 years, so she always gave the draft as a formality. She talked for a while, but in the end, the police still concluded that Eungang knew and did it, and could basically be concluded as an accomplice. But Eungang denied it, saying that she wanted Seo Dun to confront her, and also told Bada to trust her. Seeing this, the police officer was surprised, asking, "Are you two friends?" But Bada immediately denied it, saying that Eungang was just an employee, always her assistant, and understood her personality and working style very well. Moreover, Eungang could freely enter and exit the office, and also knew the computer password in the treasure vault. She was also caught red-handed peeking on the computer. She requested the police to definitely bring this matter to justice. It was she who had ruined her life, and ruined her reputation in the industry. Going outside the police station, Eungang grabbed Bada, explaining that the 500,001 was the money she used to treat her mom's illness, and that those drafts were that she thought Bada didn't need them anymore, so she gave them to her. Originally, that time was also to help her for the last time and then cut off contact. But unexpectedly, because of this, she had caused a disaster. But she didn't want to ruin Bada's career. Bada ignored her, saying that she should save these words for the court. Returning home, her mom gave her the lawsuit from the court from before. Ungang brought it to find Bada. But Bada said, "Is your mood good?" And also said that she originally thought Ungang was the type of person who wasn't afraid of anything. Unexpectedly, she was also worried about this matter. Ungang asked Bada if she hadn't said on the trip last time that she would forget all the things from the past. But Bada felt that the past was 20 years of friendship between the two of them. And it turned out that what Bada wanted was a blemish in Ungang's record, so that this sentence would be recorded for life, making her unable to raise her head. She also said that she had gone to find Chawan the day before to apologize and make peace. This was the price to pay, and also to teach a lesson to a shameless woman like her. Seeing Ungang in pain, Bada coldly smiled, saying that she had never met a family as disgusting as her family. Not only arranging for her mom to come to work as a nanny, but also having her dad come to work as a driver. Especially the younger sister, who actually had an affair with an old man the age of her father. But Ungang was still passionate about explaining. She said that all these things were because her family was too poor, so she had to risk her life to make money. Moreover, she had finally passed the civil service exam with difficulty. If she went to court, then her life would be ruined. Unsan opened the computer and discovered the lawsuit against her sister. Waiting for her sister to return home, she hurriedly questioned what exactly was going on. Ungang couldn't hide it anymore and burst into tears, asking her sister what she should do. Unsan comforted her sister, and then went to find Chawan, asking him if he knew that Bada had sued her sister. Also reported Ungang to the police for stealing her ideas. She said that the only person who could save Ungang now was him. After that, Chawan went to find Taiji, wanting to ask him about Ungang, but he was originally an ungrateful person. He didn't appreciate how many years Ungang had supported him, only saying that Ungang was a cunning and cruel woman, lying without batting an eye. He also constantly complained about the time he had visited her dilapidated house. 5 people lived in the house of several dozen square meters, and there was basically no room to stretch their legs. The whole family's hope was that Ungang would marry a rich man and then support her whole family. On this side, Unsan called her sister, saying that she had consulted a friend at a law firm, who said that she definitely shouldn't go to court, and resolving it privately was the best option. That night, Ungang went to the riverside to pray, saying that as long as she could become a teacher, it didn't matter if she lost everything. After that, she went to Bada's office, saying that she had given all the text messages and audio recordings to the police. In 2 days, the truth would be clear. She came here tonight wanting to negotiate a private settlement. But Bada didn't want to say more. Seeing Ungang stubbornly not leaving, Bada said, "I'm suing you not for money, but what I want is a blemish in your life. No matter how long it takes to sue, I will definitely follow through. Because after all, I will be the one to win the lawsuit, and you will be the one to pay all the attorney fees." Ungang, hearing these words, knelt down, saying that she would rather Bada kill her than go to court. It would be better to die in her hands. But Bada coldly said that these words of hers could be classified as coercion. Ungang expressed her regret to Bada, saying that she was willing to give up everything in order to be forgiven. She also said that if Bada forgave her this time, she would definitely disappear from Bada's sight, living a secluded life for the rest of her life. Bada, hearing these words, wasn't moved at all, only silently turning her face away. But the two didn't know that Chawan had witnessed everything from behind. The next day, Chawan went to find Bada, and personally went to the kitchen to prepare a table of food. Bada thought that Chawan had suddenly gotten a light bulb installed in his brain. But unexpectedly, he wanted Bada to withdraw the lawsuit against Ungang. Bada angrily told him not to meddle in other people's business. But Chawan believed that the video at the cafe had exploded all over the internet. At the same time, over the years, she had also worked like a cow and a horse for Bada. If it was someone else, they wouldn't do this to her. And hadn't she said that she could do without her husband, but couldn't live without Ungang? Also saying that if Bada still had a bit of humanity, she wouldn't be so heartless. Bada, hearing these words, angrily wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by Chawan, who said that 3 years ago she had only wanted to earn money to treat her mom's illness, so she did that thing. If it wasn't because her family forced her, she definitely wouldn't have done this. Chawan hoped that Bada could put herself in Ungang's position and think about it. Chawan originally wanted to soothe Bada, but unexpectedly, it backfired. Early the next morning, Bada went to Mr. Go's house, telling everyone to follow her to Ungang's house. Returning to the previous episode, Namcheol and Unsan, after running several dozen meters, hugged each other tightly. Knowing that Namcheol had left that house, she expressed that she hoped Namcheol would stay by her side, but his hesitant silence made her understand. She turned around and left, not wanting him to see her painful appearance. Perhaps fate had arranged for them to meet, but they couldn't be together. However, Namcheol suddenly felt regret, and hurriedly drove after her, but perhaps once you miss the opportunity, you miss it forever. This love affair would probably end here. But before he could be sad, a phone call came. And Nam Cheol, hearing the news that Mr. Go had been scammed, immediately traveled everywhere to find a way to solve the problem, and even found his college friend who was a lawyer. However, he seeing him looked down on him, saying that he never expected that one day he would come to beg him. While the husband was busy trying to save the family's company, the wife was constantly complaining to her mom that her dad didn't care about his daughter's thoughts, selling his daughter like a piece of merchandise. She said that now she wanted to go find her happiness, and wanted to go find Dae Jiun. Mr. Go, hearing these words, went out, questioning her why she had to do this. Suddenly, an employee ran over, reporting that Nam Cheol, after running around since early morning, had finally caught those scammers. It turned out that Nam Cheol, after failing to seek help, had thought of another way. He stood guard in front of the scammer's door, using all his strength to hold them back and bring them to the police station. Mr. Go, knowing this news, hurriedly ran over. Seeing the person he had chased out of his house, now wholeheartedly working for him, an indescribable feeling surged in his heart, wanting to chase after him. But he couldn't because of work matters. On the other hand, Jium-an stood outside, stubbornly waiting for Dae Jiun. She had something she wanted to say to him one last time, but Dae Jiun refused. Since the two families had met, he still couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. Perhaps meeting wasn't as good as just ending it like this. It was the best choice. Nam Cheol had just left when Jium-an returned home. Looking at the divorce papers on the table, she was stunned for a long time. After thinking all day long, it seemed that she had made some decision. She opened the closet, throwing away all the short dresses she had just bought. Then she talked to her two children, saying that their dad hadn't gone on a business trip, he had argued with her and left. She had done a lot of things wrong, and really didn't have the courage to go find their dad and bring him back. She hoped that her two children could go with her. Indeed, children were always the weakness of parents, and Nam Cheol was just that kind of person. She didn't need to say anything. She just needed to let her two children run towards him. Perhaps saying more would be useless. When Mr. Go saw him return, countless words he wanted to say were unspoken, only packed tightly in this hug. The whole family finally let go of the past, starting a happy life together again. Nam Cheol also returned to work at the company, but now it was a different position. Many years later, whenever Nam Cheol returned, as soon as Mr. Go shouted, the whole family would line up neatly, shouting loudly, "Welcome him home from work!" It could be said that this was too beautiful of an ending for this old man. After so many years of enduring, he had now gained respect and perfect happiness with a real family. Returning to the previous scene, Ba Da brought Cha Wan's whole family to Eun-gang's house. The whole family's eyes widened in surprise when they saw that the nanny was with the driver they often used. After learning that they were husband and wife, Mr. Go asked Ba Da why she brought them here. But just then, Eun-gang stepped out of the bathroom. And he then understood that Eun-gang was the daughter of those two people. Jium-an, afraid that Dae Jiun would also be exposed, hurriedly wanted to pull her parents away. But as soon as you mention something, it appears. Dae Jiun stepped out, yawning. What would happen to someone who was drunk and was awakened? The expression of this was that even his way of moving was not normal. He rolled out, but when he saw that group of people, he was startled and bumped into the cabinet, causing the things to fall on his head. Dazed, stunned, and shocked, not even counting Eun-san, who had just returned home from outside. This greeting was too complete. The two families were now truly enemies in a narrow lane. Ba Da, witnessing this scene, felt so refreshed in her heart. After returning, the two called their son Cha Wan, telling him to quickly stay away from Eun-gang. However, unexpectedly, Cha Wan, after knowing what had happened, not only didn't dislike Eun-gang, but also spoke up to defend her, saying that she must have suffered a lot to have to hide the identity of her family. He expressed his opinion to his parents that he would definitely stand on Eun-gang's side. After that, he went to find Ba Da, questioning her, "What do you get by doing this? Why did you become so cruel overnight? You must push Eun-gang to death to be satisfied." Ba Da immediately retorted, "Then what about the harm Eun-gang did to me?" Moreover, Cha Wan hadn't seen through her at all. She said that Eun-gang was a person who valued her life more than anything else. However, Cha Wan only left the sentence, "I never expected you to be this kind of person," and then left. That night, he followed the location to Eun-gang's house. As he was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered Taeji's complaints from before, so he carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. Stepping into the house, he directly expressed his identity. "I am the person who has promised to be with Eun-gang for life. No matter what happens, we will be together." But Eun-gang angrily wanted to pull him outside. After a while of struggling, she finally pulled him to the riverside. She told him not to manage this matter anymore. Now that she had completely lost face in front of everyone, she had decided to cut off their relationship. She also apologized for the things that had made him moved before. These words made Cha Wan stunned, saying, "Didn't we promise, no matter what the difficulties, we would be together?" She said, "Don't care about me anymore, Cha Wan." Hearing this, immediately hugged her tightly, saying that he was a real man and would definitely not give up so easily. He told her that she could rely on him. Unexpectedly, Ungang directly pushed him away, telling him to take back that sympathy. Although this sentence was very hurtful, Cha-won didn't care, wanting to run away with her. He was confident that with his ability he could give her a good life. This time, Ungang got really angry. She begged him to let her go. That same night, Bada's mom went to the school where Ungang was about to work. Returning home, she showed off her achievements to her daughter, saying that she would definitely help her daughter vent her anger, so that Ungang wouldn't be able to be a teacher. Everything was progressing in a direction beneficial to Bada. But at night, Bada tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She remembered the miserable appearance of Ungang's family that day, and also the words Cha-won had said to her that she was cruel that morning. She recalled the times Ungang had found jewelry for her in the night, and the time she had massaged her and bought the snacks her mom liked to eat. And when she was sad, only Ungang was there to comfort her, and also the words Ungang had said while drunk that day. All these things gushed out like a powerful stream, urging her to go see Cha-won. She asked him, Ungang said that before you found out, she had proposed to cut off this relationship, is that right? Cha-won confirmed that it was true. At this time, Ungang was putting on her uniform, preparing for the first time in her life to step onto the podium, and Bada, after hearing the answer, ran to the school. She directly tore down the banner her mom had hung up there. But at this time, her mom, not understanding why, also ran to stop her from doing this. When the two were struggling, Ungang also arrived. She hurriedly hid in the corner, but unexpectedly heard Bada saying good things about her to her mom. For the past 20 years, she has helped me handle difficult things. I can't ruin her life like that. Although I also hate Ungang very much, I can't use this method to ruin her lifelong dream. At this time, Bada had also stood from Ungang's perspective to think. If she was also like her, born into a wealthy family, having a mother who loved her, she wouldn't have become like this. Although she had used every means to take revenge during this time, she didn't feel comfortable in her heart. She had always thought that getting revenge would be refreshing, but now she felt very tormented. Ungang, standing in a corner hearing this news, also had tears in her eyes. In the morning, Ungang was able to stand on the podium and give her first lecture as she wished. And unexpectedly after the lecture, she went to the principal's office and placed her resignation on the table. After that, she went to find Bada, saying that she wanted to show her the appearance of her wearing office clothes for the first time. The two went to the cafe. Ungang confessed that all these things were because she distorted her desires and lost her most precious friendship. She herself didn't know how to defend herself. She would accept all the punishments that Bada wanted. Early yesterday morning, she had dressed very neatly because it was the first time and also the last time that she stood on her podium. She had arrived very early, but unexpectedly saw Bada and her mom there. Before Ungang could continue, Bada noticed the words last time Bada asked her what she meant, but Ungang calmly said that she had resigned. Bada then scolded her, "Are you crazy? That's the teacher position that you worked so hard to pass all your youth." Moreover, she had spent half a day withdrawing the lawsuit. Bada stood up, wanting to pull her to the school, but unexpectedly she was calmly told by Ungang, "Just let it go." She didn't have enough confidence and courage to face the students, and was also very surprised why Bada had suddenly let her go. Bada said that she had thought everything through before she was discovered. Ungang had also actively proposed to cut off their relationship. Moreover, she didn't say anything about the matter in Italy. That day was the first time she had come to Ungang's house. Although she had angrily stormed in, after seeing her family situation, her heart choked up. She basically couldn't imagine how Ungang had lived in that environment. In the end, the two reconciled with each other. After that, Ungang packed her suitcase and went to a strange place, only leaving her family a letter, saying not to worry about her. A year later, Ungang became a teacher in a remote place. She also told her sister where she was living. After receiving the news, Unsan hurriedly ran over, saying that she had prepared a special gift for her. When Ungang turned her head, she saw Cha-won, who was working as a volunteer, transferring supplies. The two looked at each other happily. Perhaps it would be a beautiful ending. The movie ends here. Although the process of the movie had many frustrating details, in the end, it was an ending that couldn't be more beautiful. And you, what do you think of this movie?